I'm going to start it.
Hey, my name is King. If you don't know who I am, my name is Israel King. I'm a writer, director, and anime commentator on my main channel, King Tannic. Now, if you've been a fan of pop culture for any amount of time, then you surely must have noticed the sudden rise in popularity in anime and manga. Films breaking box office records, series topping the most pirated show of the year chart, and of course, the very apparent fan base that has surrounded it. According to a poll back in February of this year, about 50% of Gen Z watches anime. Now, if you're not Gen Z, it can be kind of hard not knowing anything about this new, sudden, very popular corner in the pop culture zeitgeist. And that's where we come in. King Tannic and the Burnettwork have partnered to bring you the best anime and manga related news show on YouTube. The Otaku Experience is your go-to place to find out the biggest stories of the week in the anime and manga industry. Still not convinced? Try the show out for yourself. The show airs Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time or 5 p.m. Eastern. The Otaku Experience, only on the Burnettwork.
Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, like, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually, like, that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make the, like, they carve the whatever, the mold of, thank you, of the.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, and a lot of other names I can't say because I'll get demonetized, so I won't. Robert Meyer Burnett. And it's Midnight Musings, episode number 56. We got a lot to talk about today, but it's not a Midnight Musings without the billowing. You know her. You love her. All the way from the East Coast. She's... Yeah. How's it going there, Chickadee?
It's going great, Robert. You sounded like we were doing a midnight metal with that.
I know. You know, I forgot myself for a minute. I'm like, what show is this? We could be metal. I mean, if you wanted to be metal, we could get, we could get metal again. I'm still always kind of metal, sort of, a little bit metal. Have you never been metal? Sure you have. You've been metal all the time. How are you? How was your week?
I'm doing great, Robert. It's always great to be here for Midnight Musings, and there's so much to talk about. Right now, this house is in crisis mode because the channel that's on 24/7, Robert, now all of a sudden there's this issue as to what the status of it's going to be. And my mother's like, get the VCR, start taping as many movies as you can. And I'm like, Mom, what do you mean I can't tape everything from that station? It's impossible. She thinks I can just tape it and she just rewatch everything I tape. But it's hard to describe or explain to her, Robert, my mother cannot live without Turner Classic Movies.
Well, Warner Brothers, for those of you who don't know or didn't hear, Warner Brothers is $50 billion in debt. And they're going to do anything. It was announced this week that they're going to be selling off the music rights to everything from songs and movies like Casablanca for As Time Goes By. They want to sell because they need to make $500 million. You know, that'll I guess it'll help them make interest payments or something. You know, we live in a world where these conglomerates they owe a lot of money, and you know the streaming services obviously are in tremendous debt. These entertainment companies are in tremendous debt, and they're going to do. I mean, I hope it's the real danger, because what makes a studio, you know, TCM is owned obviously by Warner Brothers, and they got rid of the 3 top-ranking executives of the network. And to me, I mean, what is a studio if not what its assets are? I mean, Warner Brothers is only as strong as its catalog. And, you know, unfortunately, I was this idea. I mean, I get it. Everybody wants to make money. But is David Zaslav just going to part out Warner Brothers and dismantle a 100-year-old movie studio? You know, because it all becomes a numbers game. And I was talking about this earlier today. What is the value of our lives in terms of, you know, I would think that something like a studio and its assets, 100 years of basically creating art, you know, movies, is that worth protecting, or do you just part it out and sell it? I mean, if Warner Brothers is, because they've talked about that's what David Zaslav wanted to do. I mean, Warner Brothers, it was AT&T, then it was Discovery. And everybody that's working at Warner Brothers, people, you know, all the people that work on the various films that actually work at the studio, like everybody over at like Warner Archive, you know, and all the people I know over there, they worry about their jobs all the time. And are they just going to have their output cut back? Is already the staff at Warner Brothers is incredibly demoralized because nobody knows what's happening, and this has been going on for years now. And I mean, I get it. They've got all this debt. They've assumed all this debt, so they buy it. You know, I keep thinking about Gordon Gekko when he was gonna wreck Blue Star Airlines in Wall Street, the movie Wall Street. Why are you gonna wreck the company, Gordon? Because it's wreckable. You know, and that's what he wanted to do. He'd buy these companies and then break them apart and sell them off to make cash. And that was a movie that was made in the mid-'80s. You know, and you think about where we're at now, and I get that. I mean, you've got investment firms like BlackRock and Vanguard who basically have their tendrils in every single thing, and all they want is they want to make sure that everybody's getting more and more and more profits. You know, a small group of people getting all these profits, making more and more and more money. But at the end of the day, to what end? Like, what kind of a civilization do we want? And if we lose movie studios, we can be as cynical as we want about it if you want. But, you know, the art form that is motion pictures and entertainment, I think is important. I think it matters. I think storytelling, you know, Hollywood storytelling is something that matters. And, you know, there is a deep cynicism in we saw a little bit of it this week with those poor guys, the poor people that died. And I do mean poor people. Those were human beings. Whether one was a billionaire, whether one was the second richest man in Pakistan, he was also a father who was on that trip with his son.
And the boy was only 19 years old, Robert.
19 years old, catastrophic decompression. What a horrible way to die. You know, they knew something was wrong 90 minutes into that. I mean, and yet everyone's all cynical. Oh, look at those just rich people. You know, it's like, look, if you were rich, you'd do things like that too. You take trips. You know, if you could go to Titanic, and I understand, but it's like, once you can dehumanize somebody for whatever reason, whether it's their ethnicity, whether it's their sexuality, whether it's their religious beliefs, or whether it's their economic status, we are so quick nowadays. We've seen, I mean, you know, my Jewish heritage, I saw what happened when the European Jews were dehumanized and turned into vermin. And 6 million Jews and 6 million other people, remember, it was 12 million people that died in the concentration camps. I sometimes wonder if we're headed down that road. You know, I don't mean to be depressing all of a sudden on this show, but it's like, once you can dehumanize anyone for whatever reason, you can dehumanize everyone. And so it's really weird how, you know, on one hand, we're supposed to be living in this tolerant society, but I think the people that are most most calling for tolerance are some of the people that are the fastest people to dehumanize people they don't like. And it's really weird. And
It is really weird, Robert, because certainly there's always going to be people who want to take trips that are dangerous and do dangerous things. There's always a line of people who want to go up to climb the peak of Mount Everest. And it's not just millionaires who are doing it. Nowadays, people are selling their homes and using the money to do these outrageous, and I say outrageous because of the price tag that is connected to it, but these outrageous expeditions. And of course, this submarine situation was no different than that. As far as I'm concerned, it could be anybody who got a ticket, who paid the money to go and have this adventure. You know, it is quite sad what happened to them. You know, I really just wish that had not happened. And before they had gone down, they had found out there was something wrong and they could just cancel it. In hindsight, you know, regardless, even if this man, you know, many people are saying he was brazen and the technology wasn't up to par, but Robert, this is such a horrible thing to happen to anybody who was going down there for fun. This was supposed to be a fun event for them. And it turned out to be such a tragedy for them, for their families.
I know that's the thing. All the brothers and sisters and spouses and friends, you know, all the people that, so a guy was a billionaire and he went into orbit and he did all these crazy things. How many people did he employ? You know, how many people did his businesses? You don't, I mean, it's so weird because all of us want to be rich. But the people that have billions of dollars, a lot of them didn't just get their money. It's not just family money. You know, I mean, Jeff Bezos at one point, Amazon, he was in one office with a dot matrix printed Amazon sign that was hanging in his one little office when he started Amazon. You know, J.K. Rowling's worth $1 billion, but she was a single mom with no money that was telling her kids stories and was able to turn them into Harry Potter. You know, now she's the target of many people's ire for whatever reason, but you know, she's a person who's self-made, and it's like, okay, you have somebody that had worked hard, created an empire, now we hate them because they're a billionaire. And it's a really bizarre place to be. Jeff Bezos, same thing. You know, yeah, he was very highly educated and came from a good family, but it's not like Amazon, he didn't inherit it, he built it. And I you know, and you look at Elon Musk and you could say that, okay, he's used a lot of tax money and a lot of other people's money to build things, but Teslas are great pieces of equipment, you know, when they're working, obviously, and every new industry has growing pains. And what he's done with aerospace is revolutionized our space program and our ability to put things into orbit. And, you know, he might be a little bit of a wackadoo, but, you know, who isn't? But it's just weird that we now live in a society where it was certainly on display on my Twitter feed. There's a lot of people, and the latest outrage is Taylor Sheridan, who created Yellowstone and directed Wind River and wrote Hell and High Water. He's being attacked because he's like, look, you know, don't tell me how I want to run my writers' rooms. And in the middle of the writers' strike, a lot of people are now turning on him. You know, and I get it, man. You know, but I totally understand where he's coming from, and it was probably not a smart thing to come out and say, but you know, it's not like he hasn't worked his ass off to get where he is. And I'm sorry, but it's so weird. Like I always say, you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate in this life. And on one hand, I understand where people are coming from, but on the other hand, you know, we had people die. I keep thinking about what I mean, when they knew it was going to happen, there had to have been a moment where they could feel something buckling. And I mean, at that depth, what the pressure does to the human body. I mean, it would have been so quick that they probably wouldn't have felt anything.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there was a scientist who studies implosions and in deep dives, and she did mention, I don't know her name, so I apologize, but she did mention that the speed of the implosion is something like 1,500 miles an hour, just an unfathomable amount of time, that it was so fast. And, you know, I thought it was unbelievable that the Coast Guard could even hear something like that. But apparently there is noise from the implosion. You're underwater. It's you can hear it. It just must have been just such a horrible thing. I really wish there was some way to go back in time and stop them from getting on that vessel. That's what I really wish. And, you know, this was just such a horrible thing. But Robert, you know, Turner Classic Movies earlier this year was boasting how this was going to be a big celebration because it's the 100th anniversary of Warner Brothers. And it started off with this intention, this kind of very positive note about look at how far they've come. I remember when Turner Classics had a campaign to restore old films and how we had lost 90% of them and how important this was.
Yeah.
And I think Scorsese and Steven Spielberg threw a ton of cash. They probably threw, like hundreds of millions of dollars for people to restore these films, whatever was left and had not disintegrated. I didn't even know anything about this, but they felt it was very important. And all this year of research, it's not just what you're seeing on the television and Turner Classics, but there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes for Turner Classics and Warner Brothers. I really fear the notion of all those films just going back in the vault, Robert, and for no one to see them for years and years and years. And I'm talking years and years and years, because, once they turn the key and lock those things up and stop streaming, we're not going to see any of those, Robert. They're not for sale. You can't get a lot of them anyway. We won't see any of this stuff. And it's really films from 19, I guess maybe 20 or 30 to present day that they have access to. It's really a shame that this is happening. They've got a kind of a renaissance at TCM with a focus on the Academy. One of the women who works at TCM is the president of the Academy. And there's a huge focus on restoration and looking at the history of film. And this is exactly what you were talking about, Robert, is the notion of having a place where people can just turn on the TV and see historical films that are significant. And to have that removed, the only place you can go now to see something like that might be the Museum of the Moving Image, or if you go directly to the Academy to see films. But taking that away, it's really, really just going to be such a disaster here in this household, because my mother is just going to every day ask me if they take it down. She's going to say, can you please put on Turner Classics? And I'll have to say, it's not there anymore. And she'll go, why? Like, there's going to be a repeat conversation over and over and over again.
Yeah.
She won't believe it. She won't believe it. And I think there are a lot of people who won't believe what's happened, because it is just so unbelievable, Robert. It's the notion, the amount of films they show, in a year, maybe they show the most classic films of any station.
Oh, I
Robert.
wouldn't doubt it, because it's 24/7.
It's 24/7, yes.
And they've got and you've got the legacy of a whole studio. I mean, look, as somebody who, movies are my art form, and I've been immersed in them since I was 5 years old, and I've learned so much from cinema, and cinema really instilled in me a love of the world that we live in, a love of people, and one of the things about movies too is they're a record of what even though they are make believe, and you can, there's arguments to be made that yes, it was not an inclusive medium in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, things have all changed. I get all of that. But also they're an important record of who we were and where we came from and what we believe, and they certainly mark the eras, mark the passing. I mean, Warner Brothers, a century of movies. Mm-hmm. And Warner Brothers, founded by immigrant Jews and other immigrants, helped. It was an industry that did not exist, that was really a product of the 20th century. And I mean, especially it's such an American thing to want to get rid of. We have no sense of value or history. Like, let's just get rid of it and build something new. And a lot of that is, and I get it. I mean, that's why we have such a weird, like I was talking to somebody a couple years ago, and they had driven across country, across the United States. And one of the things that they kind of were, I guess, disappointed by is that when you make that, all the places look the same. These giant shopping centers have the same big box retailers, and that there were, but that's, you're taking the main thoroughfares, and you can still go find really interesting places in the United States. There's a lot of great places, a lot of great cities. I mean, I still love going to New Orleans. I'm struck that that's an American city. It feels like it's a city in a different country, and I love it for that reason. But we don't preserve anything. We don't value anything, because, and the thing is, I took this course in college it was the first course I took at Evergreen. It was a coordinated studies program, which means it was an overarching thematic, it wasn't a course, it was a bunch of courses, but it was called The Making of Meaning. And it was all, I remember I read this book called The Hidden Dimension by a guy named Edward Hall. And it was all about spaces that we build for ourselves. and like rooms that we exist in, and also like how people's proximity, this seems like a little kind of gross, but it used to be important to smell people, not because they smelled bad, but it was all, some cultures, that presence was something that they valued. And it was fascinating because I never really thought about rooms that I exist in. You know, I just know I like rooms with high ceilings. You know, and when you think about it, space, like going into a building that has a giant lobby with, I mean, there's, if somebody can afford to build it, but you know, that was the making of meaning, that whole coordinated studies program. I remember reading a book called Patterns in Nature and seeing like DNA strands and also the spiral of galaxies and how certain structural components at the submicroscopic level and at the galactic level are the same, and being wowed by all of this. And so overall, the course taught me that it's us that brings meaning to things. We're the ones that imbue our culture. It's up to us to decide what is it, what means something in our culture, and how do we create meaning. And we're the only ones that can, really. So, and if we're going to get rid of Turner Classic Movies, I mean, that's just a tragedy.
Robert, I've been watching Turner Classic since the 90s. The first time it aired, you know, with my mom. I was much younger at the time, and she was just so excited for that channel. And it was really very special because there wasn't anything like it out there. The variety of films that they show, even up to this point, their 30 Days of Oscar, which they show every March, where they feature films that you should know if you study film or are interested in film. And absolutely what they've been focusing on now, these genres, they just did a fantastic blaxploitation with a focus on that. And
speaking of blaxploitation, there's Lael Rockwell.
Hey.
Hi, Lael. How are you?
How you doing?
Did you watch the blaxploitation? Like, what did they show? Did they show
they had Pam Grier and pretty much Coffee, and she talked about how, you know, they started, she said she thinks she started a movement, and she talked about how, you know, there's no wardrobe, no budget, but they managed to do things that Hollywood noticed that they could do in a film for much less money. And that was one of the other things about those films that was truly very unique. And she came on the channel, Robert. It was Pam Grier on the channel talking to the host. It was remarkable what they've been able to do in capturing and talking about genres that, you know, perhaps aren't really even focused on very much. I think Turner Classics also is very special in the sense of wanting to expose people to the facts of the film. So what they'll do is they'll have an introduction, and it's not really to teach you a lesson. I think it's interesting. They'll say, well, you know, when this film was made, they were looking for Ava Gardner for the role, but she was busy at another studio and she turned it down. And so they had to go with another host instead, or, you know, or another person instead. And then they'll say, and presenting the movie, enjoy, and we'll see you afterwards. I love that they come back after the film and talk to you about how the studio was and their intentions, and inevitably how it performed at the box office. There's a lot of very important information that isn't necessarily in Wikipedia or anywhere else. And so these hosts have information often from different sources, from studio network papers and contracts and things that they're looking at that not everybody has access to. So it really is very special, Robert. And I can't even think about a world without that channel. I don't want to think about it. I'm not going to.
Well, you know, Pam Grier, she talks about starting a movement. When I was a young man, she started a movement in me every time I saw her. Just saying. Yeah,
she was stunning. And remember, Robert,
she's still stunning.
These were setups that were not super expensive, and yet she still came out spectacular looking on film. And I think that is very important. I think sometimes you just have people who are so talented or are so wonderful performers that it doesn't take much for them to get to that level of perfection or see them enjoyable on film. And she is one of those actors and performers. I think she's very special, and she even can still do more or less roles, which I think is remarkable. So we're very lucky that she's still around, very lucky that she could contribute to the show. And I think you can get it on demand, but it's wonderful to see somebody like her there. You know, they were just talking about Denzel Washington the other day. And, you know, when you look at his career from, let's say, Saint Elsewhere, all the way through many Spike Lee films, you know, Mo Better Blues, things like that, and continuing on, what a rock he's become in our, you know, what people would expect for excellence when it comes to a performer. And I'm assuming that they're going to do something on Denzel as well. But then I wonder, well, now that things are all crazy, what's going to happen now? This was kind of a golden age for Turner Classics. They were changing things. They were focusing. They still had the noir films with that gentleman who does noir on Sundays. So I could, you know, always depend on seeing a noir every now and then. But Robert, you know, these types of studies and focus on the history of film is incredibly important. And it became even more important with the association with the Academy. So I just really am very ambivalent about all this, Robert. I mean, I'm really, it's shaken me. It's shaken me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know. I mean, I love Turner Classic Movies, but, you know, unfortunately, our society, I've always said pop culture has a half-life of 20 years. Like, after 20 years, you know, movies, music, television, it kind of falls by the wayside. A lot of culture falls by the wayside, and every 20 years you go back, people know less and less about the movies. Even film fans, even film pundits, the people that I've been streaming with for the last 8 years, you ask them to talk about movies of the 30s or 40s, they look at you with a blank expression. They might be like, well, there's Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind and Casablanca. You know, and that's all they'll know. And they won't have seen any of them. And I get it, because there's so much stuff to see. But I think that's only because, look, I talked about the making of meaning. If you can, like Warner Archive, what they put out. I got a box from Warner Archive yesterday of discs that I'll show on Let's Get Physical Media. Special time, by the way. By the way, I have to say there is a member call. If you're a member of this channel, we have a Saturday member call tomorrow at 11 a.m., starting at 11 a.m. So there's a member call tomorrow. I wanted to say that. Lael Rockwell, how are you, sir?
Hi, Lael.
How you doing, man?
Your microphone, Lael.
Yeah, you're a little low.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You just sounded a little low.
Hold on. And that's probably because my earphones broke, so I can't use the mic yet. It's just crazy. Hold on.
No worries. We are gonna talk about Secret Invasion and the tanking of the Flash and all that. But I wanted to start now that I want to read a letter. We got a letter specifically written to us. You know, you can, when you write letters via the website, if you go to postgeeksingularity.com, you can send us letters. And we don't get a lot of letters for Midnight Musings. I usually get them for Robservations, but this was an interesting letter. It comes to us from Richard Mucklow. And Lael, you both are gonna have a particular interest in this letter. The subject headline is "The Incredible Hulk rights are back with Disney and Peter David's Hulk." Hello all. Again, this comes to us from Richard Mucklow. Hello all. First time writing into the show here. Rob, you're always going on about the lack of fucking in our entertainment these days. And with the Incredible Hulk rights reverting completely back to Disney and Marvel, I believe I have the solution. Ask any Marvel fan who their favorite redhead is, and you'll often hear Mary Jane or Jean Grey. But there's another redhead in the Marvel Universe, not as well known, but no less loved. Marlo Chandler, the one-time lover of the Joe Fixit Hulk, and later wife of Rick Jones. And for those of you who might wonder who she is, I'll put her right next to face. You can see there she is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And so you guys can see this. I'll put this live output there. There's RM next to Marlo Chandler. Originally, she was going to be introduced as a prostitute, but was later introduced in Peter David's phenomenal Hulk run as the girlfriend of Joe Fixit. Beyond Marlo, though, I believe there are many aspects of David's run that would be great material to explore in a standalone Hulk film. One issue that stuck out when I read it for the first time was the flashback that showed David Banner killing Bruce's mother in front of him as a child. The idea that the Hulk was created due to David's cruelty and abuse, and that the Gamma Burst was just the catalyst for its release, was an incredible reveal as Alan Moore retconning Swamp Thing. While I get Disney would never go that dark, I've always wanted the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde aspect of the character to be explored more in the MCU. This is the run that introduced Maestro and Pantheon. It kicked off with a story where the leader sets off a gamma bomb in a city that Hulk isn't able to save, and later where the leader offers Rick Jones a Faustian bargain for his life. There was so much pathos in this run that could be mined. Give us Marlowe, Rick Jones, and Doc Samson. Show us the fear, loathing, and paranoia of Bruce Banner contrasted with his desire to be a hero. I feel that the MCU suffers from a distinct lack of pathos in this latest phase. A character is only as good as their supporting cast, and Hulk has a criminally underutilized one. I like Mark Ruffalo as the Hulk, but I've never believed he can pull off the more insidious aspects of Bruce Banner's character. I feel like there should always be that tension of Bruce being a hero, but juxtaposed by his allies thanking God knowing they'd be fucked if he wasn't on the side of the angels. Anyways, I've been watching you for years now, and I wanted to thank you all for your knowledge of pop culture, and thank you, Rob, for recommending the book The Last Werewolf. I am loving it. I had written a letter about Dune, Westworld, Joseph Campbell's Masks of God, and the Decline of the West that I hope to send soon. Cheers. So, there you go. I mean, a woman who actually had sex with the Hulk and lived. And it's funny because when I see Marlo Chandler, I think of Margot Chandler, speaking of Turner Classic Movies, who is Bette Davis's character in All About Eve, one of my favorite films. So I don't know, what do you guys think? Now that the rights have reverted back to Disney, I think he makes a great point about I love Peter David's very long run on Hulk. The Mr. Joe Fix-It thing when Hulk was a bouncer in Vegas. I love that. And I think he's got a really good point here. I think that that Richard has a good point. What do you guys think?
Now let me ask you a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's still a little low, but we can hear you.
All right, because I'm trying to fix this. As soon as I fix my headphones, and I'll be able to plug the mic back in. But I sound okay.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
So here's my thing. So have the rights? Has it been announced officially that the rights are back?
I don't think so.
Because all we know as of right now is that Disney Plus has the rights to, pretty much show the Incredible Hulk film on their channel. Like, especially that one with Ed Norton. We know that basically they have the rights to basically show it on a streaming network. But does that officially say, and because of that, now I know that the rights as far as, Universal, it has lapsed. They don't have it right now. I mean, they don't, unless there's a renewal, right now it's fair game. If Marvel wanted to basically make any type of Incredible Hulk material, they could. But has it been officially announced that they are able to, direct, distribute, whatever, a Hulk film?
I haven't heard that for a fact yet. I've heard it said that the rights had reverted to Disney. Now, the thing is, Universal has only had the rights to distribute the Hulk movie, but that meant Disney couldn't make a Hulk movie without distributing it through Universal, which they weren't going to do. And it makes sense that maybe they allowed the rights. I don't know if the rights came back or not. I mean, I think that if they made an Incredible Hulk movie, I've been thinking a lot about this and talking a lot about this in terms of comic book movies. I think the Ed Norton Incredible Hulk is not a bad movie, but I think that delving into, I don't know if audiences would buy in a movie the Joe Fix-It Hulk, the gray Hulk in Vegas being a bouncer.
Too early.
I just don't think that audiences would, but I do like, the idea of the Maestro, him becoming the Maestro and taking over the world, or the storyline where he's in the far future and he's David Banner and the Hulk, and then the Hulk winds up the last creature on Earth, and David Banner dies, or Bruce Banner, pardon me, Bruce Banner dies, and there's just the Hulk left, and he's basically That's I mean, it's what they did. I love that Maestro storyline. That Peter David wrote that too. The two-parter. It was great.
Yeah.
Um,
I think, and it just all right. So me, because I was thinking about this as they were talking about it, like pretty much all week, and I've been thinking about this now for a couple of years. I've been thinking about this more so often now since the last episode of She-Hulk and the route that they basically took. And I'm like, right now, the only way for them to really get a grasp of a redemption for what we know and what we want to see as the Hulk is for things to go completely horribly wrong, and then find a redemption story through that. People have to see him at his worst, and when I mean at his worst, I mean at his horrible worst, where pretty much he doesn't give two shits about the world.
right.
Like literally does not, and goes on a rampage against all heroes. That is what everybody basically wants to see right now. Because in order for us to get to a Joe Fixit, in order for us to get to like, a Maestro, or to even see a different iteration of the Hulk, right now, we need to see the Hulk at his worst. And this is where basically Disney Plus failed. The decision that the Russos made at making him that smart Hulk, and they've been carrying this on now for almost 5 years. It's like, come on, man. They need to stop. There needs to be a change.
I agree with you, Lael, because I think that when they had the Hulk say that he was thinking about committing suicide, like that would have been the perfect opportunity for there to be some kind of situation where he's not stable right now. He looks stable. But, he really is thinking about ways to kill himself. And maybe he can't find a way to kill himself because he's the Hulk or whatever the reason is. But the idea that he would even say that, that's not something that most people say in passing in a casual conversation. That was a serious comment. He's being serious. It actually, when I heard him say that, I actually became more interested in the Hulk character because I thought, oh, here we go. He's saying something that's incredibly serious. And you hear anybody say that to you, you have to stop what you're doing and just kind of say, look, we need to talk about this. But it was brushed aside. And I said, this is crazy. They got to address that. They can't let him be that way. He's just he was already interesting, but now this is even more interesting. This is serious. He's holding that in. Do you realize what can happen? And that could have been the bounce off point for him to go nuts. But we didn't get that. Instead, he's just like, I'm thinking of killing myself. See you later. I'm like, no, I don't think so. Nobody says that in real life. Nobody writes like that. And real life doesn't happen like that. Someone says they're going to kill themselves like that. That might be the last day you see them. So let's be realistic about what you put, those words you put in his mouth. He was telling us for a reason, and follow up on that. But don't pretend like it didn't happen and everything's fine.
I think the version, so we know, in any, like I said, comic pundit, anybody who knows and basically knows the history of the Hulk in the books, that no matter what he's done, what he's tried to do himself at offing himself, the Hulk was always the dominant, and the superior essence of Banner. Whereas he would always step in and it's like, nah, it just doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? That's not how it works. The perfect, like, for instance, I think one of the most anybody who has ever read The Secret Empire, that was one of the most phenomenal runs. That's when Cap had introduced himself as a Hydra member, basically. Like he was a member of Hydra. What happened was, a cosmic cube was reworked. Red Skull used the cosmic cube to rewrite Captain America Steve Rogers' history and made him believe that basically his original identity was a Hydra agent. So there was pretty much. That
was very controversial, Lael.
It was extremely controversial. It was. But the run was phenomenal because at that time, Captain America had took all the heavy hitters, Captain Marvel, Blue Marvel, Hyperion, all of them were out in space outside of a shield that Tony Stark himself and his technology had orchestrated and created, whereas the Earth would be surrounded by a shield keeping out the Chitauri and any type of cosmic threat. But what happened was Cap kept the heavy hitters out and all the street level characters on Earth, so he can dominate, basically. But he thought what he was doing was for the greater good. But also what happened was, when he needed, there was at one point where he needed a heavy hitter, he kept Banner in a cell and tried to basically accost him or tell him that he needed him. When Banner basically said, no, I'm not going to do it. You're betraying a nation. You're betraying your friends. I'm not going to do it. Captain America looked at him and said, oh, wait a minute. I wasn't talking to you. And as soon as he said it, the Hulk took over and came out. So that lets you know that he is the dominant version in that. So this is what I'm saying. The Hulk is that we have to see him at his worst. There has to be a redemption story for us to believe again in the Hulk. We have to see, because right now people are wanting that. We need World War Hulk. That is a title that is honestly right now what we need right now for the Hulk. More than anything, we need that title.
Oh, I agree. I think that, I was going to do a Robservations yesterday about superhero fatigue. And I don't think that there is superhero fatigue. I think there's just bad movie fatigue. And I think, look, I love The Flash. I will stand by. I never thought I'd have to die on that hill, but I was wildly entertained by The Flash. It gave me exactly what it promised, and I really enjoyed it. A lot of people didn't. I am surprised the vehement hatred that people have. People that I respect and like really didn't like that movie. And, I try and listen to them, and, I was really wrong about what people would think of The Flash. I would say I'm right about 95% of the time when it comes to movies and reactions. But when I'm wrong, I am wrong. And I was wrong about, but I think one of the things we've talked about it on the show is the problem with these superhero movies is that at their core, if you take the superhero-ness or superhero part of a character, they still have to work as a person. Iron Man certainly did. Steve Rogers in his trilogy of movies certainly did. Thor did in his first trilogy of movies, not in Love and Thunder, because and I loved the first two Ant-Man movies, and Quantumania. It was no longer about Scott Lang, and so when you're watching, I understand that the Burnett axiom is don't put your universe before your characters and your story, and if you look at Civil War, at its core, take away all the action, you have two beloved characters who have a fundamental, serious difference of ethics and morality when it came to the Sokovia Accords. And it's funny because you'd think that Captain America would be on the side of government, and he's the one that isn't, which makes it interesting. No, I've seen this. This is fascism. You can't have the government telling us what we can and can't do. Tony Stark's like, no, we have to be regulated. I understand what happened in Sokovia. I get it. And Cap's saying no. So that is a fundamental difference that from a storytelling standpoint, it's personal between them. And for all the action and all the histrionics and all that, even superhero stories need to have a human story at their core. And I think what you're talking about, like World War Hulk, that is a great way. I mean, at first, Banner's like, oh, I have to control the Hulk from hulking. I can't Hulk out all the time. But once you're beyond that and things go awry and the Hulk is pissed because, they already had it. They kind of messed up because they already sent the Hulk. I mean,
they sent them to Sakaar.
Yeah, I mean, he left on his own accord in the MCU. But before the heroes conspired to kick him off the planet because he was a threat. And he comes back and he's pissed, like F you guys. And I totally understand that, and I think that could be really compelling drama. And while I didn't mind the Professor Hulk in Endgame, the way he's turned out in She-Hulk was silly, and he's not a silly character. I mean, he's always got the potential to Hulk out and lose control and all that, and that's I mean, the way Mark Ruffalo, people forget, go back and watch the fucking Avengers. The first Avengers, when Black Widow goes to track Banner down and how his performance is, I mean, it's like light years away from where it was in Avengers Endgame. And you go back and you look at that. The secret is I'm always angry, and there's all this pathos, and really, even though he's kind of like a secondary character in the Avengers, he's not necessarily front and center, but Ruffalo played him really, really well. And I think they definitely need to do that. But now that brings me to, I read the scripts for Secret Invasion over a year ago. And first of all, I was surprised that while the plot unfolded like the scripts that I had read, the first episode, the story was the same. The dialogue was very, very different. And I felt that opening sequence with the operative, Prescott, it was so on the nose. It was such Basil exposition. Let me tell you what's going on. But now I can read the script pages and read how it originally went, because I really love this dialogue that was not in. It was not in the episode. They change it. And I understand why. So, the first episode of Secret Invasion. So, let me ask you. Okay, what did you think of Secret Invasion?
Bro, I'm kind of torn.
I can see that.
Amazing episode. It was an amazing episode. Don't get me wrong. I love the episode, but come on, bro. And I don't want to spoil it just in case people didn't see it. I don't know. I mean, the spoiler's already out there. People have already been talking.
Yeah, I think we can talk about it. All I can tell you is that for those of you people who don't know, a Hot Toys figure that I did not own, that I went and got on the secondary market when I read this first script, was Maria Hill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I got it.
And the thing is, bro, here's the thing. Like, I understand that if it serves the narrative, okay, cool. It is what it is. If it serves the narrative, and there's basically, because even when we watched the trailers and Nick Fury, there was one portion of a trailer where he said this one is personal. In essence, when you see that trailer, you also see Talos in the trailer laying on the ground, in mid-transformation after he got hurt. So I was like, well, are they talking about Talos? Is that who he's talking about? Is Talos going to die, or, whatever? I did not see this coming, but in a sense, I did see it coming at the end of the episode when it would lead at the lead up. But bro, like, come on, Maria Hill, bro. Like, there's so much. I mean, when you think of Nick Fury, you think of Maria Hill. You know what I mean? So it's like, why that particular character? I get it. A lot of people were like, well, she's only been a side character throughout the MCU. I get it, and I understand that. But there's a dichotomy between her and Nick Fury. There's something there that's that chemistry between both of those characters where I think that she's needed. People don't really understand that Maria Hill in the comics at one point was very important. She was actually at one point the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. when Nick Fury had stepped down, or when he was actually a fugitive. So this is what I'm saying. Like, she is important. I just don't understand why they did it, but I guess it serves the purpose of the narrative for Nick's motivation to get back to who he is. Because the most important thing that she said was, you are not who you used to be. Something's changed. And we started seeing that throughout the episode. He wasn't as sharp. He just, felt like he was always questioning himself. There was always something he was battling with internally. So I'm guessing this is that trigger that needed to be pulled to kind of get him back on track. But I don't fucking like it. I'm just saying. I don't like the simple fact that Maria Hill, and they took her. I mean, Kobe Smulders, bro. I have been a fan of hers, bro. I mean, she is gorgeous. I was like, come on, man. Why would you, of all characters, why would you end her, bro? But it is what it is.
Well,
I had to figure, though. The
worst part was that it was, his likeness was the last thing she saw.
Yeah.
That even stung even more. And it was like, come on, there's got to be some way that she can tell who is the authentic Nick Fury. I mean, that also kind of bothered me a little bit, because I thought she's going to know who he is. But I guess, anybody can be fooled. And so with a scenario like that, I think that the average person is going to have trouble keeping track of who is and isn't a human. And there has to be something else where you can tell that you can visually see. It's going to be hard to continually see people who you think are Nick Fury, but they're not. And then, or it's Olivia Colman and it's not Olivia Colman.
Yeah.
How can you keep track of it? That was
like, how do you know?
Yeah. So
but I I love the. Here's the thing. I love the episode, and I love this setup, and I love where it's going. You know, because the thing is, it does deal with a lot of espionage, a lot of secrecy. This does basically feel like Winter Soldier, but it feels like the Winter Soldier, but it also, to me, it feels like what was this show called? It has a little Winter Soldier has a little alias in it. It also has a little what was that show with Carrie
The Americans?
The Americans, yes. It has a feel of the Americans as well. Like, there's a lot going on with it, and I like the feel of it, but I just, that part was like, it was stunned. And here's the thing, there's always these theories. And Rob, I know you read the script, so I'm not even going to ask, and I don't even want to know because I want to be surprised. But everybody got these theories that, okay, well, what if, in fact, she wasn't Maria Hill? What if she was a Skrull? Or what if she was a life model decoy? What if she was this, that, and the third? Everybody are drawing up these scenarios because they don't want her, to be written out of the MCU or written out of a show. And everybody's like, well, yo, she was a guest. It was guest appearance by, whatever. Well, that doesn't mean shit. There's been guest appearances on every show, and the character is always still sustainable. So I don't know. We just have to see.
Well, what I did like, I mean, they definitely upped the threat level, and what I was struck by, what I liked about the series and the scripts was that it set up a credible threat in terms of, I love this new rebel leader that wants to, he doesn't care if he irradiates the planet because they can survive it, and they want their own planet. It's an alien that has a really, I mean, the Skrulls have to hide who they are. They've been on Earth for 25 years. It's like, enough of this. Why do we have to hide who we are? And I appreciated that. He's like any rebel, any rebel leader that wants to liberate his people. And I thought it was good motivation, and I understand like where it's going to go. And to me, I thought they did a really great job. But what I objected to, let me just read you. So the thing that I really didn't like about the episode, I liked the episode quite a bit. I mean, it was what I had read. It was what I hoped for. But Chris Gore was doing a review of it, and he was complaining that the dialogue, I thought the dialogue at the beginning with Agent Prescott explaining everything, it was so on the nose. And I'm sure that they're like, well, let me just read to you. Let me read to you a little bit about the first couple of pages of Agent Prescott's voiceover, and you can hear how different it is. And this is what I really like. So this is what I'm just going to read you his voiceover, because everything else that happened with Agent Ross and all that, and the Russian guy chasing and all that, is kind of the same. It's just the dialogue that was different. So here's what Agent Prescott said in the version that I read. Now, for those of you who are interested, Jambalaya was the code name. I don't know if they shot it under that name, but the script I had was Jambalaya. And this was dated June 29th, 2021. So here's Agent Prescott's voiceover. Say you're at a birthday party. Music, drinks, and it's full of people that you know and enjoy. Hell, they're your friends. They're your special invited friends, only they're not your friends. They're not your friends. Your friends are them. Do you understand? They are them, and they can literally be anyone. Or not all of them. They don't all have the ability. Only the best can be anybody. And that's what's getting into the weeds, I know. But what's important to understand is that these ones, the ones that are doing this, these are the best. I see them everywhere. The street, the cafe, the train. I don't sleep, Ross. I don't sleep. Because if I close my eyes, I see them there too. And then Ross says, relax, Prescott, I'm here. Oh, hell, I must sound insane. Well, Agent Ross says, what did Burroughs say, huh? A paranoid is someone who knows a little bit of what's going on, right? And Ross says, so go slow. Explain it to me like I'm a kid. Agent Prescott says, 3 months ago, I'm in Honduras, tracking a rebel militia through the jungle. They're marching on the capital, gaining numbers as they go. I mean, this thing is becoming a real threat to topple the government and destabilize the entire region. Before their last push to the capital, they go on a raid at the local cattle ranch and stop dead in their tracks. Agent Ross says, well, why? Well, because all the cows were dead. Not just the ones on that one ranch. Every ranch. All of Honduras's cows were dead. Well, I heard about that. They were poisoned, right? Prescott says, 2 weeks after that, the Congo, a freight train loaded with $1 billion worth of copper and coltan derails, and when the rescue workers got to the site, the copper and coltan are gone. And this is related to Honduras. 4 days after that, a group of Albanian farmers gather up all their scythes and pickaxes, walk an hour across the border into North Macedonia, and murder the entire population of a small village. 3 weeks ago, the hacking of the Japanese Nikkei, trillions of dollars of wealth wiped out, disappeared. No one knows where it went. Slow down, Prescott. 2 weeks later, mass shootings in Oktoberfest in Munich, kills dozens. Its strands are interwoven strands wrapped up in a Gordian knot, which can only be unraveled when you embrace the simple, unblemished logic, and that it's all them, and they are here. I mean, Ross, this is big. This is 5-alarm fire. This is the whole ball game. Bottom of the ninth, humanity down a run, and we've got the relief pitcher on deck. I mean, where are the Avengers? Where are the Asgardians? Where the hell is Fury? And that was the original dialogue. And I just thought that was much smarter. It was more interesting. It set up the fact that there's these different events happening all over the world. And it was in this there, it was much more didactic and really on the nose. Yeah,
they definitely dumbed it down from that version.
And I was
definitely dumbed it down because that version sounds like it would have been more interesting because of how the setup was.
Right.
And it would have made more sense. It would have made it more, not, I want to say more intense. It would have been the intensity there if they would have had a longer, because I did feel as though that conversation was short. It was too short.
Well, I'm sure they did it for time, and they're like, well, we're, all this stuff about Honduras and talking about all these different strands. Like, let's just flat out say, so we can spell it for the people in the what is the terminology? The people in the cheap seats will understand what's happening. Like, there's an alien invasion. The Skrulls are out there. They're changing into everybody, and we got to go get them. I understand that. By the way, I didn't want it before we get too far down the line. Darth Plato sent in a tip. The tip link is in the description of the show. Darth Plato says, yes, there is a lack of value in preservation. The emphasis now is to overthrow for the sake of doing it. At Berkeley, I saw kids saying to stop clapping and booing because it was old and replace it with up Twinkies and down Twinkies. I don't know what that means, up Twinkies and down Twinkies. But yeah, it's the snapping when people are snapping now. I hate that. That seems so pretentious to me. Clapping and cheering, there's nothing that's going to ever supplant that for me. Clapping and cheering. But yeah, I mean, I like Secret Invasion. I like the tone of it. I was so worried that they were going to make it goofier, but they didn't. And I really like when they go to the rebel camp, and you see the kids playing soccer and they're trying to. I really like that, and I thought that Daenerys was good.
Yeah.
I liked her. And I did like all the actors that they've cast, and I thought it was. I mean, to me, it didn't suck, and I thought they did a pretty good job. So I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of it. So, you guys liked it?
Yeah, I again, bro, I loved it. Sorry, I'm trying to fix this headset. I have another one that's actually coming here tomorrow, so I can't wait to get it. But I liked it a lot. I really liked it a lot, and that's what I said. Like, I liked the storyline, and I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. The villain, Gavik, they make you hate him. Like, at least even at the end, they make you hate that character. But also, what the story is doing is making me think back, like literally making me think back. And what I mean by that is now I am questioning everybody in the MCU. I am really questioning everybody in the MCU. I'm questioning, like, literally, bro. I'm questioning Agent Ross if the entire time he has been that Skrull, or is, because again, we saw in the very beginning, and what we know about the Skrull, and here's the thing, what we know about the Secret Invasions, the actual book. Now, mind you, this is an iteration. It's an own separate iteration. They're not basically saying that this is directly that.
No,
version.
it's totally different from the.
It's totally different. But what we know in that book is they developed a way, because they knew, okay, the Avengers already know how to figure out who we are. And it's believable because of the simple fact that we didn't have enough information. So what they learned how to do was become the character to almost that character, that self, that whoever was chosen. Like, say, for instance, if someone becomes Mr. Fantastic, then Mr. Fantastic actually believes he's Mr. Fantastic because they take the memories. So he doesn't believe he's a Skrull. Like, he's just basically a secret cell who does not know. It's like when you're going deep, deep cover to the point where you go so deep that you become that person. This is how it was in the books.
Yeah.
Like, that Skrull becomes that character, or becomes that, it portrays that individual and believes he's that individual and makes everybody else believe as well. So that's how well they did it. So I guess in here, what they've done is you become that human form and you don't change. So people will believe that this is who you always been. So they're kind of modifying it a bit. And we also did see that the one Skrull did take the memories of that individual.
Yeah.
They not changed, but they took the memories. So they're somewhat, they're going in and they're kind of making some changes. We knew that basically in the books it was the Queen, and this one is Gavik, because of the simple fact that they couldn't find a home. But I just want to see how far they're going to go with bringing certain elements in from the book. And I can't wait to basically see how far that's going to go. I just know one thing: we better get some Super Skrulls. We better. But I just want to see how that's actually going to end up once we read it. But right now, or once we see it, I'm sorry. But right now, I don't trust anybody, bro. I have no trust in anybody. I don't even trust Nick Fury. I don't trust, literally, I don't, because you don't know who to trust and who's who. I definitely don't trust Rhodey. I don't know if he's who he is. I have no idea. The president, because I don't know. You have no idea. And that's the job of a show, is when you start questioning everybody based off of one conversation. And that was in the very beginning. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust I don't trust Rob on this show right now, because you motherfuckers could be Skrulls right now. I don't know. It's just the way. I don't trust people out in the chat. Y'all all can be Skrulls, but that's how well this show was done.
Well, and I really enjoyed it for that reason. I mean, I thought, look, I love a good science fiction conspiracy thriller, X-Files, and I think for the Marvel, I mean, the thing is, the Marvel TV shows have been muddled to me. They're a little muddled. I mean, I liked Falcon and Winter Soldier, but it was still muddled in its messaging because they had to change it during production because of COVID. But I liked it for the most part. And dude, come on, I can't stop playing with this. I can't. I can't. Since I open it up, it's
What is it?
It's this.
Yeah, bro.
It's like you said, figure of the year, man.
Yeah,
Figure of the year. But what I love about Secret Invasion is it seems to be like, I loved WandaVision too, but it kind of fizzled out toward the end. But Secret Invasion to me was very strong in terms of what it wanted to do and what the scripts were.
Where it's taking you, yeah.
Yeah, and because it's pretty direct. I mean, it's you understand what the story is. It's got some really great twists and turns. And you saw that at the end of that first episode, the bombs went off. A lot of people died, and there's that kind of, it really does have that cool espionage feel, more of that Winter Soldier vibe. And I liked to see it. Now, let me ask you this. There's been a lot of people complaining about the opening credit sequence being designed by AI. Do you have a problem? Because, look, when I first saw the opening credit sequence, I'm like, this is weird. And I'm like, this looks like it was designed by AI. But then I was thinking as it was going along, I'm like, well, it makes sense because AI can't quite get things right, and the way it was combining faces and the weird, there was something I ended up liking about it. I went back and just watched the opening a few times because people are like, oh, they're using AI. And I'm like, well, yeah, but it's going to be like when people use drones to shoot everything. When drones first started out, you had all these overhead drone shots and establishing shots. And then Michael Bay made Ambulance and used way too many drone shots. And it was, I kind of liked it. Did you guys like the opening credits?
You know what? Here's the crazy part, bro. That they did exactly what they set out to do with that opening credit. It's because basically hadn't they said anything about it, If they didn't tell anybody, if they didn't say anything about it being AI and it was designed by AI, people would have believed that somebody did it. And that was the purpose of the show. One of the reasons is
Right.
because, again, like literally, you believe something that's not really there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that's why they use the AI. You
Yeah.
believe that that was basically real, that that was done by somebody. Hell no, it was AI that's taking over. So of course you hate it.
Yeah.
Just like right now we hate the scrolls because they're taking over. You know what I mean? So that's the purpose. Hey, I stand on the side that I don't agree with how AI right now is stepping in a way of people who are artistically creative. So I get that. But if it's done in a way that, you know, in this way, if they do it in this particular way where it's used to kind of like, again, stir up the pot. And this is what they're doing. Like, this is exactly what they've done. So, I mean, I get it. I get both sides of it. But I'm just really focused on the show. I don't really give a damn about credits and all that. I want to see the show. Yes, I do basically feel, and I stand here and I say that, yes, people who are artistically creative need to shine. Give them a chance to basically do it. But I'm guessing this for them served the purpose. Who knows? We might get something different. It might be a pushback to the point where they just completely remove it and do something else. I don't know. Or if it's too late in the game and they just got to rock with it for right now. I want to follow the show. I'm focused more on that show. But go ahead.
I think, as I said before, about the use of AI, that they've been using it for years. And, you know, now with the focus on it, I guess perhaps, and let's say the outcome of the writers' strike and everything like that, perhaps they have to disclose it. That might be part of the agreement, that it would have to be disclosed if it's being used. So, you know, I believe that over the past 4 or 5 years, it has been used in creating scripts, in creating artwork, in a lot of applications already. So it is something they've been using. And we just saw in this particular scenario where I guess they admit that they used it, or for whatever reason. But I think that now it's going to be out there and we're just going to know, like 90% of the film was this and then 10% was AI. You know, now we're going to know all of that information and have that handy. But I'm convinced it's been going on for at least 4 or 5 years.
Wow, okay. Our friend King Tannic, the man who brings you the otaku experience, says, I keep hearing people mentioning Agent Ross as a Skrull and when he got swapped. At the end of Black Panther 2, Okoye took him to Wakanda. To me, it was instantly obvious he was a Skrull since he wouldn't be in Russia. That's sound reasoning, my friend. I don't disagree with you. Scott Bartholomew says, Rob, your essay on Star Trek earlier today was much needed. I hope the knuckleheads in charge see it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Scott. It was fun to do. I got to give it up for my editor, Jack, on that one. He's been going into Robservations and creating those after from things I've said, so really great. I'm glad you liked it. I thought it was terrific. I gave him a few notes and changed a few things, but I stand by it. I think it was good. So thank you. I'm glad you watched it. It got a lot of traction today, which was, I did not know that they were going to announce that Prodigy was canceled. I put it up last night at like 4 a.m, and I had no idea that I was going to wake up today, and it was the perfect day to have released it, I guess. Fat Laba says, because it's wreckable. He quoted Gordon Gekko as well. 1001 Johnny says, I am who I am, only myself. Today is the hour when I first became myself. I was born tomorrow, which is today in Thailand, the 24th. I hope to listen well to tonight's musings. Well, 101 Johnny, that's very philosophical, and today is the hour when I first became myself. I feel that way every hour, to be honest. So thanks for supporting the channel. And does that mean you were born tomorrow? Is this your birthday? Happy birthday.
Sounds like it might be his birthday.
Might be your birthday. That sounds pretty cool. Scott Bartholomew says, one banned movie from my childhood that I would like to see again is Disney's Song of the South. Well, Scott, if you ever come to the Robservatory, I have it on Blu-ray right over there. And I would be happy to. As a matter of fact, I could probably get you a copy of it. Shh. Don't tell anyone. Yeah. King Tannic also says, Rob, when do I get to come on and chat for 4 hours on Transformers and anime? Lamau. Good to see y'all doing well. Demon Slayer was great. I'm glad Glad Demon Slayer was great. There's a great trailer now for King Tanic's show. Take a look at it. He did a great episode this week. Nicomedes Santiago says, I'm counting down to Turner Classic Movies airing to first drug commercial on a rerun of ER on a Tuesday afternoon.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No.
I know. Is that what's going to happen?
I think what's going to happen is that they're not going to show the same catalog even of movies. I think they'll drastically reduce what we see, and there'll be more repeats because the repeats do happen, but there'll be even more repeats, and we won't see the hosts. They'll be gone, and perhaps they will throw in commercials, drug commercials and car commercials. I guess that's what it'll be.
Ugh, God. The Legolas became a new member of the channel. Well, the Legolas, I hope you join us tomorrow at 11 o'clock for a member call. Our friend Thomas Logan says, between the AI fiasco and Sam Jackson calling fans who didn't love Captain Marvel deplorable, Secret Invasion already lost its splendor. Feige needed a win. Well, look, I mean, here's the thing. Sam Jackson is a class act, and I think what he was meaning, people really were horrible to Brie Larson online. And, you know, Sam Jackson, Brie Larson's an Academy Award-winning actress. And Sam Jackson, working with a fellow thespian, probably had a really good experience working with her and was probably defending her and the work he did in the movie. It's not, and, you know, I understand. Look, if somebody espouses their political views and they're different from yours, I don't think that's a reason to just hate people. I mean, you know, people can have differing political views, and if their political views don't align with yours, I mean, there's no reason to get mad. That's why we live in a democracy, or pardon me, a republic. Yeah. But, I mean, what do you guys think?
I'm not, bro, when it comes to this topic, like literally, I'm not going to say anything because I will literally upset some people on this panel. So it's just, it's best that I just listen and just move on because I have my feelings about it. And, you know, some things that were actually said, if people are mad about him for speaking his truth, if people are mad at, like, literally, bro, like, it's just too much. And it's just like, I see a lot of bandwagon stuff right now.
Yeah. Where
people are just jumping on the bandwagon just because if one person is hated, this person wants to be heard. So they'll jump on that same bandwagon, bro. Again, bro, like, I just don't, all the drama when it comes to like that, I'm staying away from it because I have my own opinions about it. And it might be some things that people don't like and they may not like me after it. But the way I just see it is like, oh, well, I'm not here to serve. I'm right here. I'm not here to, I don't want to say it like I'm here to make good friends, not negative friends. And if you show me your true colors, then it's just basically like, hey, in my life, the door is always the exit. You know what I mean? That's it. So you're not doing me no favors. And I'm definitely not doing you no favors. And I'm going to always stand in my truth. So that's why I just rather just listen. And hey, I like Sam Jackson. I like Brie Larson. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah. Hey, man. And now that we all have our rogue figures, we can have Brie Larson's powers taken away.
As I was always taught, expect differing views. You have to go into it with that expectation because we're all different people. You know, you can't assume that you know what the other person's going to say. Chances are they're going to disagree with you. That's just how things are. And it's part of life. It's supposed to be enjoyable. It's not supposed to be a horrible experience because someone has a different view.
Well, you know, Rogue Thinker in the chat says that's not what Sam did. He actively insulted the people who disliked her or the movie. He insulted me. Why would I not be upset by that? You can choose not to be upset by that. Don't be, don't be. I never, if somebody says something publicly and it's a slam against my views or what, I don't take it personally. You know, I mean, I understand that. Look, there's a lot of people that I know for a fact think I'm a monumental douchebag, and they've said that to me. I've been called a horrible person by individuals, and it doesn't bother me. I mean, I'm sorry they feel that way. I feel more bad that I've made someone else feel bad through either my actions or my inactions, or somehow I've been insulting to people. I'm more worried about that I upset them, you know, that I did something. But I'm like, I can't get upset, like you said, when people speak their truth. I would much rather have people be honest. I might not like what they have to say, but if I know that they're being honest, more power to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I would rather people just be honest with me about how you feel. And if it completely flies in the face of anything that I respect, you know, I get hammered by that a lot. A lot of people are, how can you allow so-and-so to say this when they're clearly this way? And I'm like, because that's how they feel. And I would much rather have somebody be honest about what they feel, even if what they're honest about is, I totally disagree with where they're coming from. I might hate their point of view, but I'd much rather have somebody be honest than to be dishonest. I can handle it. I'm an adult. That's what adults do. You know?
Yeah, bro. That, bro, I just, bro, we're in a space where, like, the negative space is taken away from entertainment. That literally, that's what it is. It's like the negative space. Like, people are so fixated on the person that they care less about the art form.
Right.
And it's becoming that. And that right there, to me, bro, is a space that I don't dwell in. And I'm just tired. I don't look. Nothing was said personally offensive to me. Nothing. And I don't think that what was said, the thing is, it's like, I see a lot, bro, and I see true colors in people when people speak their truth. It just basically, you discover who a person really is. And the thing is, sometimes they will tell you who they are in the very beginning. It's you choose whether or not you like that person or you want to align yourself with that person or not. And the way it's been, like, literally, bro, like, I just, again, I don't, like you said, bro, people can feel the way they do, or, you know, they might, you know, look at you a certain way. You've been doing this for a while. You have thick skin. So it really, like, at this point, you know how to conduct yourself. Same way. People can say they hate me. They can say they don't like me. They can say they don't like my opinions. Okay, that's fine. And I respect you for saying that. But at the same time, you're not putting food in my mouth. You're not paying my bills. You're not basically formulating my opinions for me. So at the same time, I respectfully say, I don't care. Honestly, I respectfully say that I don't care and I don't give a fuck. That's just the way it is for me. Speak your truth and I respect you. But the minute it gets ignorant and it gets raw, then I'm gonna get raw right with you. Like they say, and like especially what they say in my area, you keep that same energy. Because you give me that energy, I'm gonna give you that energy back. But at the same time, if you want to show me respect, I'll show you respect. And I think that the respect is missing, bro. It is. It is literally missing. I respect Sam Jackson for his opinion and his art form. Yeah. I love Sam Jackson.
Me too.
I respect Brie Larson for her art form. And whatever opinion she has is her opinions. I'm not going to dislike her for her opinions. I'm not. I don't dislike anybody for their opinions because that's how they feel. But the minute shit gets ignorant, bro, that's when I'm like, yeah, I'm out. I'll check out. But I'm going to meet you at that space. And I'm going to give you the same energy. And if you don't like it, that's just you. Plain and simple.
You know, it's funny. I see a lot of in our punditry space, a lot of people take things personally that they hear actors say. And to me, it's like, why? If you don't know somebody and they're saying something publicly and you might disagree with them, why does that have any bearing on your life? You know, I'm just happy people have opinions at all. Even if I disagree with them, I'd much rather have them. And you know, it's understandable that Sam Jackson would defend his work and defend his coworkers. I would expect nothing less from him. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's a classy guy. He has no fucks to give. Mm-hmm. His body of work speaks for itself. He can say whatever the fuck he wants.
Bro, he did over 100 films.
Yeah.
He's legit. He's already solidified himself. You think he gives a fuck about what people are saying with him right now? Bro, he don't give a shit. He's going to speak his truth.
There were people.
I think everybody should.
There were people that were mad about the character he played in Django Unchained. Mm-hmm. You know, I was like, it's a movie. You know, he's playing a character that's not supposed to.
He's playing a character. Yeah, and obviously he did a good job because he played that character. He played a character that people hated.
Yeah,
I hated him, but I didn't. You know what? It was a character that I'm like, you know what? I applaud because you gave me exactly what I wasn't expecting. But at the same time, I'm like, yo, that was dope. That was dope. So again, bro, like I just think that right now we should respect the art form. That's what we should all be involved in. Fuck the politics and all that other stuff that's going on out there. Because if that person hasn't personally put their hands on you, has done anything to shame you or your family, just look at the art form. Just look at the art form. That's what it is, bro. I'm more focused on the art form. And that's the thing is the art form is taking a loss because people are making shit too damn personal, bro. Too personal.
Look, I agree. To change subjects, the ill Yankee says, please talk about how Love and Thunder should have been like Extraction 2. And I hope Secret Invasion sticks the landing. Yeah, look, I think Love and Thunder, we've talked about it a lot. I think the ingredients for a great movie were there, but the whole thing was just a goof.
Yeah, it was.
I couldn't accept it. I watch it. I'm like, I reluctantly bought it, you know, because I have all the Marvel movies. I didn't want to, but I did. Just like I bought Quantumania because, you know, one day somebody might want to come over and watch my discs, my 4K discs of the movies, even though they look great on Disney Plus, and I won't have them. But it's. I think Secret Invasion will stick the landing. Now, speaking of Secret Invasion, our friend Mikey Lito, my man, Mikey Lito says the episode gets an incomplete from me. I'm disappointed since we're not really getting an explanation of Fury's personality change. I assume it's coming. I think I would have preferred 3 2-hour episodes instead of the 6 we're getting. Also, really rapid time shifts, but I am interested. Well, that's good. I mean, you know, to me, I think it was kind of apparent. I took away from it that Fury blamed himself for the blip. You know,
exactly, bro. And he blamed himself for that, Tony's death as well.
Yeah, all the things that decimated. I mean, Black Widow died, Tony died, you know, and Black Widow was his Natasha worked for him.
Yeah,
you know,
he put the team together, bro. He put that team together. His idea was to basically see threats ended, and he thought that the team that he put together would end the threat. Though they did, there were lives that were lost, and he wasn't ready for that aspect of it.
No, and he himself, you know, when he's blipped away.
Yeah,
I think when he came back, he was in the midst of a crisis of conscience. Can you imagine, like, you're doing your business, you don't know because he didn't know what was going on. He might have known about Thanos or something, but that happened so fast that the Earth, the thing that's really bothered me a lot is they've never. You saw a little bit in Falcon and Winter Soldier, the results.
What you about to say?
You know, we've never dealt with the world, the whole planet. I mean, we saw it in WandaVision. You know, it was so great with Monica Rambeau, and she's, you know,
that was a great thing.
And also in Black Widow, when we see Yelena come back, she goes in the bathroom, she comes out, and she doesn't even know that 5 years have gone by. Like, what happened? I mean, and I mean, I think the MCU needed kind of like the Marvels comic where you saw the from the perspective of people. The first time we saw Alex Ross painting, I think we needed a movie. They needed to make a Marvel movie about the world coming back from the blip.
Yeah,
you know, and it wouldn't necessarily. It would have been. I mean, they could have made it for a lot less money. You know, make some kind of call it the indie film of the MCU, where they dealt with the ramifications of people talking about what did it mean? Like, if you're a religious person and you found out some cosmic entity snapped you away for 5 years into non-existence, what are human philosophers going to think? Where did people go? If it was possible for somebody to erase you from existence and then bring you back, where'd you go for 5 years?
Exactly.
Like, how many philosophers are going to human beings grapple with that issue? Like, and it wasn't just Earth; it was the whole universe,
bro. Like, if you're thinking about it, like, and I'm glad you touched on this, is the simple fact that what we're seeing is a very disheveled, Nick Fury. This is what I, like you said, what I wanted to see in every character that experienced the blip. I mean, just imagine if you've been blipped away for 5 years. Say, for instance, like you were a businessman, you got blipped, you come back, you lost your business because people thought that you were definitely dead.
You were dead.
Like, say if you come back, you don't have a job, you don't have the financial wealth that you have, you don't have a home, you've been blipped. Somebody's taking your space because they thought you were gone. You know what I mean? So when you come back, You're dealing with all these consequences, dealing with the simple fact that your life has completely changed, and just feel as though like this, if you're somebody who isn't a hero, who doesn't have these, these special powers, if you don't have abilities, and you're just like the everyday blue-collar working individual or just the everyday person, you know what I mean? You're going to blame like, well, where were you guys when all of this was happening? How could this have been avoided? We saw a hint of that even in Multiverse of Madness when, Stephen Strange's like friend, it was the doctor who sat behind him and said he lost his cat and he lost his brother.
Right.
You know what I mean? So he was, when everything was, so this is what I'm saying. Like, when you think about that, there are people that suffered repercussions. We don't see, like, they don't even have it like set up where people would have, this blip is, in a sense, post-traumatic syndrome. You've been blipped away. You're coming back and you're like, yo, you don't know what happened. You just know that 5 years of your life was gone. And they don't have that. We don't see that peril. Everything has been goofy ever since the blip.
And Nick Fury coming back and knowing what, like when you saw him sitting on that scroll or sitting up on the space station, hanging out, I mean, dealing with his own depression. I mean, it's like, my God, even Maria Hill was saying to him, you've been up there on your space station.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he was probably suffering bouts of depression because can you imagine you come back and the world is where it is? And when you start delving into what was Hawkeye doing? Hawkeye worked for fucking Fury. Hawkeye and they were part of S.H.I.E.L.D. and all that. And to know that Hawkeye lost his family and went off the deep end for 5 years and was murdering criminals in the underworld. I mean, Nick Fury would probably feel responsible for all of that. And again, to be honest, they don't really do a lot with that in the script, but I just assume that's kind of where he was at. Like, that's why he is the way he is. But it's, it's definitely, it's definitely, it's crazy.
Yeah, bro, it is. I mean, just like that's, like you said, I would love to see that, bro. I would love to see a show in the MCU where it's just the everyday person or even heroes that have been blipped away that are experiencing these things, that are still thinking about, or what if you basically came back if you were blipped? And I even thought, as I thought about this, I was like, yo, what if they would have used that, in Wakanda Forever? That when he was blipped, he came back with a disease or he developed something that caused his death.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That would have been excellent.
That would have been more believable at that point, because then you have motivation. People were blipped away. She was blipped away. She came back. On top of that, she's probably just looking at herself like, damn, I survived. I was blipped. My brother was blipped and came back and he died. What makes me any difference? So she's probably blaming herself. You know what I mean? So that would have been a lot more interesting than what they gave us. Not saying that the film wasn't interesting from what it was, but I think there was opportunities that have been in most of these films that have been missed because they're focusing on the peril. They're focusing on the villains. They're focusing on, okay, we have to get from point A to point B. No, focus on what happened 5 years before. That should have been focused in a whole phase. Is that, how do we rebuild? How do we rebuild from that?
Well, and also, I mean, we forget that it was 5 years. It was half a decade.
Bro.
Like, can you imagine you're Tony Stark, all your wealth and all your intelligence? I mean, you failed.
Yeah.
And there was no reason for him to believe that anybody was ever coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So, no one was going to, it's like when you saw in Falcon and Winter Soldier, they were trying to get that loan.
Yeah.
And I mean, why would coming back from, and then Tony died, it wasn't like anybody, I mean, would they have had some kind of payment schedule? I mean, Avengers would have been getting paid, wouldn't they? I mean, there would have been, but maybe not. I mean, it happened so
like a stipend or something like that.
Yeah, it happened so quickly that it had been 5 years. There was no reason to believe that anyone was ever coming back from non-existence.
Mm-hmm. It was one of the first times that someone gave a direct answer when he said, "Well, I've been gone for 5 years."
Yeah.
And the person pretended like they didn't know what he was talking about when they knew very well what he was talking about. And I got a sense that there are a lot of people who just don't want to deal with it. They don't want to have to work all the issues out, because they're all complicated. There's nothing easy or simple to work out in this situation. But a lot of people they just don't want to be involved and they don't want to deal with it. They're already overwhelmed enough. And that guy pretended like he didn't even know what he was talking about. It was a total slap in the face.
Yeah, no,
yeah, you're right. You're right.
But I found it. See, to me, that's one of the things that I think that Phase 4 really was missing. There's all this stuff that was happening because, and also I don't know how you put that into a superhero movie because the religions of the world would be thrown into a state of disarray. What are the Vatican? How does the Vatican weigh in on the blip? You know, what is humanity's fundamental belief in its whether you're what do the Islamic imams say? You know, what does the Catholic priests say? What do the Christians, the Anglican Church, or what do the Buddhists or the Hindus say? Like, what do the great religions of the world? How would they reconcile the blip in each? Because that would be to fundamentally know that we believe there's humanity and there's God. You know, there's not much in between. But when you start realizing that there's cosmic entities and there's celestials and there's Thanos and there's all this stuff in between God and us, there's going to be a huge our civilization. I mean, we can't even have a reasoned debate between Democrats and Republicans without hating each other. What's going to happen when you realize that there's cosmic entities that can snap us away at any moment? That we have What if we didn't even have the Avengers? Luckily, Earth knew where. What if you were on a planet that had suddenly half the people just disappeared? You all were part of the TV series The Leftovers, and you had no idea what was going on. None. Yeah. You would have no indication of. At least the people that survived could explain that it was Thanos and there was the blip and he snapped his fingers. But what if you were just on some rando planet and had, your it's like their version of the 6th century, and you're just trying to plow some fields or something to make some bread for your family, and everyone's blipped.
What if you were honestly, bro, would have been even more interesting, bro, if that when they were blipped, and when they came back, that they didn't come back on the same planet. That some people were blipped here, some people were blipped there, some people were blipped across the multiverse. Literally, everything switched. That would have been the best way to explain a multiversal threat, is that everybody, that there was a cross event where the multiverse, where you were blipped away in one universe, but then you were blipped when you came back, you ended up somewhere where you didn't belong. That would have made a lot of sense, bro.
Well, and it's interesting. Did the blip happen in every one of the multiverses? And even that's one of the things with the Loki TV series, they really didn't. Look, I think the Loki TV series actually broke the MCU. I think it went too far, the time variance authority and all that stuff, because they didn't really deal with
the way they dealt with the time with the stones, bro. The Infinity Stones. I thought that was disrespectful. Bro.
It was, it didn't make sense.
That was disrespectful to say that those stones meant nothing, and with the time variant. Come on, man, stop. That was disrespectful. That was very. I like the show. Don't get me wrong. As a matter of fact, Sylvia will be here tomorrow. But other than that, the figures it ends up here tomorrow. I can't wait. But I just think that it. Again, I respected it, and don't get me wrong. I like certain aspects of the show, but I think there's a time and a space for it. The thing is, explaining the multiverse has been a task for the entire MCU because not too many people know about it. Not too many people understand it. You know what I mean? They're not really versed in that. So it's just where are we going with this? What is it about the multiverse that we're supposed to get behind? Because right now, people seriously don't understand what's going on.
Well, and I think that, look, in the MCU, they had this monumental catastrophic event happen, and now you've got Celestials cracking open from the Earth's core. You've got Arishem, the judge, over 3 times the size of the Earth, speaking to Earth, people of Earth, and it's people are whatever. It's just there's too much stuff that's gone on, and we haven't had any within the MCU. I think that's part of the problem too, is that we haven't had any grounding. These movies like Gore the God Butcher, why couldn't they have tied in the blip to his renouncing of religion? They could have made him he could have been a pious man or whatever, and then he realized that the blip happened, and that's why his gods forsook him or whatever. That's why his daughter died, And he's like, if you can allow this to happen, you can allow, and I renounce all of you, and I'm going to kill all of the gods, you know, and tie it in. And I feel like what is really missing from Marvel now is the story group that is plotting, like the Infinity War, the Infinity Saga, the Infinity Saga, the 23 movies all work pretty well, and then the meta narrative works really well too. And when you get to, and I have to say, when you get to Infinity War and Endgame, those two movies, I keep saying it, are two of the most wildly entertaining fantasy movies ever made. There is so much shit going on in those movies. Like even I mean, you go from talking about Ben and Jerry's ice cream, Hulka burning love, or whatever he says it. I mean, when you've got Bruce Banner, Doctor Strange, Iron Man, you know, in the Sanctum Sanctorum, after the Hulk has fallen through the roof, and then Ebony Maw shows up. I mean, there's so much joy to be had. Like when I saw Infinity War, I'm like, I don't think that I could have been given something more entertaining. I mean, Infinity War and Endgame. And people say, yeah, Endgame gets a little with the time travel, but I don't care. Those two movies together, that is 5 hours that it was like reading my favorite comic crossover when I was a kid. You know, it wasn't... If you had said to me, like when I was reading Crisis on Infinite Earths, you know, in 85, 86, if you had said to me, they're one day going to make, it's going to be Marvel, but they're going to make an Avengers movie where all of this crosses over and Thanos will have snapped everybody, I would have been like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no way, there is no way that any of this is going to happen. In 2000, when I saw Bryan Singer's X-Men, I mean, I went to school with Bryan, you know, we were already friends. I'd known him for, and he wasn't even an X-Men fan. And if you told me when I went and saw that movie, I'm like, oh my God, this movie's gonna suck. What does Bryan know about the X-Men? You know? I went in there, and it opens up in Auschwitz, and you see young Magneto. You know, I'm like, wow. But if you had told me in 2000, after watching X-Men 1, that I would be watching Infinity War and Endgame, I would have been like, even that, I'm like, no fucking way.
You'd be like, get the fuck out of here.
There's no way. There's no way.
Well, like, and that's the thing, like the impact that the Infinity War actually had. Like there was like literally where heroes lose, like literally lose. Like, I mean, I felt no certain. I mean, I hadn't felt that much peril since Empire Strikes Back, bro. Like, dude, literally.
The end, I know. The funny thing about Infinity War is that movie from it opens on the Asgardian ship after Ragnarok, you know, and you've got Thanos walking around dead Asgardians, and then he just kills Loki and Hulk gets dissed. I mean, that's the opening of that movie. I mean, it was great.
It's phenomenal, bro. Like it's a phenomenal body of work. And if anything, bro, I just want the MC. Like right now, like I know a lot of people are upset because they just put out, you know, there's not going to be like at Comic-Con, there's not going to be DC, Star Wars, or Marvel content at DC Comic. I mean at San Diego Comic-Con. And I'm like, well, with the strike and everything that's going on right now, I expect it.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that what we're getting right now with the writer's strike, with the potential actor, I'm hoping that doesn't happen. But with everything that's happening right now, I'm hoping that the rebound from that is that we do get better work. That we do get, you know, that there's fair, that they're treated fair, that they get the money that they deserve, they get the benefits that they deserve. But we get back to the true form of writing, and that the MCU and other projects can pick up and say, you know what, we need to fix this. Like we need to fix this. We need to make it right and get back to get back to form. But at the same time, as me saying that, I also have to kind of like step back, meet the viewer, and say, you know what, sometimes I have to let go. I'm not going to see another Infinity War or Endgame again. Nothing is going to touch that. Like, I'm not going to see that again. I have to move on to what's next. I have to let that portion of it go. Just like, again, Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. I have to let the feeling go of how I felt when those films dropped and just move on from it. I'm not going to get that same feel. And the thing is, if I get caught up in that, then I'm not going to like shit. You know what I mean? So I got to let it go.
Well, that's a really interesting point. I mean, we are now in a place. I mean, what I find really interesting is I think the divisiveness in our culture, whether you want to talk about identity politics, whether you want to talk about all the things that are going on, have all been engineered. And they've been engineered by companies like, I mean, if you look into companies like BlackRock and Vanguard, they're these investment firms that are involved in every aspect of our lives on a global scale. But at the same time, there's all this tumultuousness, like with Warner Brothers. To bring it back to Warner Brothers, all these companies are in debt, all this stuff, and you've got AI coming down the pike, and people are trying to figure out, like, we're going through. I love the fact that today the head of the Wagner Group, who was prosecuting the war from Russia's side against the Ukraine, is now he has actively been declared a mutineer by the Russians, and they've taken a city. The Wagner Group took a city, and they're going to go march on Moscow. I mean, it's truly what happened in Crimson Tide. You know, talk about Denzel Washington. Yeah. Little ducks, there's trouble in Russia. I mean, that's exactly what happened in Crimson Tide. You had this guy who basically flat out just said today he's in open revolt against Putin. And he's like, look, they all lied to you. This entire war, because the Russians accidentally rocketed their position. And he's just like, fuck you. And it's everything is, I mean, it's incredible. What is happening in Russia right now is fucking insane. And we have all this insanity happening, and it's crazy. But at the end of the day, I think in a way, all of this makes us reflect back on, and I always go back to this guy, Yuval Harari, who wrote these two books, Sapiens and Homo Deus. And Sapiens is this book I've talked about a lot on the show that's like this 100,000-year history of humanity up to the present day. And at the end of the book, Yuval Harari asks the question to his readers, he asks all of humanity, actually, who do we want to be? Like, what do we want to, moving forward, as the one race of Homo sapiens on this planet, who do we want to be moving forward? And I think that right now there are powerful forces at work that don't want us to ask these questions. They want us in a state of constant tumultuousness. They want us to hate each other, and they want us to be fearful, and they want us to be doing things where basic questions that have been answered long ago, like questions about biology and questions about it's all in flux now. No. Reality is no longer reality. And it's really strange, and you can see how we've been totally manipulated to be this way. So and so they can shore up their money and power and all that. It's wacky. On the other hand, I do find it interesting because we all are going to have to reflect back and go answer that question: who do we want to be? Yeah. And we look at it all through the prism of entertainment, movies and. But movies are suffering from the same problem because the people that are the creators that are trying to make these entertainments, they're trying to no longer just tell a story. They're trying to preach, or they're trying to do things. They're no longer, and the stories are suffering because the great things about movies is that a lot of movies are any story, whether you're reading a novel, whether you're watching a movie, whether you're watching a TV show, stories exist. Their purpose is to illuminate the human truths of existence. And stories are easy ways for creators to convey, because we all know what it's like to live in the real world. We all know what it's like to have a crazy sibling or a parent you don't get along with. So when you watch a story, any story, when it's truthful, we all know that it's truthful. We all know when stories are good, because I mean, everybody, look at the 100 greatest movies according to the American Film Institute. I mean, you might disagree, but for the most part, we can all, if I were to ask everybody who's watching the show right now, what are your 10 favorite movies? I'll bet you most of us would have overlapping movies. It's not like we're going to think about, like, I mean, some of us are going to have different choices, but I'll bet you more often than not, the movies that we love are all pretty similar. You know, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason why these touchstone movies exist, because those movies are truthful. They're truthful to themselves, and they're truthful to the messages of what it means to be a human being in the world. Even something like Raiders of the Lost Ark. We all love Raiders of the Lost Ark because when we're watching it, we identify with the character of Indiana Jones and Marion Ravenwood and Sala and Marcus Brody, because those characters are real. They feel real. The way Spielberg directs, John Williams' music, the actors' portrayal of the characters, there's a truthfulness in all of that. And combined with the story that it's telling, and we feel it, and that's why movies become classic. It doesn't matter whether you're watching One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with Jack Nicholson thrown in the funny farm, whether you're watching Sheriff Brody and dealing with Murray Hamilton, the mayor of Amity in Jaws, whether you're watching Star Wars, take your pick. The Dark Knight, you know, all of the movies that we love that become genre touchstones, they become that way because there's truthfulness in them all. Infinity War and Endgame.
Yeah.
They're truthful. The characters are truthful. You know, when Tony Stark was making fun of Doctor Strange, there's a wizard and he has some stones or whatever. It's hilarious because we're Tony Stark making fun. We know what Tony Stark is saying, calling him a wizard, you know, because he's just met him for the first time. And when he's saying that, it's hilarious because it's true. And all of the movies that we love, whether it's a rom-com, we love it because it's truthful. And right now we live in a world where our world itself is dealing in untruths. And we know it. And it's driving everybody crazy. Because every day somebody's telling you to believe in something that simply isn't true. And when you're seeing untruths coming at you from every part of your life, you know, whether you're like, why is fast food suddenly $5 more expensive than it was a year ago? Why? Well, we understand there's inflation and all that, but $5 more?
Yeah.
You know, they're fucking us. Where I don't, not that I eat a lot of fast food, but when I go to fast food, if I like McDonald's, I'm like, wait a minute, a burger and fries and a large Diet Coke's $15, you know, or whatever it is. I'm like, what? The world's gone a little nutty. And that's what people want, is they want truth. They want to know, you know, you can't even say that 2 + 2, if you're doing Common Core math, 2 + 2 doesn't even equal 4 anymore. But 2 + 2 does equal 4. And I know that because I can take 2 gummy bears right from there. Actually, I can't because the bag's empty. But I can take 2 gummy bears, and I can take 2 gummy bears, and I know that there's 4 gummy bears there.
Yeah.
I know that. But you know, that's, somebody will tell me that's my white privilege talking. It's
But
not 2 + 2 is not 4.
There's
I'm
a
like,
certain element of the human condition where we know when we're seeing a film that is compelling and is a quality film. And maybe the whole point of Turner Classics constantly showing films that are, for the most part, quality films is in itself what makes Turner Classics relevant.
That's you are 100% right about that. And they've already been deemed, history has already deemed those films classics.
Yeah.
Yes, they have. And certainly when I think about, let's say the end game, because as I've told you both and many in the chat, that my favorite film is Civil War. However, when I think about the sequence of films as we've witnessed, which we may not witness again, it's a magnum opus.
Yes.
It's something that it's natural. And, you know, there are very specific things. I think what was interesting about the whole thing is that each film has a very interesting element to it. As I say in Civil War, I like the notion of people who are really partners, a group, they're together fighting amongst themselves. And I said the reason why I liked it is because I think this was one of the major films where they realize that they're a family, they have a disagreement, and this is going to hurt worse than if they were enemies. The fighting that they're going through hurts even more. And I thought that was very interesting because not all of them, but many of them are kind of not as close to their family as they want to, or estranged, or certain elements of their lives keep them away from them. And this is really the only family they have. The point when Natasha decides she's not going to keep fighting, Black Panther on it. or one of the other characters says, just go, let them go, and I'll hold them back. She doesn't want the fighting anymore. And you realize it's like at any point they could stop fighting. Like this, they could stop in a heartbeat. But, you know, something else outside has driven them to have this bickering. And maybe it's what you're talking about, Robert. Maybe it is these outside influences, the outside political influences that has messed them up. And then they get back to what's actually important. They don't care whether or not each person disagrees about politics. They just want to get, you know, still be that family again and fight whatever evil is coming down the pike. And let's forget about the politics. Let's forget about all that stuff. So perhaps it's a film that predicted some of what we're going through now, you know, looking at it from a retrospective. But the idea of creating a magnus opus of films, I mean, that's like a lifelong work for many writers.
Oh my God.
To be able to execute it in film, to be able to actually make films and go that far. I think the X-Men started a little bit of that. I feel like that run, you know, you guys remember when the X-Men started to come on, and it felt like it had that momentum.
The movies or the comics? Are you talking about the movies or the
yes,
comics?
I'm talking about the movies. It felt like had that kind of momentum, and maybe they got interrupted or disrupted, but you could see the direction it was going in. And it was a good direction. It was fun. It was entertaining, appealed to normies. You know, I think that the magnum opus of Endgame, I think that all appealed to normies in a way that a lot of these additional films, the next phase, perhaps didn't appeal to them.
Well,
you know,
I mean, I think you're right because, you know, when Brian did X-Men 1 and then X-Men 2, like he wanted to do X-Men 3, but then he had the opportunity to make Superman Returns, and Fox said basically, screw you, you know, we're going to let Brett Ratner direct X-Men 3. But what's interesting is like I love Days of Future Past. I love Days of Future Past. And, you know, I think that Apocalypse doesn't stick the landing, but the first half of Apocalypse I think is really good too. But I love, you know, and when what's interesting is when X-Men came out in 2000, when Lord of the Rings came out, and this is, I do not understand. Looking at Lord of the Rings as a perfect example, you had Professor Tolkien's books, you knew what was going on, they made those movies they didn't just, yes, they shot some of it at one time, then they had to go back in and finish, but I would have thought like these what Kevin Feige has done, what the MCU did, I mean, they're a victim of their own success because the first 23 movies of the MCU, the Infinity Saga, all the way through Spider-Man Far From Home, those are talking about a magnum opus. Those are an incredible. Even the movies that aren't that people say, oh, like Thor: The Dark World or Iron Man 2. You go back and watch them now; they're pretty good. You know, they're not bad. There's a lot to enjoy in them because you know it's part of a larger whole. But those 23 movies, I mean, it's a pretty satisfying time if you go back and you start with Iron Man 1 and go all the way through to Far From Home.
And it was a setup.
Yeah, it's wildly entertaining, and I think that once you have that, the problem with Phase 4, which is weird because the Black Widow movie, I think people would have liked it more if it was before Endgame, before Natasha was dead, but there's no momentum. You know, there's the MCU is like Multiverse of Madness. That movie should have been epic and led somewhere. You should have. Where'd that movie lead? It's got Charlize Theron and they walk off into the sunset somewhere. Where? And then WandaVision. You've got Doctor Strange and going after Wanda. Nobody even knows that happened. Multiverse of Madness is like no one knows Wanda was destroying realities and killing superheroes in different Earths. It has no ramifications at all. So
there should have been a tie back to it. Like there should have been. Even in the opening sequence, they should have tied it back to the episodes, or just kind of give us like an epilogue, like it's just like an earlier
something
view of what happened with Wanda. Just take us back to what she did. You can't explain it in just a few sentences. Even though I love, I am an unapologetic fan of Multiverse of Madness. I love the movie. I watch it at least once a week.
It's a fun movie to watch. I mean, when you watch it on its own, there's a lot of fun stuff in it. It's really fun to watch. But even when they introduce like Reed Richards and you bring back Black Bolt and all that, it doesn't go anywhere.
No.
It has no resonance beyond, like, you're watching this stuff and here there's Professor X and here you hear the animated theme from the X-Men, dun 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 or whatever.
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun, you know, and there's that hint of that. It goes nowhere. Like here you have Professor X from the Fox X-Men movies, and it's the same thing they did with WandaVision with bringing back Quicksilver. That, don't tell me that was not Quicksilver. It was Quicksilver. It was Quicksilver. It was Wanda's brother. You're telling me it's some Ralph Boner thing? Why did you even do that? Like what the hell, man? What is that all about? You brought in.
That's the element of these, what I call in cinema, unforced errors. And essentially what it is it's a deliberate decision to put something in a film that doesn't jive with the rest of the film, but you're trying to like pull the wool over everybody's eyes and say, no, just go with it. This is what we're telling you it is. And fans don't like that. No one likes that. And
because it's literally, I mean, that Ralph Boner thing or whatever, when he shows up as Quicksilver, it's just them going fuck you to us.
Yeah.
And listen, Lael, I know you have to go because you said you got until 2 because you got a early gig.
I got a couple minutes.
Okay.
I want to listen. Yeah,
okay. So when you watch that, the MCU did not do that to us during the Infinity Saga.
no.
And when you do that, and then when you go add Professor X, and then you go bring back Black Bolt from the Inhumans, all of that stuff seemed like. Now I liked Shang-Chi a lot. A lot of people don't, but I really liked it a lot because it was a wuxia movie, and I grew up loving Chinese martial arts and fantasy films like Zoo, Warriors, The Magic Mountain, and all that stuff. I loved all that, and so I got that. Even though it was very different from the Master of Kung Fu that I grew up reading, that Doug Mensch and Paul Gulacy drew. But where did all that lead to? I mean, you see that the 10 rings are now being controlled by Shang-Chi's sister. What? Okay. That has gone nowhere. That's a dead end, you know.
Everything
and
was just like self-contained. It was
yeah,
like
it's all
self-contained films. Like none of them. There was no tie-ins. There was no connection. Like even at the end of Shang-Chi, you know, when we saw Captain Marvel, when we saw, you know, Banner, and you know, we saw, Wong explaining, you know, the beacon that was actually set off, that someone's looking for it. Where is that going? Like, is there something that's going to tie into that? Is it going to be explained? You left it wide open.
Same with
like
the Eternals.
And that's what I was about to say. End of the Eternals. You left that wide open. Erishan the judge said, you know, again, I'm going to judge you. I'm going to, you know, view your memories, and this earth will be judged off of your memories. When is there going to be repercussions from that? All these things were set up, but there was no payoff. You know what I mean? There was nothing leading up that we can say that, look, there's a warning, there's something coming. Like I was waiting for somebody to be like, yo, something's coming. You don't understand. It's terrible. Yeah, we saw that we had to wait, Rob. We had to wait to catch that phrase that something's coming, something's bad, something you don't understand. We had to wait to catch that shit in Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. And that wasn't even a fucking payoff. Like,
no,
we had to basically wait for that. And I'm like, yo, where literally and again, I guess it's just that part of me that I'm used to what we got with those first 12 films. You know what I mean? What we actually got, you know, with Iron Man leading up to like Infinity War and stuff like that. It was what we got from that. I'm so conditioned and spoiled off of that I expected something like that with the other phases. Yeah, you can bring in something different, but it has to make sense.
Yeah.
None of this is making sense to me right now. It really, really isn't. And though I'm entertained off of some of them, not all of them, but some of them I am entertained, and I will go back and watch and be like, you know, I enjoyed that. Where is the payoff, bro? Like, where is the payoff? Because everything right now is self-contained.
Well, and also there's no, like, even when you watch like Quantumania, we're supposed to be excited about Kang Dynasty.
Yeah.
Well, but here's the thing. Okay, I read Kang. It's a 12-issue limited series, Kang. I've read it. Yeah. You know, and it has the X-Men. It's got Kang's already been defeated twice.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and it's like and Jonathan Majors, you know, I don't know if he'll ever come back. I don't know if they're going to make a course correction or not. I mean, I don't care about Kang. I don't see Kang as a threat. Like, they can bring him back, but if he's already been defeated once in Loki and once in Quantumania, and there's a bunch of the Council of Kangs, you know, the Kang dynasty are okay, but it's already the thing about the quantum realm and everything we've seen of Kang and the Time Variance Authority. I don't buy any of it anyway. It's way too out there. It's so outre. I mean, it's so not. I don't care. It has no resonance to me at all. And because I've read the comic, I understand, but nobody cares. Nobody cares because it's not grounded in reality. When you're in the thing about Quantumania, I'm watching Quantumania, I'm like, don't care about any of this. I don't care. Give me Scott Lang fighting Yellow Jacket on the model train in his daughter's bedroom. I get that. You know, I mean, I understand that fight between the two of them, you know, and he wants to get his daughter back. Quantumania wasn't even about Scott Lang. It was about all this other stuff that had happened previously and what's going to happen now. And, you have to do this for me, or you have to help me get out of here. Okay, I don't care about any of that because the story isn't about anybody. It's about the universe itself. And don't tell me a story about the universe. You have to tell me a story about characters. It's always characters and story. My Burnett axiom, never put your universe before your characters. And the Infinity Saga never did that. It always made sure that the characters and story, which were adding to that larger tapestry, came first. They did not put the universe first. They didn't. And I feel like now, I don't know what's going on.
You said that you felt that Loki broke everything. And something that I noticed that Loki did was that when they first started to introduce the time situation, it sounded like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And, you know, there's like a different type of understanding with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in the sense of it is a science fiction, you know, let's say story. However, you have a guide and you just follow what's in the guide. Whereas with Loki, it felt like they were making a copy of, or at least the attitude that they had towards Loki when he was being processed felt like you were a character out of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, yeah. It had no ground. I mean, it seemed this is what I've been saying. That's exactly right. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is it's farcical and funny. You know, you got Babel Fish. It's supposed to be goofy. The Time Variance Authority is from a different. I know it's in the comics, but in terms of the MCU, the way it was shown to us already, the Time Variance Authority is way too fantastical. It's way too out there, and the way it's portrayed, like we're not in a Terry Gilliam movie. And
it felt like it. It felt like it's like, hey, this is all about time, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
It didn't work. The Lokis, to me, that's when the Marvel Cinematic Universe completely broke, because you're now in Brazil. You know, you're now in Terry Gilliam land. You're and the whole thing about, these Infinity War stones are in this cupboard over here, or this drawer over here, or whatever, and it was all a goof. It's all a goof, and you know, suddenly they're saying like, "Am I watching the Adjustment Bureau? What the hell is going on here?" And it didn't work at all. And then when you go see the different Lokis, I mean, I appreciated seeing Richard E. Grant as classic Loki, but you're seeing Frog Loki, and it's all just a goof. I'm like, this is no longer in the MCU that I know. This is some weird, wacky, funny Saturday Night Live version of the MCU. And to me, it never recovered.
And it did have a Saturday Night Live element to it, with all of them showing up and like, well, who are you? I'm Loki. Well, who are you? I'm Loki. And then, you know, it didn't take the best of Loki. If, let's say, you only had one film to make, it didn't take the best out of each story and put it together in a nice way. It was all over the place. And certainly they must have seen that. I don't believe they didn't know that. I think that they wanted to put and create something that had a lot of substance to it. But sometimes you don't need to cram that much into a story to make it substantial. I really questioned the decision-making process, because a lot of that, you know, the way Loki was treated even was almost kind of degrading. When he was being processed through the Time Variance Authority. And then after a while, I wasn't as invested in Loki. I was more concerned about the Owen Wilson character And then at some moment he ends up getting killed or whatever it is. I was more affected by the death of that character than all the others. And I think the reason why is because he was the one who believed in everything. He was the one who believed that this was the system and this is how the system works. And, you know, it was his discovery, realizing that, you know, I guess at some point, the truth, he was being kept from the truth, was the revelation of the story. But that wasn't, they didn't want to focus on that. They wanted to focus on Loki instead. But the Owen character story would have been more interesting.
Yeah, it was still too far. Like, the Sylvie character was great. The dynamic between Loki and Sylvie, it would have been interesting. Like, when you're faced with your counterpart that's you from a different time or a different universe, like, that has your qualities but like is totally different, the idea that this is a character that I'm falling in love with because I'm a huge narcissist or whatever, they could have done something and made that all they needed was having, I'm from a different universe, I'm from a different timeline, I'm you from that timeline. If they just focused on that. But even the way the Time Variance Authority is portrayed, that it looks like it's from the 50s or something, it was just goofy. The whole thing was, all of it was goofy, and you don't believe any of it. Because, so if there is a Time Variance Authority, why would it have, like, what is the clock's name? Miss Minutes or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I know that's right out of the comic, but it's like, that's a goofy, it's like the old thing in the movie theaters from the 50s, like, let's all go to the lobby, all go to the lobby, you know, and they have all the dancing. That's, first of all, it's very Earthbound. All that iconography was all from not just Earth's past, but America, Earth's 50s America, which made no sense at all. If they were going to portray the Time Variance Authority, it should have been something that was unto itself. It shouldn't have been a parody of American corporations from the 50s and all that. It just, none of that worked. And then
there was a sequence, and I'm sorry, Robert, there was a sequence where Loki has there's a special ring or a special bracelet or something, and it looks really cool. You know, you can stop time or you can stop the person, and they kept zapping the woman in and out of time, the time thing, and I thought to myself, I'm like, is he just doing this to F around with her? Because why would he keep deliberately causing her to come back, and then she's, you know, and I thought to myself, this isn't exactly what I would expect to see from any of these characters. This is something you do to kind of like torture somebody, not if you're trying to escape or, you know, so you can do that. But what does it prove? That you can F around with somebody and make them look ridiculous? Because she did look ridiculous, zapping back in and out as she's trying to accost him, I guess. You know, that wasn't appealing, you know, from just a viewer point. It looked a little silly. So I had to ask myself the question. It's like, what is he accomplishing by doing that? And I still don't have an answer.
Right. I don't think that the show itself knows. You know, when you're like because it was so into the realm of the fantastical. I mean, even the MCU, even though it's fantastical, but Guardians of the Galaxy is essentially a pulp science fiction story. The three movies hang together really well. And as a trilogy of films within the MCU, even though you've got things like the giant Nowhere, the giant celestial head that now they control or whatever, or you go Xandar in the first movie and the High Evolutionary, all that stuff, there's a goofiness in there, but it all works because James Gunn knows the tone of it. He's got such control over the goofiness is there, but it never goes too far. It doesn't break. It stays together, and those three movies really work together well. And yet they're not particularly, if there was no MCU, the three Guardians of the Galaxy movies would be a classic trilogy of sci-fi films that Disney made based on Marvel Comics. They could absolutely exist outside the larger Marvel Cinematic Universe. And I think that they do, because they gave us great characters that we love, and they tell us a great story, even though you have to deal with, of course, why one Gamora died and was replaced. That was from something else, but it doesn't matter. You could still work it out. And I think those three movies, as goofy as they are, they work because the goofiness does not go too far. Whereas the Loki TV series, for me, it went too far.
I also think it was very important, and this is kind of a spoiler for Guardians 3, where you know, he doesn't end up with Gamora, because I think that would have been a disaster, like for things to just work out and this is how it's going to work out, and you know, they're going to make up, and you know, I think that would have been ridiculous, and I don't think anybody really wanted to see that. But you know, they kind of, you know, where she actually gets upset with him and says, look, I'm not that person you're talking about, you need to back off. And you know, I think that he finally starting to accept what's happened. But I thought that it was interesting that they chose not to make them come back together, because if they had done that, I think I would have been just flabbergasted by that, because it doesn't make any sense. You know, now it's a different iteration of the character. It's not going to be the same experience, and they have to reflect that. And it's kind of like what you were talking about, the blip, because if they can reflect the fact, I think when people come back, I don't think they're the same. I can't believe that they're the exact same. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
something must happen to them. Maybe it's in the comics. If you know, if there's something that's affected them or that they've changed. One of the comebacks that I like the most, I think it was in one of the Spider-Man, where I think the kids are in the gym and then the kids suddenly appear. You know, like they're playing basketball in the gym, and then all of a sudden a whole bunch of people appear in the gym. I hope I'm saying the right scene, but I really liked that because it was very disruptive. It wasn't sort of like everything's smooth. It was like, oh my gosh, I'm tripping over somebody. Oh my goodness, why are people appearing out of thin air? And that might have been one of the most realistic things that we'd seen, because they had said, oh, and when people came back from the blip, and then all of a sudden, you know, like people are falling around and you know, and this all sorts of weird stuff and things we would expect. You know, you're technically speaking, you've been away for 5 years and you're actually only, you know, the same age you left, but you should be 21, but you're not. You're 16 or whatever it is. And you can't go to a bar and get a drink, you know, like these sort of things.
But theoretically, you would be 21.
Yes,
because your birthday, that would be the great thing. Is like I wanted to see that. I want to see like a 16-year-old slap down his ID and go, "I'm here to get a drink." But you're not old enough to drink. Oh no, I'm 21.
No, you're right. But the point is that the perception of the individual who went through that blip is very different from those around them and their experience.
Yeah. By the way, I just want, because the Lael has to go, but there's some super chats directed at Lael. I want to get to those. Paper Tiger says, I agree on Lael's idea of reciprocity, but I do feel that argument is one-sided. If Hollywood always pushes their viewpoint and a fan can't reciprocate, then apathy will only remain. Much love.
I mean, hey, here's the thing, is like they can look, a fan is able to reciprocate. What I'm talking about is the space of where it becomes look, you can always have your opinion. You can always say certain things, but respectfully, I think that there has to be a level of respect. Where we cross the line is where we attack the person. It becomes more personal than it is an opinion. The opinion becomes super duper personal. That's when it gets really derogatory, or, you know, you're attacking that person's, you know, just, you know, livelihood or whatever. That's where I think it's a problem. It becomes more of a problem in that space. We're all allowed to speak our piece. We're all allowed to basically say what we don't like, what we disagree with, but there has to be a level of respect. What I'm seeing across the community is a lot, or a lack thereof, of respect. People were literally attacking Brie Larson in her personality. Like, I mean, not just her personality, but like, I'm talking about threats. I mean, they were going in deep, going in hard, and it got really like distasteful, like really, really, really distasteful. Whatever she said is what she basically said, and I'm pretty sure she's moved on from that. You know, and I don't really think that what she said was horribly bad to the point where it deserved this much, like this much.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, but at the same time, people have the right to feel what they feel. But when you make it and it gets too personal and it gets hateful, and you start spouting hate, that's when it's a problem. And just because Sam Jackson was defending his friend, just because he defended someone that he happens to like and respect, and the thing is, to be quite honest, let's call a spade a spade. May not like it or may not like me for saying that. A lot of it is that a lot of people do not like seeing women in power. They don't.
Yep.
They don't like seeing strong women in a demonstration of strong women. They don't like seeing it. Because then when they see it, what happens? Then that word woke gets thrown around. And I hate that word, bro. I hate it. But that gets thrown around. So let's just call a spade a spade. It's the truth. People do not like seeing, for some particular reason, which I don't understand, they do not like seeing women of power in certain positions. So when that happens and somebody speaks out about it, oh no, this, that, and the third, or now you're allying yourself. But no, it's the truth. It's the truth. And he was only calling out what he basically saw based on his own truth, his opinion, his interpretation. And now all of a sudden, because of that, oh, I hope the show's not successful. Oh, the show's going to fail. Oh, Marvel's going to drown. What the fuck is that, bro? That's what I don't understand.
You know, here's a funny thing. Like, you know, I got to know Terry Metalis. Terry Metalis and I professionally are not equal. Terry's worked in the business. He's been a showrunner. He's creative. He wrote and directed episodes of Star Trek Picard Season 3. From a professional standpoint, he's better than me. He's much more successful than me. I really like him, but it's not a problem for me to understand he's more accomplished than I am. I would never say that I know something more than he does. I would not say that. Overall, and I wouldn't go on and say or presume to say that I know more about working in the entertainment business than he does, because I don't. He's done things I haven't done. He's done things and yet what's interesting, we live in a world, and I understand this because I just made a video about how much the people making modern Star Trek suck, you know, and I do think that there is a lot of malfeasance, but I understand when you get a job in the entertainment business, it's so hard to get a job, whatever you're working on, that most people that are working on these big franchises are not fans. And you have to understand that we all understand that they're not fans. Brie Larson was an actress. She's worked her way up for whatever reason, for a long time. She's done a lot of work. She's won an Academy Award for The Room, which is an incredible, or just Room, pardon me, which is an incredible film. She gave an incredible performance. You know, it's an indelible, one for the ages performance. You got to respect that she did that work. You got to respect that she got to a position where she was cast in that role and delivered a performance and won an Academy Award. Now, you might not like her, but her accomplishments within the business demand respect. And I will give her that respect. I don't know Brie Larson. I don't know. All I've seen is snippets online, and I don't know her as a person until I could sit down and actually break bread with her and have a meal and have a few glasses of wine and talk to her. I don't have an opinion of her as a human being or as an individual. I don't know her. All I know is what I've clips on YouTube and the movies that she's been in. That's all I know. And yet we're so quick to judge people online based on, I mean, and what's weird is we're judging people who have done things and accomplished things that we haven't.
Exactly.
And it's like, give them the benefit of the doubt. You might not like their personal opinions about politics. And what's so interesting to me, it's like, why are celebrities not allowed to have political viewpoints?
Exactly, bro.
They're people. I have political viewpoints. And I would never I would assume that every American, no matter what job you do, no matter what your profession is, you have a political idea because you exist in this world. You are affected by politics. Everybody is. You know, whether if you're paying taxes, you're affected by politics. And you can have an opinion because you're paying the United States government money. And I think it's so strange that in the punditry space and in the YouTube space, people get so angry at if we get entertainment that isn't great, that suddenly those people are, I think that there are creators that I think are fraudulent, and there are creators that get involved in projects that they're cashing the paycheck. They get on a franchise. They think that it's like a gravy train. And I understand getting angry at that because I do see that a lot. I see a lot of people that are very underqualified to do what they're doing in the entertainment business. And even I've had to clean up certain messes from people that are getting paid a lot more than I am that know a lot less than I do. And it's frustrating. That exists, and that anger can be real. But fandom gets so mad about a lot of things. Like James Mangold is a powerhouse filmmaker. Next week, next Friday, a new Indiana Jones movie is opening up, and everyone's got their opinions on it. But James Mangold is a great filmmaker. He made Logan. We should be supporting him. We should be out rallying for him because he's earned our trust. Now, we already know the verdict has already been given on Indiana Jones. I think I'm actually going to like it because the stuff that I've heard about, the stuff I know about it, doesn't dissuade me from liking the movie. You're not going to see people swinging through the jungle going, oh, like you saw in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. There isn't something that's wantonly dumb in it. So I know that a guy like James Mangold was trying to make the best movie he could possibly make. So he gets my benefit of the doubt. But I really wish that fandom would have a little bit more tempered viewpoint.
People haven't seen it for themselves yet. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you haven't seen it for yourself, I mean, that's, again, I said this before, I'm not going to go off of what a critic is saying. I respect your opinion, but I have to see it for myself. I'm not going to basically take your word for it. I don't take one single critic's word for anything that they say. No disrespect. I just have to see it for myself. I may draw a different conclusion. That's just how it is, bro. I may see something totally different. There are films that people didn't like that I love. There are films that people like that I hated. I mean, it's just what it is. You know what I mean? You have to see it for yourself. Formulate your own opinion. I'll still go see this film. I'm a fan of Indiana Jones, bro. I'm a fan of that franchise. There's been some hits. There's been some misses in just about every one of them. You know what I mean? It is what it is. In every IP, there's a hit and there's a miss. I just think the conversation, bro, is just, I mean, the aspect of entertainment and being entertained and the artwork behind it and around it is being drowned out by all this just convoluted ignorance, bro. Like, literally, it is. It's just being drowned out by again, I respect everybody who has an opinion, as long as you're being respectful about your opinion, as long as you're not basically trying to sway the masses and think the masses are wrong because they don't agree with you. You know what I mean? Like, that's my whole thing. It's like, if I don't agree with you, all of a sudden I'm wrong and I'm an asshole. I just don't agree with you, bro. I don't agree with anything that you're saying, but I respect you. I don't have to agree with you. You don't have to convince me. I don't need to be convinced. Just like I don't need to convince anybody of my likes and dislikes, bro. I don't. And it's just, we just live in a space where, damn, like, you know, we just can't appreciate art anymore for the sake of just always debating and arguing on who's right, who's wrong, who's politically correct, who's politically incorrect. Like, shit like that, bro, is just like, I just check out on that, bro. It is, because I see it a lot. I see it so much. I mean, it's like, yo, the thing is, again, once basically this digital, once we gave people a space to speak and speak their mind online, through chats, through whatever, I just think that, yes, there's an upside and a downside. Because, yes, there are some positive individuals out there, or there are some individuals out there, whether it be positive or if you have your own opinions, that can be respectful. But then see, those individuals are over, like, the majority of the negative outweighs individuals that I see that are positive, that are respectful, that even though they may disagree, they find a way to do it in a way where it's, you know, again, neutral and it's understanding, and we can meet each other halfway. It's not enough of that right now, bro.
No,
it's not. It's
By the way,
too much ignorance, man.
So Frizzy Fuzz in the chat, wait, was it Frizzy Fuzz 101 says, how did the three of you meet each other? And I'm like, well, like so many of us, we met online.
Yes, we did. We met online, and then we started doing Midnight Metal.
Yeah, we're doing Midnight Metal, and what I find so funny is that like even me, I was like a fan of Justin from Justin's Collection. Like, I was watching Justin. He was a big deal. Elizabeth would have to watch. I watched every one of Justin's reviews, and then started watching action figure things. And Lael, like you knew who I was, but I came across you, and And because when you felt like, hey, we should talk, and it was, and same with you.
I told it as soon as Justin was like, yo, he's gonna have you on. I was like, yeah, you gotta get me on there, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta meet Robert Meyer Burnett. I have to. It's a must.
Well, that's one of the things that I think people forget. And to get back to the, especially during the pandemic, the joy of meeting all of the YouTube pundits. We've all sort of become friends, and we all know each other now. And it was funny today in my own YouTube feed, the Critical Drinkers interview that our show that we did 2 years ago on Alien popped up. I was like, oh yeah, I did a Critical Drinker show with we talked about Alien for hours. And especially during the pandemic, meeting all these people. And I was already on, Collider and stuff, but one of the great joys of the last 4 years since I started this channel, or 5 years in 2018, is meeting everybody. And talking to people. And some people get mad at me like, why are you streaming with them? And I'm like, I watched all these people. I might not agree with everybody, but I remember when I was on a show with Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. And Jeremy and I are politically completely on opposite ends of the spectrum. And there are a lot of people like, you shouldn't go on Jeremy's show. Don't do that. And I have to tell you, I went on a show and we chatted, and he was completely lovely to me. He was really nice. I thought we had a really good conversation. And I'm like, because the thing was, I watched Geeks and Gamers. I watched, and while I didn't always agree with them, certainly, but when we streamed together, I'm like, we had a delightful time. And I've streamed with him subsequently, and people get pissed at me for streaming with certain people. And I'm like, look, man, just because, and people are always coming after me, like, how can you support this person? And I'm like, look, man, I'm not my brother's keeper. I'm here to talk to everybody and hear what they have to say. I will listen to anyone. I will talk with anybody. I will listen to anybody, even if they have the worst ideas in the world, because bring forth bad ideas are killed by better ideas. And I'll talk to anybody, but there's a lot of people that don't like that about me.
Bro, it's go ahead.
I'm sorry. And one other thing I was going to mention is that one of the first things that, Robert, you and I were talking about is whether or not you would have sex with an alien. And I felt that was quite a profound question because, just even from a science fiction point of view, aliens may not necessarily look the same way we do. They may not, be configured the same way. And, I had made comments about, well, here are some examples of aliens that I find attractive, the aliens in this video game, or, this alien seems very interesting. And I even commented that, like if it's one of those aliens that is just like a light source, like a beam of light, we're going to have to work on, that we're going to have to talk about how this relationship's going to work because you're a beam of light and I might need more than that, all sorts of machinations and discussions. But inherently, so much of science fiction is about who you're going to make love to, who this person is going to make love to, who they're going to end up with, and what the repercussions of that might be. I think it is very interesting. There's a fantasy element to so many of these stories that we like, and also there is a love and a romance story in many of the stories that we enjoy. So it's a discussion that needed to be had, and certainly, I think we get excited in creative ways as to how that's going to affect what work we're going to do, what types of projects we want to work on, what we plan on creating, what we plan on contributing to. It really does inspire you as a creator to go into those areas. And that's how I think, Robert, you and I started to talk, because it certainly was
always back to the fucking.
Well, and I think that romance and love in all those areas, and so many of the stories that we enjoy, and so many of the movies that we've been inspired by, it's all in there. It's important to have it in there. And, when it's missing, as I've said before, it does feel like something's missing, doesn't it? It feels like it's not a complete story.
Well, for me, the thing about that question is, what I find fascinating about that particular question, like, would you sleep with an alien? Would you have sex? Would you have intimate? I mean, basically, what is sex? Just touching, whatever. I mean, take the procreation element out of it. but the physical pleasuring of sexuality. Now, what I find strange is, and the question that I would ask is, where do you draw the line? Like, Vulcans are humanoid, so, and we see in even Star Trek Strange New Worlds, T'Pring she's hot, you know, but would you have sex with a xenomorph from the Alien franchise? What if you met a xenomorph that was, and I'll give you an example. There's a character named Ktilk, and she is a crystalline spider, a very intelligent, very wise crystalline spider that was in a Star Trek novel called The Wounded Sky. I love this character, and I've written by Diane Duane, and I really wish in my life I could have actually met. I mean, she's a made-up science fiction alien creature. She's a crystalline spider that's also an incredible warp engineer. She's very, very smart, but she's also wise. And I'm like, and she's kind of a party.
Crystalline spider. She looks like a spider, bro.
Yeah, she's a crystalline spider. She's like a crystalline. She looks kind of like an octopus spider. She's on the cover of the book. If you look at,
I'm good. Nope.
Okay, but so now here's the thing.
With a damn spider. Hell no. Nope.
Okay, I understand that. But
Nope.
but I've often thought that as a character, I just love this. I love this character in this book. This is going to tell you something about me. I read this book in the 80s, like in early 80s or something. Mm-hmm. And when I was reading the book, it was the first time I'm like, I love this character. Mm-hmm. Like, I wonder if I could date her. Like, I was thinking, like, this is the first time I ever remember having this thought. I'm like, she's a crystalline spider. If you see the cover of the book, the original cover of The Wounded Sky, not the one, you got to go back to the Timescape pocket books when you actually see the picture. It's not an appealing, it is not a visage that you'd want to, like, touch. But when you're reading about her, and that's what made me think, I'm like, could I fall in love with if I vibed with some creature that had a great personality, that was absolutely, completely alien from me? Would it be possible to could you be physically attracted to a creature? Like, I love dogs. Like, I don't want to have sex with dogs, but I like dogs. I mean, I like cuddling with dogs. I have 3 dogs. I have 2 male dogs and a female dog. I love dogs. I think they're beautiful. Tallulah is a beautiful animal. Now, she has no intellect. I can't fall in love with a dog because I can't talk to a dog. But if I found some brilliant crystalline alien entity that I love, that had a great personality, you know, and I don't know how that would work, but
you would need a human female to go along with you to work out the issues.
Would I?
Yes. Yes.
Well, what if a crystalline? I mean, and this is where the question came from. So everyone's laughing right now, but Irene Jobson must be loving this. But the real question is, where do you draw the line? Like, we've seen interspecies marriages in Star Trek. Amanda Grayson, Spock's mom's human, married a Vulcan. Mm-hmm. You know, we saw Tom Paris marrying B'Elanna Torres, who's half Klingon. Mm-hmm. So and Worf, who's a Klingon, was with Kalar, who was half human, half Klingon. So you've seen interspecies marriages in science fiction, but the way they're portrayed is they're mostly humanoid, so we look like each other. But, you know, we had the idea of marrying an alien. Like, how far away from could you ever, if the creature was smart and intelligent and funny and amazing, could a human being be attracted to somebody or something or that was completely not humanoid at all?
Okay, so I get what you're saying, right? I understand that because, hell, I think Mantis in Guardians of the Galaxy is extremely attractive.
You'd hit that.
There you go.
Come on, you'd hit that.
I think, hell yeah. I think that, you know, even in a sense, I think that Nebula has a bit of an attraction to her. Right?
I would marry Nebula.
Okay, so when you think about that, but you just said a fucking spider, bro. And and here's the thing, bro. Like, I hate fucking spiders, bro. I hate them, bro.
But what about a giant crystalline spider that looked beautiful, like a shambling, looked like a chandelier?
Will get this can of Raid to the face, to the fucking face. She would get this can of Raid. I don't give a fuck. I don't care how beautiful her face looks. She looks like a fucking spider. So I would say, you know what? I love you, but I am sorry. One of us has to go. And this can of Raid would be it, bro. Hell no. I hate spiders, bro. I can't stand it. That's where I draw the line, Rob. I don't give a fuck. Crystal and Spider. I don't even care how you made it sound. You made it sound so just really like.
Hang on.
As soon as you said Spider, fuck that. I checked out, and I was listening to you the entire time, and I'm like, this motherfucker said he's attracted
I didn't
to a
say
spider, bro.
I'm attracted to the. I'm attracted to the essence. I'm attracted to the individual who happens to be. Now, this is, by the way, this is not going to sell you on anything. I'm just going to say, I'm just going to give you, since I found a picture. Now, this picture, Boris, one of the great, Boris Vallejo. Here's the picture of it. There it is, from the Wounded Sky. Could you deal with her? Oh wait, you can't. Hang on. Let me here you go. What do you think?
Hell no.
But this is where it comes into play, where you might need a human female to come with you so that you can kind of work out the kinks and not feel awkward, or it helps to have a third to help you through
a throuple. No, I mean, look,
nah, son.
It's more of a thought experiment.
I'm good. Hell no. There is no way, Rob. What the hell? What are you looking at, bro?
In Star Wars, there's some aliens that look good. Like there's some Zabraks that are very attractive.
Yeah, but they're all humanoids, though.
I mean, Twi'lek's attractive.
Well, why wouldn't you? Twi'leks are hot.
Yeah, they're extremely attractive, but they don't look like spiders.
But would you date a female Max Rebo?
I would definitely date a male Max Rebo.
Nah, I probably wouldn't.
But he likes payment in food, so like you'd have to have your kitchen would have to always have food and stuff. So
I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't, bro. I not a female Max. No.
What was the alien in Starman? What alien was that?
Well, you never knew it. I mean, they were literally a ball of light that took the form of Jeff Bridges, and Karen Allen did fuck him, and she had a kid who was pregnant.
It was like the perfect thing ever.
Jenny
like
Hayden.
We need 1,000 of these to come down, and for all of us who want to have kids that didn't have kids, we need that. That's what we need. So maybe aliens could help us with things like that too.
Okay, interesting question. Okay, and Master Teacher said this. Would you let Admiral Akbar smash?
If he knew what he was doing, yeah.
What? Okay.
If he knew what he was doing, he doesn't look like somebody who's experienced.
What if he's a cunning linguist?
Especially if he was a kind person.
I mean, with that tongue and those fingers.
He looks like he has experience. He doesn't look.
It's a trap.
I've seen the younger characters that look like him, and they look very inexperienced. Admiral Akbar, he knows what he's doing.
Okay, but here's another thing. If we lived in the Star Wars universe and we grew up around all kinds of aliens from 1,000 worlds,
I'd be dating a Jawa.
Yeah. Would you?
Well, no,
They're probably really well hung. You'll find out like Jawas have the biggest.
Jawa, so I'm kind of saying what she said.
No, but I mean, I think that if you grew up in a universe, our visions of what we thought were beautiful would be very different, because we living on Earth, we have a very very singular view. We only have our fellow humanoids, and what's really interesting now, I mean, here's something that I thought was really, the human body is basically a machine. And when the human body is like, I don't think like going to the gym all the time, but when we're in tip-top physical condition, when you can see people's sinewy muscles, and both men and women, I think we can all agree that we can look at both beautiful men and women, and like, I don't have a problem looking at a hot dude going, that's a hot dude. That doesn't mean I'm gay, but I can recognize beauty. I can recognize symmetry. I can recognize somebody who's worked on their body and looks fantastic, both male or female. No problem with that. And they're seeing the human body at optimal, people that really take good care of themselves, eat right, the human body looking that certain way. To me, it's not necessarily a preference, because some people have fetishes or whatever, but I'm talking about seeing it's like looking at a car that's been beautifully kept up. The tires are beautiful, the paint job is beautiful, or whatever. Seeing a human body, whether it's male or female, in great shape is, I find, attractive. You know, it's not necessarily a sexual thing, but it's more of an artistic. I appreciate the effort that's gone into that. Or watching a great, like somebody track, or somebody doing sports, skating, or watching a swimmer, or anybody when they're in tip-top physical condition. I find that beautiful. I find the human form beautiful.
Somebody just draw something up in the chat, and I'm like, fuck yeah. They brought up my childhood. I remember basically sitting every time an episode of V came on.
Oh yeah.
Diana.
And those females were so attractive, even though they were murdered. I was like, yo.
The outfit with the V that goes
and it was like, yo, they were so attractive. It was one of the first shows you looking like, yo, these aliens are attractive.
Jane Badler is Diana.
They're lizards, but they are so damn attractive. And I'm like,
she's one of the best science fiction characters.
And remember that chick, Blair, whatever her name was, she slept with one and got pregnant with a half-breed alien baby.
Yeah.
That was later born in V: The Final Battle.
Yep.
You know?
And I'm like, yeah.
She had twins. She had twins, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was twins, right, Robert?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Diana.
But I think one of them was an evil lizard baby, and the other one was a beautiful blonde chick. You know,
everybody had a crush on Diana, bro.
Yeah,
everybody had a crush on Diana.
I mean, she was that jack-booted Nazi alien thug, but she could spank my bare bottom any day of the week. You know, come on, man.
My
Jane Badler.
Yeah.
Come on,
you know, bro, everybody.
But you just know, if we suddenly had a conduit to alien civilizations, human beings will figure out a way to fetishize or sexualize anything. You would have whole clubs of 1,000 different aliens. You could go and I mean, Amsterdam would be full. The red light district would be full of creatures from all over the universe for every kind of fetish, and. You know,
that's what I'm
Blair
saying.
Tefkin played Robin. That's who. Yeah. Yes.
Bro, that I wish I'd have been on the show when you asked that question, bro. Because it's like, you think about it, it's like, damn, there are some attractive alien
we're asking you the
interpretations.
question now.
Would I?
Yeah, I mean,
is there any would you go like LaToya, notwithstanding, we know you love LaToya and all that, but
hell yeah.
if there was how far would you go? How close to a humanoid would you have? Like if you could go, how far out beyond humanoid would you go to? Like what? Give us like Mantis. Mantis is pretty humanoid, but she's hot.
Yeah,
she's got those big eyes. Hot. Who wouldn't hit that? Everybody hit that.
She's definitely hot. Like and she can influence an emotion. Yeah, she's hot.
And Elizabeth Lebecki, the gold chick, you know, in Guardians. Would you hit that?
She's hot too.
Yeah, see.
Is it her son who's the other character? He's hot.
Adam Warlock.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah.
I like that actor.
I'm talking about like to the extreme. I'm trying to think. Is there? I mean, brother, there's a, like, I mean, I think pretty much if you couldn't get away with it, and if the only thing is, it's like when you think about it, it's like I think everybody would, but it's like
it's an interesting thought experiment.
There would be some questions you would have to ask, and the thing is to understand that person's anatomy. Like, how does it work? Do you actually feel and have the same sensations? Do you feel the same sensations that are you like sexually, are you sexually aware like I am? Or do you have the same sexual responses that I would, you know?
Yeah, man, I'd be if I couldn't find the clit and make it rock with my tongue. How would you like? I would if I let an alien. If I was gonna go down on the alien queen.
Yeah,
and I couldn't get her off, that would be an epic fail on my part. I would be like, wow.
Even if they didn't have the same sensations, and you're still in love with this alien, you would work it out and tell them what you need and show them what you need.
Yeah.
and it could work. I mean, I think the only aliens I probably couldn't have anything to do with would be like the xenomorphs from Alien, because what their motivating factor is. I'm not quite sure whether or not love is important to them. It has to be a creature that says, yeah, I want to have an intimate relationship. Love is important to me. But if the creature's like, yeah, love's not important, it's like, excuse me? No. If we're going to have a relationship, love has to be involved.
I got it. So one character who I've always wanted to see in live action, and she's an alien. Mind you, she's an alien. She's a murderous alien, but she's an alien. Spiral from Mojo World, bro. I've always thought
she's got many hands, many arms.
Many hands. One of the most attractive individuals out. Yeah, Spiral.
Imagine what she could do for you with all those hands.
Bro, Spiral from Mojo World, bro. Yeah. I'm saying, but that's the thing, bro. Like when you're talking about these things, you're like, okay, all right. Is the attraction there? If I'm feeling this way, how do you feel about me? Or because the thing is, maybe it's for them, the sexual attraction is like a war type of thing, like where basically you have to have sex to dominate, and maybe after that you would want to kill me.
Yeah, you don't want to have sex with somebody that has to eat you afterwards.
Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying. You got to think.
So no praying mantis sex. No praying mantis sex.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If there was a female predator.
Well, that's a very good. This is a good question, right? You just hit on it. This is a very perfect example. Mm-hmm. A female predator.
A female predator.
Would you hit that? You're asking if I would hit that.
Would you?
I would date a male predator. I would date him.
Okay, now here's the thing, dude. I mean, I don't know if I could ever figure out a way to kiss. I mean, I think I'm a pretty good kisser. I've been told so. I've prided myself on my oral abilities. I don't know if I could ever kiss a female predator in an effective manner. Certainly I couldn't slip some tongue in there. There's a lot of ground to cover. I don't know if I would be good about that. But judging by the rest of a predator's anatomy, I don't know. I'm not packing the firepower I would need to, I've got like a Walther PPK, but I would need like a bazooka probably, but it wouldn't, I'm just saying I could try, but orally, maybe. I'll tell you this. If I was offered an opportunity to spend a night with a female predator, I would be curious to go down on a female predator to see what it was like.
See what
just to see, even if everyone said, ew, but in my mind, I'm like, I would just like to see that. I'd like to see it and experience it. What does it feel like? What does it taste like? What is all that stuff that I love about women? I'd want to see if a predator could do it for me. Just because, and for no one's edification other than only my own. So that's what I would like to say. I would go down on a female predator because I would want to know.
You said that you would let a male you would actually.
I said I would date a male predator just to see what he's like, and like I said, if the concept of love and stuff is there, then
Well, I mean, as long as he doesn't basically find you as a threat, like if he's not, if you're not carrying any type of weaponry or whatever, then I don't know. I still don't know how that would work. Like I don't know how, because he wants to kill everybody.
But no. But what if he's a total poet? He just hunts on the weekends. Like in all seriousness, he just hunts on. I mean, all we know of predators is we just see them hunting. Yeah, but one of my favorite things in Alien versus in Alien versus Predator Requiem, we see this poor predator. He's like monitoring conversations, like ding ding ding. There's a problem on Earth. This poor guy, this poor schleprock has to go. Okay, there's a problem, but clearly they have a city. There's a sprawling population. Yeah. That predators have sitcoms on their TV. Mm-hmm. Like there's a version of Friends or something like Friends on the Predator homeworld. So and we think predators. There's predator rock bands.
Yeah,
I mean they're hunters, so you can extrapolate that they have all other kinds of things. So there's movies.
There's predator YouTubers.
Yeah, there are predator YouTubers. What is the predator version of The Godfather like? I mean, I know, but you think about it, if you go down, there is a When Harry Met Sally with predators. but there is. I mean, if you think about it, they are they're technologically more advanced than we are. We've seen a glimpse of their homeworld, and they have honor. We know that they have honor. We see in Predator 2, Danny Glover is gifted with an ancient weapon that we then saw come from prey or whatever. So they have a sense of honor. They have a sense of fairness. They have a sense of adventure. I could probably love a predator. If I met a female predator, I bet we would get along. I don't think I could ever get past kissing her, but that's only because our anatomy didn't.
It's always a question of hygiene, bro. That's the question.
Now, what's to make you? Why would you think that predators aren't squeaky clean? What if they smelled fantastic, like they smelled like French perfume? Like what if you were around a predator and predators were the most amazing smelling? Like, what's funny, when I was in on Lord of the Rings in New Zealand and in Australia, I don't know the difference, but the perfumes that they wore, like I used to love walking down the street in the middle of Sydney because women wore these musky, you were there. The perfumes that the women wore they were so good. They were very different than like sweet, flowery. There was something else, and it was more smoky, and it was just unbelievable. I just loved it. I loved walking down the street and like, oh my God, these women smell so amazing. Same in France, like going to France, being the perfumes in the French. I mean, just the women. You walked on the street in Paris, it's completely intoxicating. It's like, oh my God, this is the greatest perfume I've ever smelled. What if predators smelled like that? What if they had, for whatever reason, they had the smoky, sultry, just amazing scent that it was just intoxicating? What about that? And what if they were squeaky clean?
Nah.
So you're you're a speciesist. You're prejudicing
because
species.
The thing is, bro, it's not that. It's just because I don't want them yelling at me all the time. It's all they do is yell.
That's when they're hunting.
It's an argument you would not win. You would not win that argument at all. Because if you say something out of line, she'll kill you.
We've only ever seen predators portrayed while they're hunting. We've never seen predators in school. We've never seen predators cooking. We've never seen predators. I mean, predators, what if they go shopping?
Yeah.
They have technology, so there's factory workers. There's probably a Flashdance movie on the Predator homeworld where there was a young predator, like the Jennifer Beals predator, who at 18 starts working at a factory and meets 40-year-old Michael Predator Nori, and who owns the company, and the predator has to dance to make a living, to make extra money. I mean, come on, man. We saw the Predator homeworld in Predator Aliens versus Predator Requiem. It's a sprawling, technologically advanced metropolis. It's a good bet that they have clubs and shows and actors and nightly newscasters,
Nah.
You could never go there.
Predator TikTok. They got a TikTok.
Yeah.
No.
Predator Tinder.
Yes.
No. It's just, nah. I'm sorry.
It feels so good just to talk about something like this. And I think that there are some intelligent aliens out there who are looking at us right now, or watching this YouTube show, thinking the exact same thing we're thinking about them.
Yeah, by the way, Sonny Dominguez says, I think I might be fucked if I made the alien queen squirt. Hopefully it's only her blood that's acidic. Well, Sonny Dominguez is making a good point. Like, if you make an alien queen orgasm, and you don't want to make, it would be counterproductive if she doused you with acidic discharge.
Yeah, nah, bro. Like, here's the thing: you have to draw the line somewhere.
Why?
Because you have to, bro. Like, some relationships are just naturally dangerous and toxic. Literally.
Because there's blood for acid, or acid for blood.
Bro, you're putting your life on the line for what?
No scratching and clawing.
Yeah, I mean, but you would work that out.
Right.
Like if we were a spacefarer, I mean, this is we have to like think about what it would be like to join the galactic community. And I think that all we know as human beings is other human beings. But if we suddenly met great intellects, what if you met a female predator whose personality was so intoxicating? She was so much fun. She totally understood you. She knew everything.
Figures.
Yeah, she laughed at your jokes. I mean, she was somebody that became in. Do you not think that now keep in mind, you have to leap beyond logic. You have to pretend that we're part of a spacefaring culture. You can't imagine a scenario where you might fall in love with a creature that is. I understand now. Physically, we have to be with somebody that appeals to us physically.
Mm-hmm.
But bro, she would be almost 9 feet tall with big ass feet. No, it would not work. This would not work for me. Do you know how awkward that would be? She would be the dominant person in the relationship, bro. I would be at her will.
But what if she totally loved you? What if her fascination with you?
Or my life is on the line. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope.
All right. Okay. But Mantis is cool. Like, I mean, but see, this is the funny thing about the question is like how like I could never get it up for an alien xenomorph. I couldn't do it. No matter how much I tried to use my imagination, probably a predator wouldn't work for me. Mantis, absolutely. Elizabeth Lebecki, the golden goddess from totally, no problem with that. What's her face from Farscape or whatever? Yes.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
okay. All right, Rob. All right. What about? And I keep forgetting the name of the movie, but we talk about it all the time. The vampire queen who came to Earth and just
life force. Oh, dude, come on. She took human form. Oh, I would rock her world. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Yes. And not only that, I would rock. Not only would I rock Space Vampire's world, I would demand she turn me into a vampire as long as I could still live. Like, the thing about them is they suck you get desiccated and come back an hour later and then you die. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
You're like, come on, dude. She took human form.
Yeah. Oh, I'd be all over that. Yeah.
Wow.
I would life force it up, dude. Come on.
It's good to think about this before we actually do have these alien encounters. It's good to think about the possibility of it, in case we encounter aliens tomorrow. Who knows?
Okay. Would you date a frost giant?
Would I date a what?
A frost giant. Loki's father.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I would date Loki's father.
He's a frost giant.
I don't care. I would date a Cthulhu if it would work out.
That's some hentai action right there. Yeah. I mean, but here's the thing, dude, I'm telling you, if we actually lived in a multi-species situation,
if we were born into that situation and didn't see the difference, then yeah, I can understand.
Getting born and the thing is, like, how far, nowadays human beings we're very limited. We're very limited. I mean, there are people that are attracted to other species on this planet. People have weird fetishes or whatever, and it's like, dolphins are randy creatures. And if I was swimming in the ocean, scuba diving or something, and some dolphin came up and started rubbing against me, I'm like, if no one knew, maybe.
Rob, would you have dated Medusa?
Oh, are you kidding?
I'm not talking about before the transformation, because we all know what happened to her. I'm talking about her now.
one.
Well, you mean I'd have to make sure that I didn't look into her eyes and turn to stone?
You just have to wear
Exactly.
shades, Robert. You just have to wear shades forever.
Okay, so if I had if I had my like Medusa proof shades,
Yes.
yeah, why not? I mean, getting around the snakes on her head or whatever. But
Yeah.
I mean, there's like the Ray Harryhausen Clash of the Titans Medusa, that's a little rough, a little reptilian, for me.
The
But-
one did.
But then there's the Medusa and the Inhumans, man. Come on,
Damn.
come on, dude.
I mean, that's different. Medusa in humans, yeah.
Yeah, man. Redhead.
Okay.
But no, but I think though that I think that is a. It does. It really depends. I mean, I think it's a really interesting question because how far would we all go? And if we do ever, I'm not going to be around to see it. That's my greatest regret. I mean, one of the reasons that I love animals so much, not because I want to date them or I have some fetish about them, but animals, but the fact that they're creatures that are very different than us, that we can meet and we can actually communicate with. Like I did not have dogs growing up. I lived with cats. I have been surprised. I've only had a dog. Gilbert's 5 years old, and Gilbert is a very smart animal. And to a certain extent, like we communicate. Like I know I'm communicating with Gilbert the dog, because he knows how to bark. Like if he wants something, he doesn't bark loud. There is an intellect in him. And the way he uses his paws, and he'll come up and he'll put his paw on me if he wants something. He understands how to communicate with me. He's learned that in the 5 years since he was a puppy, and he knows he can trust me. And I find it incredibly fascinating that while I'm never going to be able to discuss intellectual concepts, I would love to know what Gilbert thinks about his existence. Like, does he like living here? What can the frustrating thing is I would love to know, like I'd love to have him be able to say, just for 5 minutes, if I only had 5 minutes where he could speak English and tell me about himself. What do you like, Gilbert? What can I do to make your life better? What is it how do you feel about living here? If I could have 5 minutes of speaking with him and understanding how he views the world, that would be beyond valuable to me. And I think about this all the time as he puts his paw on me and he curls up, like when I sleep on my side, and he curls up in my legs, the corner of my legs, and figures out a way to sneak in and sleep there. Like just 5 minutes of just to get to know him and to hear, what do you think about being alive, man? Like, do you dig it? What do you think? If I could get that, and the thing is, I know that he would have something to say, but we don't speak the same language. And I really wish one day, before I die, deep AI, whatever, if there's any way that somebody could make a translation device where I could speak to my dogs for 5 minutes, even if it cost $1 million, to speak I would pay it. I don't have $1 million, but if I did, I would love that so much, just to hear what they think of the world.
Oh, man. It's a beautiful thing.
I mean, it would be amazing. And I'll tell you something. I think if we could speak, if we could communicate on an intellectual level with the animals on this planet, it would transform humanity in an instant. We would completely. It would be a moment of like we're looking for aliens in outer space. We live amongst thousands of species of alien creatures right here on this planet. It's amazing. Like, it's funny because when we think about, well, there's aliens, it means there's us and there's aliens, and we're always looking for life. We live on a planet that is teeming with life that has intellectual prowess, that knows how to do things, but they don't, existentially, they don't understand a lot of what we understand. But I mean, can you imagine, what if you could talk to like a jungle cat, somebody like a predator in Africa, whether it's a lion, a cheetah, whatever, what would they say? Can you imagine how our civilization would be transformed if we could just speak to animals on like, and just have them say anything? Like one thing. If you could hear an animal, pick your animal, pick your favorite animal, and they were able to speak to you and say one sentence in English about their life, it would change humanity forever. I mean, it really would. I mean, like, even if a cow said, grass needs salt. If that's it, it'd be like, oh my God.
If that's all they had to say, like,
But
if that's pretty much.
But that would be a profound statement about their existence. That these poor animals have to deal with the fact that I'd really like some salt for this crap. I mean, think that would say enough. You'd be like, oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, just imagine like you hearing for the first time what your dog or your cat, what they really think about you.
Oh my God. Can you imagine?
Like really what they actually think about you as a person. Imagine, like, what if they, like, literally no matter how much they caress and cuddle up next to you, you discover that they really hate you.
Yeah.
Like, that would be a hurtful thing, bro.
Well, I mean, I think that, but that, the thing is, that's something I honestly believe there is going to come a time, whether it's deep learning, AI, call it what you want, but there is going to be a time when we are going to figure out how to converse with all of the animals on this planet. And I think there are two things that humanity needs to do to fundamentally change itself. One is we need to figure out a way to expand our life span. If we could live 200, 300, 400, 500 years through, hopefully we don't have to drink adrenochrome or some shit like that. But whatever, it would fundamentally change the way we see ourselves in the universe. Yes. I think we'd become better people.
Yeah, I think so too.
And two, if we could converse with all the creatures that we share this planet with. I think, I don't know if that'll ever happen.
Like the Na'vi.
Yeah. I see you. You know, it would, if we found out that our domesticated pets like talk shit about us or something. I mean, but even one thing, it would fundamentally change, because all we know is our existence. And everything like we think, oh, dogs are just, you know, we have dogs, they're our pets. But dogs, they don't. What if we found out that dogs had this incredibly intellectual view of the earth, that they were like these Zen mystics, and they chose to be with us? Like, we think we bred dogs to be friends of man over the last 20,000 years. Well, what if dogs completely have a different vision of existence? What if dogs have even their own religion? Like, we don't know. Like we think that these animals are like for instance, I'll give you an example. When we look at an anthill, you know, let's see an anthill in the desert or whatever. Those ants aren't even aware that we are aware that we exist. They don't know anything about economics, banks, computers. They exist in their own little realm. Their own little realm does not allow them to even understand. Well, you know, you talk about UAPs or aliens or whatever. We don't have any understanding outside our own sphere of. We can't even see all the spectrum of light. We can't even hear all the sounds that exist. We can't even exist 10 feet underwater for more than a few minutes, or 10,000 feet in the air without suffocating. We have no idea. We could be in the middle of the bottled city of Kandor or whatever. Our planet we don't know. And so
we're stuck in between.
Yeah, and we're here, and all we know is what we can see and feel and understand. And like, what if we find out, like, I know that across the street there's a family that has another 3 or 4 dogs. They bark. Our dogs hear them. They're in the backyard barking. What if, and they bark at each other, and they're probably 100 yards away, 200 yards away, 300 yards away from each other. But when they start barking, what if they're having like it's like, so how's it going today? Well, what'd you guys get to eat? Well, today we got the same shit we had yesterday. I mean, it's fine. I like it when they change it. We have no idea. What if we find out that they're having like these long conversations about whatever?
And all we're hearing is like these loud noises.
Yeah, whale song. We have no. Not only do we have no idea, we think that we're the dominant species on the planet because we've got technology. Mm-hmm. But what if whales are living in 4 different dimensions and we just don't know it? Mm-hmm. We don't know. Mm-hmm. That's why I think I will put aside. I'll fuck anything. I just need to. I need to. At the end of the day, to leave this conversation. At the end of the day, I'm going to leave my sexual. I'm going to leave it open. Like I'm just saying, I don't know, but I'm just going to say, if I met a female predator, she might be able to do things to me physically that I haven't even conceived of, and I just want to leave that possibility open because I don't know. I don't know.
Damn.
Don't know.
Damn.
I'm willing to keep an open mind and to understand. By the way, Jonathan Namila sent in some tips and said, Rob, did you see Emma Stone's new movie, Poor Things, on YouTube? I've seen the trailer. It's officially out September 8th, 2023. Rob, it's real. Well, that is where Willem Dafoe plays like a Dr. Frankenstein character, and Emma Stone is the Frankenstein monster. I think it looks great. Can't wait to see it. It is called Poor Things.
And it's on Netflix?
I think it's to be a theatrical feature.
Oh, it's YouTube.
Yeah, you can see the trailer on YouTube.
Okay.
But it comes out in September. Poor Things. Dude, it looks bonkers. It looks bonkers. Wow. I can't wait to see it. Jonathan goes on to say, Rob, I love your t-shirt. Think while it's still legal. That sounds like a great drama movie. You can make a society where thinking is illegal, which is interesting and compelling. Rob, just think the movie before that script is illegal. Well, no, I love this shirt. And you know what's funny about this shirt? I got this shirt from what I think people might consider a right-wing site. It was a site called Clown World. I saw this, it was like on Facebook or something, and I would like click. And most of the shirts that they had there, I wouldn't buy. But this was good. Think while it's still legal. So you can go to places that you might not necessarily agree with them. And, of course, well, Rob, you gave them money, so you're supporting them. No, I'm supporting this shirt. And then Jonathan goes on to say, Rob, I date Bubbles from Valerian and the City of 1,000 Planets. Have you seen Valerian? I have. It's my favorite sci-fi movie. Do you think we will ever get sequels? No. I thought Valerian is it's incredible. Luc Besson directed Valerian. It's based on a very famous European comic. I thought Valerian was incredibly miscast. Yeah, it was just incredibly miscast. The rest of the movie is incredible. I love the movie. I own the 4K disc.
I always thought they should have been older.
Yeah, they should have been older. Yeah. Mm-hmm. By the way, you guys, it's 3:18 where you are. I mean,
yeah.
Well, like let me just rifle through quickly because there's people have fired in super chats. Tom Jr. Jackson gifted a Burnettwork membership, which is very nice. Hunter Becknell says, I see you. I see you too, Hunter. Kel on Earth says, cross-species lovemaking, the shape of water. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kelvin.
That's what I was thinking about earlier. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Would you fuck a fish man? A fish girl?
I will not confirm or deny.
Okay, that's all. That's good. All right.
It depends. It definitely depends. Yeah, it depends.
Okay. Kevin Morales wants to know, why hasn't anyone brought up Natasha Henstridge from Species? Oh, I'd hit that.
I was thinking about that, but and somebody out there even said who was it? The Asian woman, the beautiful Asian woman from Lovecraft Country.
Oh, dude, I'd hit that too. Come on. Yeah. I mean, you said the A word always. Yeah. I mean, come on. My one regret is I didn't go to Japan as like a college student. Damn it. God damn it. Kel on Earth says that little reptilian alien on the episode of Enterprise that impregnated Trip.
Yes, and they put their hands in the substance together.
Yeah, it was pretty hot.
And I guess they felt something through the substance, and then he's like, "I'm pregnant," and she's like, "Oh, I didn't think that would happen to you."
Wow.
Did you tell him that that's how you impregnate your species? Why didn't you think he would get pregnant if you're doing what you would do normally to get people pregnant? Like, why would you think he wouldn't get pregnant?
I don't know. That's Rampage Predacon says, Rob, did you ever watch the follow-up network TV show to Starman? I was 5 when it came out, but all I remember is that it's about their son. Yes, I did watch that, and it wasn't very good. They had that and the Phoenix. It was, they always tried to do that. It never really worked out well. And that was 86. I'm looking at it, 86. And Aaron Gray played Jenny Hayden, played the Karen Allen part. So yeah, it didn't last very long, but yeah. Hunter Becknell, $20 super chat, says, hey Rob, you once talked about a Borg origin story that would be like Alien that you wouldn't reveal it's a Star Trek movie. I passed that through along to a friend of mine and he thought it was brilliant. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Like I've often thought, like for Alien, for instance, for what I've often thought about the Borg, we've never dealt, David Mack wrote an incredible trilogy of books about the Borg called Star Trek Destiny. It's an incredible Star Trek series. It's amazing. But I've always thought that the Borg, in my head canon, the origins of the Borg were probably there was some society, humanoid society, experimenting with using biotechnology, extending life, whatever. And it got away from them. And it consumed them like a plague of locusts. There was no hive mind. It was just they were trying to extend their lives. They were trying to use biotechnology to whatever it was. And it was unleashed. And it wasn't, there was no central intelligence behind it. It just transformed the whole civilization into what the Borg are. And when you first met the Borg, there was no queen. It was just, they didn't care. They were, so it'd be something like that. But yes, I mean, I appreciate you like that, but I would, but yeah, I'm glad. Yes, you wouldn't reveal it's a Star Trek movie. I would love to do that. I'd love to do an origin of the Borg and you wouldn't know it was the Borg. Kevin Morales says, I could totally bang the Queen from V. Who wouldn't? Dan Candy asks, Rob, would you fuck a Horta? A Horta is the creature from Devil in the Dark. It's a silicon life form that can the Star Trek episode Devil in the Dark from the second season. First season. It can tunnel through rock. It's basic, and it looks like a giant red chocolate chip cookie or brownie or something. And it's I mean, it was a girl. The Horta was a girl. I'm just saying she was a mother.
It says it's highly intelligent.
Swear, bro, like,
It's highly intelligent.
I swear, bro. Like,
come on, dude. I mean, the Horta and Diane Duane, the same woman who created the crystalline spider, she made a Horta an ensign on the Enterprise, Ensign Narat, that the Horta was able to go to Starfleet Academy. So, there you go.
Still talking about this crystalline spider, bro.
Tom Jr. Jackson. Well, she was already in Starfleet. She was an engineer. Tom Jr. Jackson said, Rob, have you seen my interview with Maria Espino yet? I have not. Was there in the chat, and Maria and I missed you there. I did not. I have not seen it. I need to see it.
It was excellent, Robert. You need to check out Tom's interview with Maria. As you know, of course, has her about After the Sequels channel, and she's working on that Star Wars fan film.
Which is, I can't wait to see that because the stuff I've seen is so cool.
It's amazing. She's amazing, and I just love the interview that Tom did.
I'll have to watch that. I'll definitely watch. Mm-hmm. Kevin Morales says, The Asari from Mass Effect are hot as hell.
Yes, they're gorgeous. The Mass Effect Andromeda video game has the most incredible looking aliens in it. Everybody is fair game, and it is just wonderful. And they let you enjoy it. I mean, it doesn't go that far, but you know that you can date people, and it's really great. I love that game so much.
Okay. All right. Scott Bartholomew says omnibus movie making is getting old. I mean, I could see that, you know, but I do like those big labyrinthian stories. I like the big stories. Zachary Zabali says, what has me optimistic are the young people discovering movies like Rocky for the first time and crying their balls out when Mickey dies in Rocky 3. Look, the younger generation, movies have power that when people discover them, you just have to point them in the right direction that works. The power of great movies is undeniable. Movies speak for themselves.
Yeah.
They speak for themselves. Our friend S. Beam says, shout out to the awesome chat.
Hey,
Much love and respect to the panel. Subscribe to all if you haven't already. We're all goof people. Hashtag Figure Flex Friday.
Yes.
Do you have 4,000 subscribers yet?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. There's 376 people watching right now. I want all of you guys right now, guys, girls, gentle beings, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies, whoever you are, wherever you are, go to the 1/6 scale man YouTube page right now and subscribe to Lael Rockwell's page. 1/6 scale man, go now. How far away are you from 4,000?
I'm currently at, let's see here. I gotta wait till this kind of goes away. I'm currently at, hold on, let me just pull this up here really quick. I am currently at 3,645.
Well, we can't get you over 400 or 4,000. But anybody, go there right now. 1/6 scale man. Go to that channel. Whoever's watching right now, subscribe to Lael and tell him whether or not, like, go there and leave a comment on his page. Tell him, would you or would you not fuck a predator? Go subscribe to Lael's channel and send him a message and say, yes, Lael, I would fuck a predator, and here's why. And the best responses we will read next week on Midnight Musings. Or go to his channel and then also
and I will give you an honest response. I will give you an honest response.
Sexy Monkey says done. Yeah.
I will give you an honest response next. I swear to God.
Go to Lael's channel, 1/6 scale man. Subscribe and tell him, would you fuck a predator? Yes or no? And if so, why? If not, also why?
And you will get it. I will promise that as long as it takes, I will respond to everybody. You will get an honest response from me every. Wow. Yeah. You would honestly get an honest response from me. If you did that, that would be hilarious. That would literally be hilarious. I would actually give you an honest response.
There you go. There you go. Scott Bartholomew says, I love Flowers for Algernon. Flowers for Algernon was made into a movie called Charlie that stars Cliff Robertson. It's based on a book, Flowers for Algernon, by Daniel Keyes. Great story. It's about a person who's developmentally disabled who's given a drug that makes him intelligent for a limited amount of time. It's a great story. Scott, you have good taste. Movie's good too. NJR 1984 says, listening to you guys on my way back home from work. I just put on a jazz show at the Broad Stage in Santa Monica. Wow. Long night, but everyone had a great time. That's very cool. Very cool. Scott Bartholomew said, all I need to know about life, I learned from Star Trek. Me too. I don't know about fucking predators, but, aliens, sure. RRTNZ said, I really enjoyed The Flash. Not afraid to say it. You're doing some great work, by the way. Let me just tell you. RRTNZ says, I really enjoy The Flash. Not afraid to say it. I'm not either. I really enjoy The Flash.
Nice.
And then RRTNZ says, Hail Bob and Lael. Saw a Facebook post about Star Trek Strange New World Season 1 Fairy Tale episode. The sheer number of folks praising it indicates humanity is doomed. I hope AI takes over soon. It'll be too smart for Strange New Worlds. I can't disagree with you. Scott Bartholomew says, I would like to see a remake of The Night Stalker. They did remake The Night Stalker. So for those of you who don't know,
The Night Stalker.
Kolchak, The Night Stalker, for those of you who don't, a 70s show, they made 2 movies. There's 2 Night Stalker TV movies, and then there's the TV series that ran 1 season with Darren McGavin as Carl Kolchak, but then they remade it, The Night Stalker. It wasn't great. Let's see. And I forget why. It's like Stuart Townsend, but it isn't Stuart Townsend. Night Stalker TV series remake. Yeah, so they remade The Night Stalker 2005, 2006, and it starred, why am I drawing? Stuart Townsend. It did star. It was Stuart Townsend, Gabriel Union, and Eric Youngman. It was not good. I just say they missed out. Thomas Logan.
There's no way to basically recreate the original, bro. You can't.
No, so good.
You can't.
Thomas Logan says Marvel Studios is a store. The store runs on customers. If a store clerk tells half the customers who shop there, you're deplorable, the store suffers. Okay, I understand, like you're talking about Sam Jackson again, but I would say this. Sam Jackson's like E.F. Hutton to me. When Sam Jackson speaks, you listen. I don't get mad at Sam Jackson.
Yeah.
I just don't. He worked on Isla Nublar. Come on, man. I mean, he worked at Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
I don't fuck with someone that worked at Jurassic Park. No, I mean, look, I think here's the thing. You can't get mad at an actor for responding to certain things that are going on in the world. You can't hold it. You can't hold it against him. That's what he's thinking. And Sam Jackson has never delivered a bad performance. Even those people that say, well, he wasn't so great as Mace Windu, fuck all that. He did the best he could. He wanted to be the greatest Jedi who ever lived. He picked out a purple lightsaber. For that alone, he goes into the pantheon of great men.
Exactly.
But I understand. I mean, it's like, so you are you going to besmirch decades of great work from Sam Jackson because he might have said something you disagreed with once? Can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Purple lightsaber. That's it. 3 words or 1 word,
Bro,
2 words.
It's like, listen, the bottom, like, bro. I'll just move on. I digress.
I know, but I'm just saying. I will say it for you. Sam Jackson, even if you disagree with something he said once or twice, he is worthy of your love. He's done enough work. He's brought enough joy into my life that there's nothing Sam Jackson will ever be able to do unless, and by the way, he's been married for like 50 years to his wife or something. Mm-hmm. I mean, the only thing that he would never harm her, but if he did, you know, if he pulled some crazy criminal thing, then maybe I'd be like, but Sam Jackson is sacrosanct. Mm-hmm. He's a holy man. Mm-hmm. He gets it forever. Chairman Meow says Kurtzman Trek had 2 viable options for expanding Star Trek and Paramount Plus subscribers. Star Trek Legacy, which is a pipe dream, and Prodigy. Prodigy may have been kid-oriented, but it was real Star Trek. Hey, I like Prodigy. I don't know why they made it a kid-oriented show, but it shows you that you cannot try and expand Star Trek's audience beyond its core brand. And that's what they tried to do. Let's make a Star Trek show for kids. How about no? There's a reason why it got canceled after 1 season. No one watched it. And the only people that did watch it were not kids. It was adults watching Prodigy and not enough of them. It did not work. It didn't work. Star Trek Prodigy didn't work, unfortunately. But Stephen Bro spelled Breaux. Is that bro? That'd be bro, right?
Yeah.
What do you say?
Breaux.
Okay.
Like bro, I think so. That's fantastic. Where's a Tony Gilroy type writer to write Secret Invasion? He wrote Spy, Jason Bourne, anyone? By the way, thoughts on, the Blackening movie. I haven't seen The Blackening. Have you guys seen The Blackening?
No.
I heard it was good, though.
I haven't seen it. But I heard a lot of people. I've heard some good things from people.
Yeah, and Brian Johnson says, Rob, I wanted to ask you on Instagram, but would you be up to writing anything Star Trek? Writing anything Star Trek better than an original IP? Sci-fi with Mark Bernardin? Love this channel, and I love you all. I appreciate you. I think Mark Bernardin's a great writer. I don't know if he needs me. He's more experienced than I am. But certainly. The Jughead. Oh, wait. Hang on a second. Scott Bartholomew says, I need to discuss Space 1999. I could. I have many Eagles here. That's not a bad thing. Tom Jr. Jackson said, yesterday was the 35th anniversary of Roger Rabbit. I'm an old man.
Damn.
I know, 35 years. The Sundowners Club says, do you think we could ever see E.T. again in a movie or series? No. If you could pick one sequel in the history of film, what would it be? I would assume you're asking if I could make one sequel to a movie that doesn't have a sequel. What would it be? If you guys could pick one movie that never got a sequel to give it a sequel, what would that movie be? That's a great idea.
That never had a sequel. Damn, that's a good ass question. Let me think.
Gone with the Wind.
They did write a book about it. There's a sequel, a novel. Could be good.
I know they did a version, like a television sequel of it, and it starred Joanne Whalley.
Yeah, that's right. That's Scarlett O'Hara. By the way, Retro Nerd Girl says Life Force 2. I'm down with that, Retro Nerd Girl.
Yo.
Life Force 2.
Yo.
Yeah.
What would they do? Like, who? Especially now? Oh, shit. Damn, what would I say? Like,
Big Trouble in Little China. That's a good one.
Big Trouble in Little China, too. Damn. That's a good question. I'm trying to think. Because there's so many films that, damn, bro. Let me think about that. I have to think about
Yeah,
that.
we have to come back next week and answer.
I gotta think.
Yeah, you got to answer that one. Would shag zombie Doctor Strange? After all, he's smart and has a good sense of humor.
I would date him. Yeah, I'd see what he's like as a zombie.
The Jughead, our friend from the UK, says, good morning, Rob, Lael. My sister, I just saw The Flash last week and I enjoyed it. Not nearly as bad as some people are making it out to be. I agree. I loved it.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot.
I did too.
I did.
1001 Johnny says, Lael, keep your crystal spider fetishes away from me. I don't think he doesn't have one. Rob, will you at least let it vor you? Yes. Bring it on the voring. Yes. Bring on the crystal spider. Oh, his second part of this is, the DCEU does not need a reboot, in my opinion. Sure, it has been poor for the most part, but a solo Ben Affleck directed and starred in Batman movie and a sequel to Man of Steel will put the DCEU back on track. I think, look, I have huge confidence in James Gunn's Superman. James Gunn, look at the Guardians of the Galaxy and his Suicide Squad. Those are 4 comic book related properties. Suicide Squad might not have made money because of the pandemic, but it's a great movie. And Peacemaker.
Yeah, I love
Suicide Squad, Peacemaker, and his three Guardians of the Galaxy movies. And if you want to even go back further, go look at Slither and also look at Super. He has a pretty great track record. And I'd say I have faith in James Gunn. Hidden Geek Village says he loved John Carter. I love John Carter. John Carter,
amazing film, bro.
It's great.
Cinematically amazing. I love the story, bro. I
love it.
Everything about it. Yeah.
Love John Carter. Well, listen, kids, that I mean, you guys stayed longer than we thought. This has been such a fun show. I would ask everybody, what do you have going on this week?
Well, tomorrow, after your member call at 6 p.m. right here on the Burnettwork, I have an episode of PGS Moving Image where we talk about the Blade Runner cinematic IP. It's going to have Catherine Cook is going to be on the panel, and so is Cameron Pasha. So it's going to be a great discussion right here on the Burnettwork, talking about everything we love and even more provocative, thought-provoking questions about Blade Runner. And of course, on Sundays on Positive Fandom, I have my show Sunday Brunch at 10:30 a.m. On Monday, I'll be back here on the Burnettwork at 6 p.m. with Lorena to do Ladies of the PGS. And on Thursday, you can find me on my channel. Darth Plato and I are going to be reviewing Gettysburg the movie, on Positive Fandom. And that's what I have coming up, Robert. And I'm at 1,300 subscribers. So guys, please subscribe to Positive Fandom.
Well, everybody go over to Positive Fandom. There's 379 of you watching this show right now.
Yes, please.
Jump on over to Positive Fandom, subscribe. And by the way, you know, YouTube is dropping their monetization things. So it's you need less time and less subscribers. So go to Mmmm's channel and go subscribe to her right now. Positive Fandom. Go to that.
Yes. And thank you, Robert. This has been a fantastic show tonight. Thank you to the chat, all the moderators, Robert and Lael. This has been so incredible. I don't even know I'm awake. I've been streaming since 4 o'clock this afternoon, so it's been a long day. And I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson. We were all goof people. Thank you, everybody in the chat. What a great discussion tonight.
Hell yeah.
So much fun. And Lael, what do you have going on your channel?
Oh man, this is a long weekend for me. So I have, let's see here, I have Collectors Lounge International on Sunday, of course. I'm dropping a video for it's a Take Your Position video with Rogue and Captain Marvel. So I'll be dropping that with Rogue, Captain Marvel, and Gambit. So that'll be coming soon. Let me see here. We have Comic Book Talk with Friends on Monday. Say What Wednesday. Then Uncivilized Scoundrels finally back next Thursday.
Ooh.
Then,
I'll wear my Princess Leia outfit in honor of the fact that they are auctioned off her outfit.
Hell yeah, there's a lot to cover. There's a lot to cover next week, so we'll be covering that. And then Figure Flex Friday next Friday. So if you haven't already subscribed to the YouTube channel, make sure that you have. Also subscribe to or become a member of the Figure Flex Friday Facebook group as well. So it's a lot going on, man. And I'm just going to enjoy my Latoya right now is in Miami, Florida right now. She's there with her family. Her cousin's graduating. He just finished his residency. His residency as a doctor. He's a doctor.
I saw it on Facebook. It's congratulations to him.
That's very cool.
Yeah. So
she was in the chat earlier.
Yeah, she was in there. She just came back and she just been texting me and stuff like that. So I have tomorrow I got to get up. I got to make a run to a couple places, but it's gonna be a longer weekend. So
Glenn Mark, who's been doing a great job for me, doing stuff for the channel. He's been killing it. Says, were the mice in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy secretly highly intelligent? Trying to remember. I think they were.
Yes, they were.
They were. Yeah.
They were bad guys, actually.
Yeah. So listen, kids, if you're members of the channel, tomorrow at 11 a.m., we have a member call. They usually last for hours, and they're always fun. So hopefully that I will see you there. Ooh, King Tannic says randos. All right, since you asked. So I'm gonna let and Lael Rockwell go. But as you know, I haven't done this in a while. I let randos on this show. Okay. So I think I'm going to do that. You guys are going to go, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put out I'm going to bring King Tannic on because we'll talk a little Transformers, but then we're going to bring some rando on too. So I'm going to let you guys go. It was great to have you here, but I will see you both next week.
All right. See you later.
Bye.
All right, kids. That was a good bunch. So now what I'm going to do now, you ne'er-do-wells, I'm going to let's see. I have to figure out how I can wait. Hang on. Create session. Click to copy. Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send King Tannic via Twitter. I'm gonna send him a link so he can come on because he hasn't been on a while. So and then I'm gonna send in the live chat so some rando can come on the rando show. You're gonna so anybody. I'm gonna put the link to come on. Use Chrome as your browser. Have a decent camera and of course a microphone, and we'll see what happens. So first of all, I got to get King Tannic in here and send him. So hey Israel, look at your Twitter, your direct messaging. And then when he gets here, I don't know when he's going to get here, but it's his idea. So hey, and so I'm going to bring now have something to say, because if you want to come on this show, you can. But I'm going to put it in the live chat, and if you're ready, if you have something, oh Lael, oh I didn't see that. Galactic J, I didn't see your message. You came in later. I apologize for that. So I didn't see that. So I apologize. But we will ask. So I'm going to put this in the chat. I'm just waiting for. I mean, Israel, you might not even be here anymore. I don't know. Are you? Are you coming? Oh, you're here. Yes, you're here. Okay, you're in. You're in, buddy. You're ready to go. Okay, so I'm dropping this right now in the live chat. Are you ready? Because there it is. Whoop, there it is. So let's see who's coming in. I'm putting you in. Can you hear me? Okay, you're good. Yeah, you're good. How are you doing, by the way? Hang on, let me throw you into the old chat and see if anyone else is going to jump and join us. But I will put you in first. What are you doing up? Aren't you in bed right now? Shouldn't you be in bed? Oh, really? Oh, did you like? Well, that's good. Oh, we got some rando. Oh, some rando was there, and then they disappeared. Somebody chickened out. They chickened out. Why did they do that? Oh, nope, somebody's here. Michael, oh, it's our friend Michael Elliott. Michael Elliott. Oh, wait, you know what's funny? I just realized this, that I upgraded the software so I can add a lot more people than just 3. Okay. I don't know. I think like 7. No, you didn't chicken out. So hang on. Now I got to put Michael in there. Hang on, Michael. Although we can't see you, the light is not great. I forgot I upgraded my software. This could be wacky. Hang on, this could just get really, really crazy. Hang on. Okay, hold on a second. I've never had this many people on. So Scott Bartholomew is here. Justin, I can't see Justin. I don't know why we can't see you guys. Hey, wait a minute. We got Jenin coming in. Okay, hang on. Okay, I've never had this many people. I don't know why. Okay, everybody, I need everybody just to stop for a second. Just pause. Pause for a minute. And Mikey Lito's there. Okay, everybody pause. I forgot that I upgraded the software so I can get more. Okay, everybody. Okay, gotta hang on for a second. I'm going to make a new thing. So everyone's wait. Wait, Johnny, hang on. You got to turn off your so I can't hear it. So I can't. Yeah, because I can hear mice. Hang on. 101 Johnny disappeared. Let's see. Jenin, you're here. Although you're frozen, so I don't know if you're I'll put you in. Hang on. Wow, this is wild. I'm sorry, I forgot I upgraded my software. I thought it used to just be 3 people, but now we'll put Mikey Lito in. I'm gonna give you the center square, Mikey. This is crazy. Okay, Mikey. Although Jenin, you're frozen, and I don't know why, but maybe you're gone. I don't know. Michael Elliott put you in, and let's see here. This is going to be a total party. I mean, I'm really excited about this. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be a party. I can tell you that. I've never done this before. Actually, this is new to me, Israel. I'll put you in. Let's see here. I totally forgot I was. Yeah, it's gonna be just like that. Okay, I think Jenin is not, for whatever reason, he's not here. So Mikey's, I'm gonna put you next in. Let's see who else is in here. Oh, somebody else came. Tom Jr. Jackson's here too. It's Scott Bartholomew. Scott, are you here? I don't see you, Scott. You're black, so you're gone. I don't see any picture or sound. So, Tom, you'll be in too. Hold on, Tom. Wow, this is amazing. Hold on. And by the way, this is gonna be a really sloppy looking frame because I don't have anything to. I don't have any. Let's see. Tom, Israel, Mikey. Let's see. That Jenin, you're not here. So I got 4 of you. Okay, gents, I'm putting you in. You know who I didn't put in? Me. I didn't put in me. Okay. You guys are all live. So let me I'm gonna adjust everybody. Just keep talking. So we got Mikey Lito in the top center square. There you are, Mikey. Can you say hello to the folks at home?
I will take Tom Jr. Jackson for the block.
You fool.
Okay, we got Michael Elliott, and can you guys see yourselves? Are you all good?
Yeah. I see it on the stream.
I'll be Paul Lind.
Yeah, Paul Lind. Okay, we got.
Yo, you did. Yeah, I'll be Paul Lind.
And you can be. All right, gentlemen. This is the longest. I've never had this many people on the show at once, so this is the first time I've done this in the history of
That's
this.
what she said.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay, Tom. Now. All right, gentlemen. You better have something good to say. So, first of all, Mikey, I suppose I need to put myself in this frame. I'll put myself in the middle, and
you better believe it.
Well,
okay.
somebody tell me something that they like, and I'll tell them a reason why I don't like it.
Come on, man. That's not right. Okay, hold on. Let me just. I'm gonna put myself in the middle. Center gets this.
I hit a lot of things, so I don't know.
Okay, everybody, here we go. Look at this. Ooh, hey, there we go. That is not very artistic, but welcome to Midnight Musings, gentlemen. We've got King Tannic is in the top left. We've got Mikey Lito in the top right. We got Tom Jr. Jackson in the bottom left and Michael Elliott in the bottom right. And I'm in the center square. Woohoo! All right, gentlemen, let me throw this out to you first and foremost. Did you all see The Flash?
Yes.
Yes.
I did.
All right, and what did you enjoy The Flash?
I thought it was I thought it was a good way to spend a couple of hours. I do have, like most current content, some issues.
Okay.
Most particularly, and Irene Jobson, I think, covered this very well on a stream that we did last Sunday.
You did a stream with Irene Jobson?
Positive Fandom.
Oh, how did I not watch that?
Hey, Sunday mornings, 10:30 Eastern.
All right. You know, there's more people I'm going to add to this stream. It's going to be a party. I'm telling you, this is going to be fan-fucking-tastic. We got Scott Bartholomew is going to join us. But so how was that?
Well, I objected to them putting a baby in a kitchen appliance. And Irene said nobody puts baby in the microwave.
Not yet, Tom. Hang on, Scott. You're not in yet. So you like the Flash though?
It was fine for 2 hours.
Well, wait, hang on, Scott. They can't hear you yet. I haven't put you in the show yet. Hold on. So now I'm going to bring in. So we're going to have Scott Bartholomew, and then we're going to have Rogue. This is the most people. This is 7 people. So I got a total of 8. So we got Rogue Comics coming in and Scott Bartholomew coming in. I don't even know how I'm going to manage this conversation. It's going to be rough. I just want you to know it's going to be rough hearing from everybody. But here we go. Watch. It's sloppy, but hey, there we are. So we got Rogue up on top. Scott Bartholomew is in the middle between Tom Jr. Jackson and Michael Elliott. So there you go, gentlemen. So we're talking about Flash. Let's go back to Mikey. Mikey, top right corner, because I'm not going to type all of your names and put them in there. Who's frozen? Is Mikey? Is Michael Elliott frozen? I think he is. I don't know. But so, gentlemen, Mikey, go back to the Flash. So, what'd you think?
Like I was saying, I thought it was an enjoyable way to spend a couple of hours.
I'm working on trying to get this camera better.
So you liked it though? You didn't love it?
I didn't love it. I liked it. I think people could wait for streaming on it, but if they want to support the theaters and the exhibitors, they should go out and see it. I'm much more looking forward to Oppenheimer, to be honest.
Me too. I bought tickets to Oppenheimer. I'm going to see it in 70 millimeter at the Village Theater when it opens on the 20th, Thursday the 20th. We're going to. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward.
Have you
to that.
read?
What's that?
Have you read the reviews on it? Have you read the reviews on Oppenheimer?
I don't read reviews.
That people are coming away devastated.
They're coming away what?
Devastated.
Oh, I would imagine.
Like it's like people are like not able to talk after one. It's that good of a movie. It's but disturbing, not like disturbing, but I don't know if you want to say on a good level, but it's from what I'm hearing, it's really one of those movies that leaves you thinking.
Well, I would imagine. I mean, I can't wait to see it. I would imagine it's probably going to be Christopher Nolan's magnum opus. To me, the thing we've got Indy coming out, and I still want to see it. And Oppenheimer and Mission Impossible to me were the movies of the summer, so I can't wait to see both of those. But Oppenheimer is. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Can I throw out a question?
Of course.
I'm curious how other people feel about all these 2-part movies that are coming out.
Well, that's a good question. What do you guys think?
As long as both parts are great, I'm chilling. I just saw Spider-Verse for the 5th time today. It's great. I love it. So excited for the next part.
5 times?
Dude, it's perfect. It's great. I mean, we're hearing on Twitter and stuff like the news coming out about the animators and the hard pressure and stuff that they were under during the production, which of course isn't a surprise if you've been following this industry at all for any period of time. But yeah, definitely, it's definitely not going to make its 2024 release, and I'm fine with that as long as just give the people time to like have a life. Drop my mic. Give people time to have a life and work. I'm fine if this movie comes out in 2026 or whatever, as long as it's perfect like the previous 2 have been. So I'm chilling.
Well, that's okay. Did you buy the Blu-rays or the 4K discs?
Rob, I don't buy physical media.
Why is that? How are you an anime fan?
Well, I don't buy physical media because eventually they'll stop selling physical media. And so my collection will become incomplete eventually, and my OCD won't let that happen. So I had to stop it early.
All right. This is the most, look at this collage of people. By the way, I just want to say that we have a new member in this chat. This is the biggest thing I've ever had on the show ever. I'm just saying that I know. Yeah, okay, I know. But I just wanted to tell you all that you know, if you look at this, we got Sundowner is there too on the. How you doing? So once again, we've got Israel, King Tannic, Michael Elliott, Mikey Lito, Tom Jr. Jackson, Scott Bartholomew, Rogue Comics, and Sundowners Club. I didn't even know. This is the very first time. Normally, I upgraded the software. You could only get 3 people in on Rendezvous now. Now I guess I can get 7. I had no idea. So welcome, gentlemen. What a potpourri of humanity.
Good to be here.
Well, welcome. Scott, where are you coming to us from?
Midlothian, Texas.
Wow.
Texas.
King Tannic's in Texas, too.
Mm-hmm.
Rogue Comics, where are you coming from?
I'm in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Connecticut. Mikey, you're in New York. Michael Elliott, tell everybody at home where you're from, too. Oh, I think Michael Elliott's frozen. Tom, where are you?
I'm in Connecticut.
I know, we got.
I'm in a little town called Connecticut.
And Sundowners Club, where are you from?
Memphis.
My God. We have the entire United States represented here. It's fantastic.
So did you ever think that you'd get this many people on screen and none of them are from overseas?
No, I mean, that's interesting because I guess people are just waking up in Europe.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We just can't. You're frozen.
Can you hear me, Rob?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're frozen. Your camera's frozen. But we can hear you.
Rob.
Yes.
Oh man, we can't hear.
We can hear you. Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Oh no.
Well, we'll let you stay around.
Rob.
We can hear you.
I'm stepping out frame. I'm stepping out of frame for a minute so I can refill my wine glass.
Nice. I wish I had more wine. By the way, you know what I did get 6 scale wise? I ordered this for this custom Aquaman figure I had. I ordered a die-cast. I just typed in die-cast 6 scale Aquaman Trident.
I'm afraid to.
Anyway.
I'm afraid to leave and
here you go, Rob.
Come back, but I visually have something you need to see.
Oh, look at that.
But the problem is seeing me, and I need to show
Mikey.
I want to show something.
I mean, Michael. Show some, but we can't see you. You're frozen. Oh well. Anyway, to keep the conversation going, this is a little bit unruly. So Flash, you liked it. Oppenheimer's great. King Tannic, what did you think of that? You said you saw this anime you wanted to see. You went and saw it in the theater.
Oh, Lonely Castle in the Mirror. Me and Chris Carr had a conversation on Twitter about it in the DMs. Yeah, I don't know if it's still playing in theaters like throughout most of this weekend because they had a really weird release of like Wednesday, Thursday. But if it's still playing, I recommend everybody give it a chance because it surprised me. I don't know what happened. I had a weird experience.
No, what is it?
So basically, it's about this.
I'm trying to get this camera to work.
We'll wait for you, Michael. It's about what?
So it's about these 7 kids. Basically, the movie starts really fast and like really abrupt, like right into the action, which I like. So the main girl finds this. She finds her mirror in her room turns into a portal, and so, being a movie, she walks through the portal like with no hesitation, and then this little girl with a wolf mask is like, "Hey, come here, follow me," and she takes her to meet these 6 other kids around her age. And it's like, you are all, you can leave whenever you want, basically. You can go back to your world through those portals. But in this castle is a key, and whoever finds the key will have whatever wish they want granted. And that's what I knew going in. And so I thought this was going to be like a fantasy, like fun little happy film. It turned out to be a very depressing movie about childhood trauma. Like it deals with like bullying. It deals with death in the family. In one case, it deals with sexual abuse. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, don't take your kids to see this. But
wow.
I had a great time. It was a really nice character study. My only problem with the movie is that it's way too subtle, which makes sense because it's based on a book. And so all of the stuff, I won't say all, but like 80% of the stuff that it deals with is expressed through dialogue and through character actions. And so if you're not like looking for it, you might miss it if you're just a casual viewer. But then towards the end of the movie, they do kind of give you a glimpse into these characters' lives from a visual perspective. But most of it, you just have to see based off of their reactions and how they act. And I was having an emotional reaction. Like I was like, what am I watching? I didn't expect it to be that good. It was great.
Wow. Well, that's cool. So would you recommend it to the general audience?
Yeah, I would, just as long as you know what you're going into. I would recommend knowing as little about it as possible, except, you know, what I just told you. But don't go in like learning any spoilers or trying to learn anything about the book going in. I wouldn't even watch the trailers or anything like that. Just go in and like kind of let the experience wash over you. If you like anime, I think you'll like it. If anime is not really your thing, I don't think this will be the one that does it.
But it's cool it got released theatrically.
Yeah, it feels a lot like a Ghibli movie, which I think is good.
Wow.
So yeah, it was really good, really good.
That's very cool. All right. Well, that's exciting. So well, that's good. Now let me ask anybody. Rogue, what have you been seeing? What's something you've watched that you've liked?
The last movie I saw was The Flash.
Did you like it?
For the most part, I did. I mean, I didn't go in with the Ezra baggage. I mean, he on his world tour, he didn't happen to stop by Connecticut and throw something at me or try to choke me up. So I'm good, you know. I mean, I felt he was good. I have no connection to the Snyderverse either, but yeah, it was okay. I mean, I enjoy seeing Michael Keaton in the suit again, and Sasha did a good job, and yeah, I mean, yeah. But Spider-Verse was excellent. I haven't seen it 5 times, but the one time that I did see it, it was really good.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful movie. I mean, and it's a great follow-up. I mean, it truly is one of the great.
Yeah.
As far as sequels go, it is really, really. I think it's really good. I mean, I really, really enjoyed it.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's move some people around. There we go. So Scott, what have you seen lately?
I've seen The Flash, and I thought it was a really good movie. I thought the script was really well written. The last thing that I saw was yesterday. I saw the episode 1 of Secret Invasion. I was really impressed with that.
Oh, nice. I liked it too.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've got a 15-year-old son, and I told him that I was really impressed with it. He was born and raised with MCU movies, and it's interesting because he's not interested in the MCU anymore. He's like gravitating more toward the DC universe movies because more action, and he, in his 15-year-old mind, is they're a little bit more mature now than the MCU movies. So it's kind of an interesting conversations that I've had with him.
Interesting. How do you feel about the DC movies?
I like the DC movies, but you know, my heart is with the MCU because that's just, you know, what I was first exposed to. So, you know, I kind of like those. I think the MCU movies have kind of gone downhill a little bit in the last couple of offerings that they've brought up. But I still seem to like the MCU over the DC movies right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like Guardians. I just the other 2 films, I think they have kind of lost their way a little bit.
Right.
What about you, Sundowners? What do you how do you weigh in on DC versus Marvel?
Well, we did a stream a couple of days ago and talked about, we called it the Year of the Bomb, kind of tying in Oppenheimer along with the movies that have bombed at the box office.
Oh man.
So, you know, I don't get caught up in as much in you know, the DC universe, the Marvel cinema. I judge each film by itself, right, as a singular entity. And
And so for me, the problem that I've had with some of these movies is that unlike the original Iron Man, unlike the original Superman, they're throwing in all these characters in these movies, and too many characters, and so the story gets very convoluted, and it doesn't hold the attention. You don't walk out of the theater feeling like you've seen something special. I did think that the Flash was okay. I really enjoyed Keaton. I was surprised that I enjoyed Sasha Kalia. I've not seen her anything before, but I thought she did okay.
Yeah, me too. She's a star.
Very attractive, but she also played vulnerable and tough. Ezra, I think the biggest issue that the Flash has had has come from outside of the movie itself. I think when they decided to commit to putting the film out, you have to put your actors out there to promote the movie. And I don't remember seeing Michael Keaton out there. It got out pretty early that Michael Keaton was going to be in it. So once the cat's out of the bag, let the man promote the movie. And if you're going to back Ezra, he's got to promote the movie. So I think that there were some, some of the decisions they made before the movie's released has hurt them. I think there's a little bit of fatigue. I think DC is not trusted by most of the fans now. They don't trust the content that's coming out. And I think, even though I'm a big fan of James Gunn, I think that James Gunn needs to stop getting into these responses on social media talking about we're going to reboot this, because I think a lot of people that knew that they're going to be rebooting the DCU said, well, why am I going to go see this movie when it's just going to start over in 6 months to a year? So,
that's right.
Yeah, the Flash was okay. My kids went and saw. I have two little boys. They went and saw Across the Spider-Verse and loved it. I saw Rise of the Beasts. It was okay. I like the main character. I like the angle that they came at Rise of the Beast from a Brooklyn 1990s Latino kind of style. So I thought that there were good parts of the movie. I'm looking forward to Mission Impossible.
Me too.
Tom Cruise is on a roll right now, and so after that, I'm looking forward to Dune 2.
Me too. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so Secret Invasion, I did see Secret Invasion. I liked parts of it. I'm a little confused about some of the dialogue and some of the choices for some of the set and the directing, as far as the cinematography and going to the old Russian Chernobyl site. Some of the choices they made for the set lost me a little bit, but I like Olivia Colman. I like Emilia Clarke. I'm more interested. I'm going to stick with Secret Invasion just to see where it goes. I thought it was an okay first episode. It didn't wow me. The only Marvel series on Disney Plus that I've really, really enjoyed is I really enjoyed WandaVision. The rest of them have just been okay.
I feel the same way. I feel the same way about you about that. What about you, Rogue? What'd you think of Secret Invasion?
I enjoyed it. It's definitely different than series, the comic book series, but I felt it was good. I did take exception to people, because I do watch some of the videos online and see stuff on social media and whatnot, and there were individuals complaining about Nick Fury, and how he seemingly had, like, he was weaker or something like that. Like, he's essentially dealing like with a form of PTSD, because this is a guy who's like 5 steps ahead of everybody, and he literally got dusted at the end of Infinity War. Like, that can take your agency away from you if you're not prepared for that. So the fact that they keep giving these characters these little things they have to get over, like, to make them interesting. I mean, you can't, if he's always the way he is, the way he was in Avengers, the way he was in anything, in any Marvel product he was in, it gets boring after a while. So you got to give him something different to do. Like a little like Crisis of Conscience or something like that is fine.
I agree.
Today, it gets to be annoying sometimes when you see people continuously, like, I mean, it's the same thing with Eternals. how many people were complaining about all the Marvel movies? Like, oh, they're all the same thing. They're all the same thing. So they said, okay, well, here's Eternals. Now, mind you, it is whatever you thought it was, but it was something different. And then I saw people on Rotten Tomatoes complaining because it wasn't like a Marvel movie. And I'm like, but this is what you guys were asking for, something that wasn't like a Marvel movie.
Right.
So it's like, you know, you can't please anybody, it seems, these days. But yeah, I thought Secret Invasion was good. Interesting to see where it goes.
Yeah, no, I think if it goes by the way the scripts did, I think it
was gritty and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. No, I agree. By the way, the this is very interesting because this is a test. I just want you all to know that your test subjects for me doing the panel show that I'm going to do, which I will be running through this software, which is going to have graphics and stuff on it. But this is because I upgraded this software to be able to have this many people is very interesting for me. So I want to thank you for all hanging out here and being my subjects, because this is actually pretty effective. Like this is not Zoom. This is a software called Wirecast, and it's like having a little TV studio. And like John switched over from Wirecast to OBS, John Campia, but I've stayed on Wirecast. I really like it. But it's interesting when I don't have, squares to put people in. It's very different, and I'm like trying to. I hope that you guys are enjoying yourselves. So
I'm assuming that you're able to size the boxes.
Yeah, I can absolutely size the boxes, but I'm like I don't have. I'd take like 10 minutes and size everybody. This is just kind of a potpourri. It's kind of a mess. But
Did
yeah.
you ever use StreamYard?
Yeah.
That's what I use. How do you feel about StreamYard?
I like StreamYard. I mean, it's good. The thing for me, what I like about this software Wirecast is because it works like Photoshop. It has layers. So you've got one layer of video, and you can add audio, and then you can add media and whatever it is you want to play. So it's and it also has a control panel if you want to use the control panel. So it's good. I like it. It's expensive, but I've had the software from the get-go. So, but it's really interesting because normally they let you use three. They only let 3 people in on, but then like I didn't know. I guess I can actually, including me. So there's a total of, like, if Michael Elliott was here, I can have 7 people come in plus me. So I can have 8 people, which is crazy, because then I have to, like, manage it all. I know that's kind of boring. It's exciting for me, though. I'm like, wow, look at all these guys here. Yeah. So
ideally, you would have a producer, so.
Yeah, I would love it. Like, I'd love to have Taylor Gonzalez producing this show, which he could do. Because I know Brett Pierce was in the chat. There's if he's still here. So the panel show, the Imagination Connoisseur show, there's the difference for the panel show is it's going to be everybody who's going to be on this panel show has done stuff, has either made movies, written books, or so it's going to have more of a professional in terms of people who've done things. So that was, and it's gonna be more of an rather than just deal with news of the day, more opining based on people's experience.
You need to have on. I know him somewhat well. He lives in Memphis near me. It's Mark Greaney. He wrote the Gray Man series.
Oh yeah.
He's got 10 of those books, and they did the first one on Netflix, which I was not a fan of, but the books are really good.
Yeah, they spent $220 million on it though.
Yeah, and he got people complaining to him, and he's like, "Look, guys, if you know how it works, when you sell the rights, I have no say so in it." So he's a very interesting guy. He'd be a good guest.
I think though what was interesting to me was both Red Notice and Gray Man. Between the 2 of those movies, that's $420 million to make those 2 films.
Crazy.
And I just bought Clear and Present Danger on 4K. I love Clear and Present Danger. Philip Noyce directed it, and there's a great action scene that has been ripped off a number of times when they're stuck in these cars when they've gone down to down to Central America, and it's an action scene where Harrison Ford and the other guys are, and they're being attacked from the ceiling, the tops of other buildings, and they're in a kind of a road, an alleyway, and they're trapped between. It's a great action scene. That whole movie costs like $60 million. And as much as I liked Gray Man for what it was, that movie, it was like Commando. It was like, I'm watching this going, why would anyone spend, if you're on a streaming service, why would anyone spend $200 million with no hope? I mean, maybe they had a small theatrical release. Why would you spend that much money to make a movie like this? I mean, I understand you got Chris Evans and maybe the actors get a lot of money, but why it makes no sense to me to spend that much money on that movie. And I know it's the Russo brothers and all that, but it's like, if you know how to make an action film, like, look at Gareth Evans, like The Raid, or as I like to say, The Rad 2, even radder. If you're looking at those movies, it shouldn't cost that much money. Like, the idea that they spent that much money, Netflix spent $220 million, I'm like, or their series Citadel. I read that article on the show about how Citadel, 6 episodes, 40 minutes each, $300 million. And it's like, what the fuck? And I look at this and I'm like, I've only made a few movies as an independent filmmaker, but I'm like, I'm telling you, I'm not saying that I'm better than the Russo brothers, but $220 million? I mean, come on, man.
And people view the streaming movies completely different than they do going to the cinema. That's why when Tom Cruise gives these interviews, he goes on and drags a little bit and says the same thing over and over. But the cinema experience, when you talk about spending $250 million, you expect to be wowed. And how are you going to be wowed? I mean, I'm lucky I have a theater room and I designed it and it's great, but it's still not going to a big IMAX theater and seeing something on the big screen the way it is meant to be seen. So when they make these movies and they don't release in the theater and they come out on streaming, I don't care if they spent $300 million on them. I'm still going to view it as a TV series or a TV movie.
Look, I agree. When I was a kid, there's a filmmaker who left the business his name is James Glickenhaus. And he made movies like The Exterminator and The Soldier and McBain and Shakedown. And he wasn't the greatest filmmaker in the world, but his movies were very satisfying to watch. And like The Exterminator, Robert Ginty ends up playing a Vietnam vet who comes back to New York and he has to clean up the streets using a flamethrower. And I mean, it was a B movie. It was like Commando. Mark Lester directed Commando. Commando is hugely satisfying. It's an Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's now people would think it's goofy. But, even Extraction 2, which I thought was a lot better than Extraction 1. But Extraction 2 I thought was, like, I'll tell you something about that really irked me from an editorial perspective as a film editor myself. In The Gray Man, there's this big action sequence on a plane, and the plane is going down, and they're fighting on it. It's fine. It's all beautifully shot, but there's no excitement in that sequence at all, because there's no like to me, if you have there's a couple of great action sequences I always go back to. One is the truck chase in Raiders of the Lost Ark when Indy's going after the Ark that's on a truck, and he's first on horseback and then he's dragging from behind. And what's brilliant about that action sequence is it gives you an obstacle, and Indy has to overcome the obstacle. At first he has to get on the truck. Then once he's on the truck, he has to get into the cab, and so it gives you an obstacle. Then he has to fight his way. So you're always understanding what he needs to do. Whereas in The Gray Man, that scene on the plane, other than the plane going down and he's fighting in the cargo section, I'm like, what is the objective of this sequence? Another great sequence I love is Paul Verhoeven's. It's in RoboCop. It's when they go into the cocaine factory. And RoboCop goes into the cocaine factory, and there's a lot of overhead shots that establish geography, and there's some great shots where you see RoboCop moving forward and gunning people down that are on all over. So you have a real sense of geography, and you understand exactly where the enemies, what does RoboCop have to do to overcome these enemies. And I feel now that maybe it's because of Michael Bay's work, where he sets up 8 cameras and just shoots a bunch of shit, and then he cuts it all together. There's no point of view. Point of view is the wrong word. There's no setup there. Like when you're Bayhem, if you want to shoot a bunch of Bayhem with 8 cameras, you can get a lot of great stuff, but you're not telling a story. You're just creating a cacophony of shots and noise and there's nothing, you're not feeling it. You're not with your characters because you don't know where you're going. And when I was watching The Gray Man, I'm like, this is all beautifully shot stuff, but I'm not feeling anything because it's just noise. It's a cacophony of sound and visual noise that I'm like, it doesn't mean anything. And I feel that action cinema.
How did you feel about the Batman thing? The Batman, the chase where he was chasing after the Penguin? Because I saw that in IMAX and I felt that was staged very poorly.
Batman, you mean wait, chase after the Penguin in the Batman?
The Batman. Yes.
You mean the car chase?
Right after the Batmobile makes its debut, and then he
yeah. I agree with you. I think that a lot of the problem with a lot of, so here's the thing about movie making now, especially big budget movie making. There is different teams. Like you have the second unit action team that designs all this stuff. And I think that a lot of the time they design these action sequences that aren't necessarily, they're not telling a story so much as they're focusing on, okay, we're gonna give you this action sequence, and the storytelling is not as good as it should be. Whereas
it was a sequence completely stolen from To Live and Die in L.A.
Yeah, and that was done much better. You know,
yes.
and by the way, did you know To Live and Die in L.A. is coming out on 4K on July 18th?
I can't wait for that.
I did know that.
Not My May God, 30th. That's a badass movie.
No, they moved it. But no, and I think that part of the problem, I mean, you look at, like, I think the action sequences in something like John Wick are well done, but then they just get repetitive, and you don't, when you know that John Wick isn't going to get hurt or killed or whatever. I mean, it's a weird disconnect, because I think the great filmmakers like Steven Spielberg, Raiders, he's directing those action sequences. You know, he has second unit directors, sure, but he's still telling a story. And I think the way that studio films are made now, a lot of times the action sequences, like in the Batman, aren't, and also it was dark and it's raining, and they're not as effective as they probably should be. And it's frustrating because they certainly have all the money and all the tools to do exactly what they want. But the problem is, an action sequence is like any other sequence. You have to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. You can't just shoot a cacophony of action and expect people to connect with it. You know, and I think geography is really important to action sequences, and you always have to understand where the characters are in space, in the geography of the space of wherever the action sequence is taking place. And if you look at people like Paul Verhoeven in that RoboCop scene when he goes into that cocaine factory, part of the excitement of it is you really understand the space that they're in, and where is RoboCop traversing the set that they're on, and how he's fighting the people that he's fighting against. Whereas like King Tannic, I mean, I'll say this, I think the last battle in the first Transformers movie, at the end when they're trying to get the Allspark or whatever, is incomprehensible. You have I can see that. You have no idea where anybody is or where they're trying to get to in space. Where is that? Does that take place in downtown LA? I have no idea. Like, where is that battle sequence? And I like that movie. I like the first Transformers movie, but that last battle sequence you have no sense of geography. You don't know where you are. You don't know where you're supposed to get to. And it's
Can I ask, what do you think about the forest fight in Revenge of the Fallen where they kill Optimus?
honestly, I don't know that fight well enough to opine on it. It's probably fine. I mean, my problem with Michael Bay's movies is that here's the thing. When someone's making a movie now, a lot of people use editing to make up for bad staging. Because every time you make a cut in an action sequence, you create a false reaction in the audience. You know, the faster you cut something, you're making the viewers being like, oh. There's no real, give me an action sequence. Like if people are fighting, you know, if you're watching a great action sequence, if in a fight, people can throw more than one punch. Like if you see somebody doing 1, 2, 3, and somebody's countering those moves, and it's a single camera shot, you know somebody's really choreographed action well. Because otherwise, when you see somebody cutting, like if you watched Snake Eyes, that film was fucking terrible. The action sequences are terrible. And the thing is, a lot of people, so what you can do is, and these are cheap, like low budget, if you don't have the time to have what you can do is somebody throws a punch and then you cut. And the actual cut itself, it seems like there's action happening because you're just making a cut. Someone throws a punch, you cut to them, and you put a sound effect in there. It's fake. Right. It works, but it's not real. You show somebody doing multiple moves in a single take or single shot, then you're really creating, and people can see that it's much more real. That's why if you look at a movie like The Raid, those are long takes where people are exchanging blows, and it's like, how the fuck did they do that? And a lot of people would criticize Christopher Nolan's action sequences in the Batman movies, because there wasn't a lot of like the fights between Batman and Bane. Part of it is because it's really difficult in that suit to move fast enough where you can, so there's a lot of cutting or people are close. There's just tricks, and I don't like it. You know, it's much better when, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So, you know what movie did a really good job? You talked about fight scenes, the car chase scenes, and the action. Doug Lamont in The First Born Identity. Amazing.
Well, you know, it's funny you bring up the Bourne movies because when Paul Greengrass took over with the second one, Paul Greengrass is the fastest action cutter I've seen. But what's really interesting about his action sequences, especially in the third movie, as fast as his shots are cut, you always understand where you are geographically. Like, and that third movie, he transcended what he's done in the past. I mean, that action stuff, and what's unfortunate is in the James Bond movie in Quantum of Solace, they cut the action sequences like it's a Bourne movie, but they didn't have the coverage to make it all work. So the action sequences in Quantum of Solace are almost incomprehensible. Because Stuart Baird cut it, but they cut it so fast to sort of fit that to fit that Bourne feel, but they didn't have the coverage to do it. Because as fast as the cuts are in Greengrass's Bourne movies, the first Bourne movie is much more elegant, like you're saying. Yeah. Doug Liman did a really good job doing that. But when Paul Greengrass took over, that style works because there's so many pieces of coverage that he's always telling you where everybody is in space. And that's hard to do. He's the only person who's ever been able to pull it off because it's shot to be that way.
You know, and it's been years since those movies have come out, and they haven't really been matched.
No. I mean, and there's a lot of people that just don't understand how to do it, and it's hard. I mean, here am I. I've never even made an action movie, but I've studied those sequences, and as an editor, you know, it's hard because I'm even working on Tango Shalom, which is a dance movie. I didn't have enough footage to cut the dances the way I would want to cut the dances because we were limited by the amount of footage we had, and it was low budget. So it would frustrate me to cut dance. I would like to have cut a dance sequence like Paul Greengrass cut the Bourne. I mean, but which is counter to what people like when Fred Astaire would do dance sequences, he would let the shots play. But when you don't have the greatest dancers in the world, you have to make the dance look better than it is. So,
you know, one of my, and I've gotten a lot of flack for this, but one of my, I guess, biggest hot takes, you could say, in recent memory is I'm not the biggest fan of the final battle in Avengers Endgame for that same problem. It's the geography. I don't really know where everyone is in relation to each other.
I agree.
It's all this gray battlefield and the horizon looks the same in every shot. I saw this great 30-minute video essay where they compared the final battle of Avengers Endgame to the Battle of Helm's Deep, which I think is the greatest cinematic battle of all time. But the great thing about the Battle of Helm's Deep, along with the tension and the music and the cinematography, is you know where people are. When Aragorn and Gimli jump across the thing and start knocking down the orcs because they're climbing up the wall, you know where they are in relation to where Legolas is over there somewhere, or where King Theoden is and all the soldiers. And then when Gandalf shows up with everybody, you know how far they are and how long it'll take them to get down there. And stuff like that versus the Avengers Endgame, which is the culmination of these 23 movies. And I'm like, but how are they close together? Like suddenly all the girls had that girl moment, which girl power. I like that moment. But I'm like, were they all on the field together at that one point right there? Or I could have swore Wasp was over there with Ant-Man 20 seconds ago, with the van. I don't know.
Well, no,
Well,
it's. Go ahead.
No. Well, if you go back and watch it, which I have because I've had customers that complain about it, I've gotten into fights with them, is that you see Valkyrie flies in from the top. I mean, they do have points of entry. They're not just hanging out, lounging around or whatever, but I get what you're saying. I mean, because, they were scattered across the battlefield, but yeah.
And the battlefield looks the same in every single shot. And that's the thing. There's no defining characteristic in the background. They're at that point on the field. In Helm's Deep, you can tell what part of the castle they're at or what point on the field they're at. In Avengers Endgame, it's all just this gray field.
Well, it's so I worked on the Lord of the Rings. I actually cut the editorial feature that's on the Two Towers DVD Blu-ray, the special feature, and so I spent. I interviewed the editors and stuff, and what was really interesting about that particular battle was that because you have a very, and I think you're making a great point, the reason that battle's effective, and when they cut that battle, they originally cut it was almost 40 minutes long.
Oh, I want to see that.
And, well, no, it didn't work as well. You had battle fatigue because it was this battle, and they realized when they were cutting it, in order to make it more effective, you had to follow Gimli, Legolas, and Aragorn. You always had to come back to them because the battle was, you could watch the battle sequences and they had all this great stuff, but you didn't feel anything. You had no emotion about it. It was just a battle. Right. But so they cut it down, and they always made sure that they revisited. You were always knowing what was happening with our main characters. But what's really interesting about that battle, and you're very astute to point this out, they do a really good job before the battle starts of establishing the geography of Helm's Deep.
So many establishing shots, yeah.
So you understand and this is why again, I think that there's an art, and again, it comes down to the fact that we don't have the kind of directors working today. Most directors they give their action sequences to second unit directors that know what they're doing. And what happens is the second unit directors are not there to tell a story. They're there to shoot action. Mm-hmm. And what people don't realize is that it's like pornography. A porn scene, you can Paul Verhoeven told, he would say, in Basic Instinct, he's like, look, I storyboarded all my sex scenes in Basic Instinct because the story was being told, is this woman going to kill you or not? So he storyboarded all of his sex scenes because there was a story being told, and he was building up suspense. Is this woman going to kill you or not? So he spent as much time, and there's some great driving stunt scenes in that too. But a lot of times directors don't think that way. That action sequences become these things unto themselves, and I think that's a problem with modern movies. Is that the action sequences become, in a way, pornographic. You're just watching the action. And the actual story being told, the movie stops and it gives you an action sequence, and then it starts again. And the problem is, if you stop telling a story, like in The Gray Man, I think The Gray Man has this problem. Within the action sequences, the stories stop being told, and you're just watching action. You're just watching the mechanics of action happening, and it's not engaging. You're not with the characters. Whereas if you look at the action sequence in Raiders, the truck chase, you're completely with Indiana Jones the entire time, and a story is being told. Will he get to the Ark? And they show what happens when he gets thrown out of the cab and he down the front of the car or the truck and ends up connecting his bullwhip and goes underneath and has to climb back on. You're with him the whole time. There's a story, there's a narrative of this chase being told. And a lot of modern movies today, there is no narrative. There's just a cacophony of action.
You know what you
That's
just
why
made me think of? Oh no, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. That's why I wasn't impressed with John Wick 4, because it just seemed like it was just one one kinetic action scene after another, and it just undermined the whole story, the whole plot.
Yeah, I agree with you. And how many times can people get shot in the head?
Right.
I mean, there's hundreds of people that are dying in that, and it's I totally agree with you. Galactic J, who Lael, he asks, Galactic J says at one point Ant-Man is in the van. The next cut he's Giant Man again in a different location. There's some cool breakdowns of the Endgame fight. I think the Endgame fight, the problem with the Endgame fight is they made it, by definition, they made it so you don't know necessarily where anybody is, because it doesn't really matter. And I think that it needed geography. It would have been a much more exciting. That to me is one of the most disappointing things. And I love Endgame and Infinity War, but Endgame is very disappointing because that last battle, and they tried like showing Spider-Man. Everyone's passing off the whatever what are they passing off? What's being
the gauntlet?
The gauntlet. They're passing off the gauntlet to everybody, and they try and gin up some excitement there, but you don't know. That's something that happens in the battle. It's not something you've anticipated. It's something like, oh, the gauntlet has to go to everybody to get to Homeboy, and
because we've seen go ahead, finish.
Well, no, and the battlefield, like you said, it's all just a mess.
Yeah,
you don't know that if you know that here's Avengers headquarters, here's the Pelennor Fields, like in Return of the King, and there comes Thanos's troops. And you don't even what's the strategy of this battle. You see Thanos use his tool like, hey, we're here, and everybody charges forward, but there's no strategy. There's nothing going on. Whereas in Lord of the Rings, they have that siege mentality, both in Helm's Deep and at Gondor. In the Battle of Pelennor Fields in Return of the King. You understand that there's different waves and where they can penetrate and what's going on, and you understand, oh my God, we can't let them, if they get through, if they use Grond, to smash through the gates of the White City, what's going to happen, and they do. And you get all that because it's very well thought out, and they do a great job of conveying to the audience what's happening.
I mean, we've seen the Russo brothers in plenty of their other mainly MCU films. I agree with The Gray Man. I enjoyed The Gray Man, but I agree with the action statement. But especially with Infinity War, which they shot back to back with Endgame, we've seen them be able to do really good action sequences where you know where things are. So I think that, and I think it was a mistake, but I think that their primary motive with that final battle in Endgame was, let's just do fan service. Let's just give the fans what they want, these cool moments. And then the story took a back seat, which I think, I get the motive. They're like, it's Endgame. Come on, let's just do that. But I do agree that would probably be a mistake for them. One thing that you made me think of as you were talking about all that just now was a really good moment that I don't hear a lot of people talk about in geography of battles is the opening sequence of Revenge of the Sith. That's a space battle above planets. And the way George Lucas, and I think he does.
And the opening shot's a single shot for a long time.
Dude, it's so good. And I think George Lucas has done some wonky things with in many aspects of the prequels, but I have a soft spot for them. But he has you follow Anakin and Obi-Wan throughout that battle, and you're able to know where you are because of where they've been, what they've already shot down, and you're following those two characters. Whereas in a giant space battle, you could easily get lost because it's freaking space. But I just thought of that while you were mentioning that.
No, but
speaking of Revenge of the Sith, there was a rumor that Steven Spielberg mapped out the scene between Yoda and Sidious when they were fighting, because I completely loathed the fight that he had with Dooku in Attack of the Clones. It was awful.
Is that true?
About all that, I don't know. That's why I was wondering if anybody.
That's
knew
interesting. That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I could see that happening. I mean, you know, another problem with a lot of today's action sequences, and same with all the MCU stuff, is a lot of these things are shot on green screen stages. You know, and so you're shooting foreground elements and elements with the actors, and it's all green screen. So it's really difficult. I mean, you really need to understand where things are. And on the one hand, it's kind of a crutch, because if you can put anything behind somebody, it's almost like it doesn't matter. We'll just make it work. You know, it's like when you did the big secret to music videos is you can just shoot a bunch of shit and you start juxtaposing it in the edit room. And it's like, ooh, look at this. It's so cool. And so for Endgame, you have all these opportunities, because if you need to make something work, you can change the background, you know, because you're not in a physical environment. But I do think, like, I'll tell you something from my own perspective. So I directed this snippet from a Star Trek fan film. It's called The Vulcan Scene. And in it, when we designed it, we just have two people walking down talking. They're having a conversation. They're walking through a virtual environment. And one of the problems was when I shot the live action, when I got back the plates for the different cuts, I actually had a map of the virtual environment and where it's an outdoor art gallery. And I had already had where all the different art installations were on this map. And so we had it and we knew where everything was going to be. But when I first started getting back the effects plates, the art was coming back too soon. Like, so when they were walking, it didn't take into account how many steps they took. So it didn't cut together. And I had to say to my effects guys, I'm like, guys, if you're walking at this speed, here's where they're at. And you could see I had an overhead schematic of where these things were. And I'm like, you have to look at this. And they're like, oh, okay, we didn't get it. We didn't understand. I'm like, no, it's designed. It was all designed beforehand. So once they were able to, when they got it right, it helped sell the gag. But like with Endgame, you know, they're only shooting on a certain stage and they're shooting everything on that stage. But if they had mapped out, if they had like Spielberg, if you look at him when he's shooting Raiders, he's always got men and little miniatures and playing with, okay, where are these shots going to be and how are we going to do this? Mm-hmm. There needs to be more of that. And again, you need a director, not the second unit director, but you need the director of the film intimately involved with action sequences. In Michael Bay's case, he doesn't care. He wants to shoot. His website's shoot for the cut. And or shoot for the cut.
Can I push back on that a little bit?
You can say whatever you want.
All right. So I can understand that criticism with the first three films and The Last Night. But here's Israel's hot take. Oh, we won't shut up about Age of Extinction.
What's with you and Age of Extinction, dude?
It's fantastic. I love it. But the final action sequence, and Bill Barkley's trying to get me to talk about the final battle in Rise of the Beasts and the geography there, which we could talk about in a second. But in Age of Extinction, you're fighting in Hong Kong, right? The final battle. I don't know if any of y'all have seen Age of Extinction, and if you have, I don't know if you've wanted to watch it a second time. But me, I've seen it probably 30 times. It's fantastic. I love it. But the final
Scott,
battle.
by the way, Scott, you weren't kicked off the chat. I didn't kick anybody off.
Oh, the final battle of Age of Extinction takes place in Hong Kong. Well, they filmed in Detroit, but they, made it seem like it was Hong Kong, right?
Yeah, like Bullet Train was shot in downtown LA.
Hey, if it works, it works. You got to hide it in the edit. But the action sequences are, I found that it seems to me like he took the criticism of the first three films where, like you said, in the first film with LA where the heck were they? In Egypt and Revenge of the Fallen, I think is the worst example, because it's like, okay, you got these guys with Devastator at the pyramid, and then the rest of these guys are somewhere else. Are they miles away? Are they like 2 feet away? Like, I don't know where they are. And then in the city, I don't know where everyone is compared to each other. Dark of the Moon is just crazy, but I love it.
Me too.
And then Age of Extinction, I found that Michael Bay. Okay, here we go. Okay, Michael Bay, I found that he kind of, I guess, limited himself would be the way to say it. It's kind of like, I wouldn't say it's nowhere near Lord of the Rings fight scenes, right? Okay, glad we got that out of the way. But the fight scenes are kind of like in waves. They're kind of mini arcs where each fight happens. Like in the giant battle, there's mini fights that take place in different spots, and he contains it to that, and then they move to somewhere else and then they fight. So like when Optimus tames the Dinobots, that's in like this deep green valley, whereas Hound and Bumblebee are protecting like this abandoned warehouse with the humans inside. And then once the Dinobots and the rest of the Autobots come and save them, they all move to like this area by the ocean, where then Lockdown brings the magnet and starts dropping it on them. They get in the car, they go under the house. Then there's a little thing in the house where they're trying not to get crushed by magnet stuff. Then they go into this big field, more magnet stuff. And then it's Optimus and Lockdown by that factory. And so it's kind of like this, whereas Dark of the Moon was like, all right, they're over there, but they're also over there. And Optimus is hanging from like some strings up there. He's been up there for like 20 minutes. I don't know when he's going to get down. And then Sentinel and Megatron are on the building over there, and Sam's doing something with Bumblebee and Carly over there fighting Starscream. And then, but I felt that in Age of Extinction, he was kind of like, don't get me wrong, it's not like the best geography ever, but I found that it was easier to follow because he limited himself to maybe like a block rather than an entire city for like these 10-minute sequences, and then would move on to somewhere else. But maybe, all right, everybody disagrees. Let's go. Bring it. I'm ready.
No. Tom, what do you have to say, dude?
I actually have a question.
Okay.
But I'll let King
What's Age of Extinction? No.
Well, no. No.
What's the question?
What is your question?
My question is this: the other night I did a live stream, and we were talking about the writer's strike and everything like that. And I formed a question, and I said, I'm going to need to ask you about this, Rob. So they keep announcing these movies are getting made. So they say like such and such a movie. It's like I think they just announced John Wick 5 today.
Oh, okay.
So if there's a writer's strike going on, how are these things getting greenlit? Like, is someone still writing, or do they have scripts already in the pipeline that they're able to use? How is this?
Well, here's the thing. They can still greenlight John Wick 5. It has to be written, so unless it's already been written. But even if it hasn't been written, they'll greenlight the fact they're making the movie. They'll have to wait until the strike's over for a writer to be paid and have him start working on it. But it's very possible that the script has already been written. And if so, then they can make that. By the way, we have 1001 Johnny, but I think he's frozen. I don't know. But yeah, so that's the thing. They can't.
I could.
Well, if you're here, you look. Oh, do you only have a still, Johnny? We can hear you, I think. I don't know.
I don't have a still. I'm just been listening.
Oh, okay. Well, you're here. But so here's the thing with the Writers Guild: a writer can't work on a film. Like, he can't work on anything. Can't do, or they, she, he, it, whatever. They can't work. But that doesn't mean a movie can't get greenlit. You can greenlight a movie. It's just the writer themselves cannot work on the film. They can't work while the strike is going on a WJ. I mean, Lionsgate's a WJ signatory, so you can't work on that movie. But they can greenlight the movie that they're going to make it, and they can schedule it and think, okay, we're going to start shooting in 6 months, or whatever. Or they could say to the writer, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We don't know that you're writing the script. We're going to make the movie.
Right.
We don't know that.
I really want to know when they release what the Screen Actors Guild has gone through, like when they come through the negotiations, what the thought on how actors are now leaving okays for using their likeness and voices through AI. Like, how is that going to how's that going to leave a mark on the industry? And is it going to cause a problem? Because I know people are having a problem with it already. Is this going to cause even more of a problem when you got an actor going, yeah, you can use my likeness and my voice?
James Earl Jones has already done that. You know, he's sold his voice, his rights to. I mean, already. Excuse me. Thank you. The thing that's really weird now is you can already sample somebody's voice off what exists, and you can build a perfect AI simulation of any actor's voice, especially somebody who has a large body of work, and it already can happen. But if the actor is still alive, and they can say, okay, it's like when Bruce Springsteen sells his whole catalog. I'm selling my entire music catalog for $500 million to Sony or whatever. Actors are going to do that now. The real question, and I think many people are going to do that. They're gonna sell their likeness rights. And it's like that episode of the first episode of Black Mirror, the new 6th season of Black Mirror. Joan is awful. You know, the idea that you can sell your likeness rights. The real question is, do you as a viewer, would you want to watch something that you know is completely artificial? Like, we love animation because we know it's animation, and you can see having a real actor voice a character and know that other human beings are creating that character, drawing, painting, whatever. But eventually it's all going to be automated. And do we as human beings, are we going to want to watch, would you want to watch a movie that's photoreal, absolutely realistic looking, knowing that no human beings were involved in the creation of that material? Do you want to listen to a vocal performance on an animated film, or would you want to watch a completely CG Luke Skywalker recreation? Would you watch that? And I think that and we watch video games, you know, even though we play video games like Ghost of Tsushima or Red Dead Redemption or whatever. We play video games where we're the protagonist and everyone else is a CG character, and you have sometimes, you know, you have human beings. I think one of the reasons we watch movies, and I could be wrong, but we watch movies and we know in our minds that those are actual real people on the screen, that they've acted these parts, they've made us believe. But the thing is, we've also watched animation and we've also played video games, so we're open to it. But the real question is, could you make a Gone with the Wind with AI? Could you make a Shawshank Redemption with AI? Could you make One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with AI? And would people watch it? And to be honest, I in my own mind, I don't know the answer. I tend to think that people would get used to it and say, yeah, sure, whatever. Because we already watched great animated movies. You can Toy Story 3, you know, when they're all going to be burned up at the end or whatever. You're there, man. You're like, oh my God, I'm completely emotionally attached to this. It's CG. It's CG. It's completely CG generated characters. Yeah, and I think that unfortunately, like I've often said that movies were the art form of the 20th century. I think in the next 10 or 20 years, the decision about whether or not people will watch entirely CG AI generated films that are photorealistic, I will have my answer close to my death. I think the answer, I would like to believe no. But I think, you know, I will be, let's say 25 years, I'll be fucking 80 if I live that long. With my liver, probably not.
You know where I think it's going, Rob? I think that, you know, the digital, the deep fakes and what we've seen, you know, you saw the reaction to Luke Skywalker at the end of Mando Season 2, which was only about 3 minutes, a few minutes of the face, and people were crying. They were emotional about it. But it was a small snippet, whereas if you saw that character over a 2-hour movie, that may be a different thing. But where I think the business is going, or where the way we consume entertainment is going in 20 years, 15 years, whenever. But I think some point we'll get there. Is the technology around gaming and VR? I think they're gonna get better at the gear that you use, like the headgear you put on now. That kids wear it, but adults are like, what is this? I got to put this on. It's heavy. I have to strap it. I think they're going to be able to create an environment where you're going to be watching something, and it's going to be an immersive experience where you are in Brooklyn or you're on a planet or something, and everything you see around you as you're watching it is going to be your peripheral, the objects. It's kind of like you're in front of, what's the screen, the stagecraft they use for the volume.
The volume.
An environment that is immersive. You're still going to have actors acting roles, but you're gonna have that experience like you would with gaming today via a VR. But I think they're gonna master that technology where it's not gonna be this heavy headset that you put on. It's gonna be something very, very light and immersive.
I think you're absolutely 100% right. And this is so weird. I had a dream 2 nights ago where I was in this dream. I was playing this VR game with like one of the new Apple headset, and you played it outside in the real world with real people. But what you're seeing, it would skin everything. So I was in a post-apocalyptic landscape, but in my neighborhood. So all the buildings and all the people's houses were there, but they were reskinned to look like a desolate, like destroyed landscape. Yeah. And we're out there, we're on the street. We're playing the game. Like my friends are, and I'm looking at them, and they're wearing all their gear and all that. It's all virtual. This is a dream I had, but it felt in this dream. I'm like, and you'll go to places like, I can imagine them if some school has a field, like a soccer field or a baseball field. You'll go to places that have big open areas, and you'll have your virtual glasses on it, and you'll turn on whatever environment you're in. And you'll have 2 teams. It'll be like, laser tag, except you're going to have whatever weapons you're going to have. And like you said, people are going to be there. I do think that where film was at the end of the 1920s, where the advent of sound in 1927 or whatever, that's where VR and gaming is going to be in 2027. We're going to get to that place, and we're going to make that leap. And whatever that is, it's going to be, we're the protagonists of whatever environment, place, land, whatever. It's going to be so sophisticated, and the technology is going to be so fast that you can be anywhere. And I think a lot of people will be even living their lives. Like if you could be living in your house, let's say you live in a drab apartment. What if you could put on glasses that would show that you lived in a palace in 1822 France, and you're wearing goggles, and you're wandering around your room, and you've got these beautiful curtains and giant paintings and food. I mean, people are you're gonna have that technology, and if that's where you want to believe that you live, you're gonna be able to do that. And today I want to, like, if I could believe that my house was the Starship Enterprise, and I could wear glasses that would be like, pling, today I'm in the Starship Enterprise, and everywhere I went, my refrigerator was just a replicator, and something would show up. We're going to get there. It's not real, but if you choose to live in that world, and you're going to have people wandering around cities wearing whatever, maybe it's just sunglasses or whatever, but everyone's reality is going to be different. You're going to be walking up to people, and they're going to be living in France from 400 years ago, and you might be living in a futuristic environment. I'm living in Star Wars land, and you're going to be passing each other on the street, and you're going to be in this totally different, it'll be the same street, but someone's living in the future, and you're seeing horse-drawn carriages. Someone else is seeing speeders flying overhead. It's going to be fucking crazy weird.
It's already crazy weird.
Yeah, yes, it is. But
so my favorite anime, obviously, is Sword Art Online. I talk about it all the time on the Otaku Experience. But the original movie they did, is a movie called Ordinal Scale. And so most of the anime takes place where they put on these VR headsets, and then they lay down, close their eyes, and then they enter the virtual world, right? But then the movie is this innovation of that, and it's called the Agma. It's like they put on this little earpiece that like extends to one of their eyes, and then they tell it to start, and then like you were saying, the entire world around them changes, and then they start that game. And the plot of that movie is that the people who made the game had malicious intent, because obviously they did, and the things in the game actually like started connecting into the person's brain and like started doing stuff to them. But like you were saying, it's like the entire environment changed. Like it could be night, and then suddenly the sky would change to daytime, the lighting would change, their outfit would change, they would suddenly have a sword on their waist, like mythical creatures would be around them. And so yeah, I mean, I don't know if like that'll be like everybody's doing that all the time, but I think it would become definitely a big pastime, like kind of how video games and movies are now.
Well, if they figure out, like, they're talking about, somebody said that, I was reading something today that Elon Musk has something to do with the new technology that people said was the most game-changing thing they've ever seen. And there's a lot of really interesting VR stuff happening, and what's happening with companies like Humane and all that. But if there's a way, if they can, like, there's a 1983 science fiction movie called Brainstorm that stars Christopher Walken and Natalie Wood. It's kind of like Strange Days, where you could put on, they're able to record people's experiences based on the electromagnetic, because our senses are sending electromagnetic information through our brains, our five senses, sight and touch and smell and all that. Well, if you could hack into that and record it, and in Brainstorm you could put it on and you can play it back, so you could take someone else's sensory input, like if they're riding a roller coaster, the wind in their hair, everything they feel from their senses. If you could record that, sit down and play it back, it'd be like you were on that roller coaster. It would interrupt your actual senses and just feed you the recorded electromagnetic or electrochemical, whatever it is, energy, so it would seem like you were having the same experience that someone else had, because they just recorded that input. Well,
didn't Douglas Trumbull do the special effects?
What's that?
Douglas Trumbull?
He directed Brainstorm.
He directed it. Okay.
Yeah, it was his movie. And the thing about that is if we can hack, if we can interrupt or figure out a way to cut in, because we don't really understand it, but how does the eye see? How does the structure of the eye transmit what the eye is seeing to the brain? If you can cut into that and interrupt that and then feed in whatever input you want, you could theoretically, people could live anywhere. You could be sitting in a place, and if they could feed you whatever it is to like walk around in whatever universe you wanted to walk around in, you could theoretically be in some pod, immobile, and yet you're being fed all this information from your brain, and you wouldn't know that you weren't participating in it. So it wouldn't even be virtual reality, because you'd be getting a reality. How do we know what we're seeing is real anyway? Like right now where I'm sitting, I can see lights and I bookshelves, and there's a die-cast Darth Vader's TIE fighter over there. It's heavy. I know it's over there, but if that's all information that's just coming to me through my senses. If you could hack into that and feed anybody anything you wanted, I mean, and that's where it's all going. I mean, we're going to get there.
So it's like a cross between The Matrix and Ready Player One.
Yes. But you wouldn't necessarily need to wear goggles. They're going to be able to put stuff on you, and it's exactly what that is.
What they're going to do is, you're going to see the Live Nations of the world say, hey, you want to attend this, Rob's posted on Twitter this great new wave concert coming up in November with all the 80s bands.
I can't wait.
Oh, God, it's amazing. So let's say you cannot attend that. You can't get out to California for that in November, but you can buy a ticket for half the price of physically being there, and you have your gear, whatever the tech is that you're going to use, and you literally are in the venue, and you've got great sound and 4K, video, and you're there. You're like fifth row, and you're watching these bands, and after one band leaves and the next band, you can take a break, you can put it back on, and you're basically virtually at the concert, and your peripheral is all the people around you, right? You feel like you're there.
Oh, they're
That
gonna.
type of stuff's
That's
gonna happen.
coming. I mean, they're
Yeah,
gonna have, and what'll happen at first is they'll have an actual person there, and they'll be whatever the sensory input is. They're gonna record all that. So and that person, they'll probably they'll pay whatever they have to pay, put it on, and so every person around the world that is gonna be in that seat, that person. You're going to be that person, and everybody can be that person, because when you're playing it back, you'll be that person, and it's going to be. I mean, what's going to be really crazy is that imagine if you want to travel around the world. I mean, like how we have Google Earth now, they'll have people, and like if you want to go to Florence, they'll just hire people to walk around and go to places and go to all the different museums. And then you'll be able to play back their experience in your own brain.
Can I be that person?
Well, I know, right? But they're going to hire. I mean, and imagine it'll be. I think it'll be a whole different job. Like you'll have to be somebody, because you'll have to understand. Like when you're looking at something, you can't move your head around like this. You have to know that. Okay, I'm going to look at this painting.
You're trained.
And you're gonna have to train people, and people might walk up and you won't touch anything, but you look, and every single human experience. I mean, imagine. I mean, if you want to get crazy, imagine the pornography. And this
Can
was,
I be that person?
Yeah, I mean, and that was. I mean, imagine if you could.
You did watch Cyberpunk, right?
What's that? The game.
Watch the Cyberpunk the anime. Yeah, first episode.
Oh yeah.
Sex scenes all
I saw
over
the anime.
place.
Yes.
Virtual sex scenes.
No, and
it's of course it's going to go there, because the porn industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, so they're going to go there.
And they're always on the cutting edge of tech as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something that I've always thought was interesting, and I maybe there's been movies that have toyed with this before, and if so, I don't know of any, and I would love to hear recommendations of it. But following what you were saying with like the roller coaster analogy, where they'll be able to make you believe that you're feeling that sensation. If we take that further, all the way to the extreme, would you be able to feel pain, like physical pain?
Oh yeah, they'll for 100% for sure. By the way, we have Sexy Monkey Sasha joining us.
Oh, hello.
And hold on, where am I going to put him?
There's a sexy.
Put him between me and Tom.
Yeah, well, I'm going to put him right here. Here. By the way, here's Sasha, Sexy Monkey, joining us. Hello, Sasha.
Hello. You can put me wherever you want. It's fine. Hi.
Welcome. Where are you coming to us from?
We're crowded now. I'm in the UK.
Wow. Finally we got an international guest. Thank God. I want to drink some Kilkenny, the cream of Ireland.
Real quick to finish my thought, if to take it all the way to the end with pain, if you can maximize every sense with your feeling, with your smell, with your hearing, everything, right? And then you can take that to pain. Would it be possible, or what would the ramifications be if virtually and all of your senses genuinely believed it was the case, that you actually had taken, like, I guess, say you're like in a fighting game or something, I don't know, or like say like you're in like a history class and you're able to go back and relive like a historic battle or something. And let's say you genuinely believed you got like shot, like a fatal wound in like your chest or something like that, and you felt the pain. What would like your actual physical ramifications be other than just pain? Would there be like anything that actually happens to your body?
Well, I mean, if you, it's funny because Brainstorm came out 40 years ago. It's 1983. They deal with that. Part of what happens in that movie is Louise Fletcher dies, and she records her death, and the question of, is there an afterlife? What happens after is part of what that movie's about.
It's called Brainstorm.
Brainstorm, and
add it to the list.
It's pretty good.
I think it was Natalie Wood's last movie, right?
Yeah, it's Natalie Wood's last movie. But what's really interesting about that, like you said, you would feel it, because remember, pain is just like sight. I mean, it's receptors that are going through your nerves being sent to your brain. So And by the way, they'll figure that out. Like if you in Brainstorm, if somebody can have a heart attack, if you are given the right, and that's going to be a thing. People are going to have near-death fetish experiences. You'll be able to sell like anything. It's going to be crazy what I think people are going to want. Like you'll be able to take the pain, because people are human beings are freaks. We'll figure out whatever freaky shit that they're going to be able to do with this. Somebody's going to do it, no
That's
matter
right.
what it is.
You can pay extra not to feel the pain.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's going to be crazy.
But so what do you think would actually, just our completely uneducated or educated theories and guesses of like what do you think would actually happen to the human body physically if all of the senses, and you genuinely believed, like let's say you lived in this world, this virtual world for years, and you like forgot everything that's going on in your real physical life, and you genuinely believed, say, like your arm was cut off and you felt that pain. Would something happen to your physical body, or would it only be like, in what way?
Well, like the soldiers, when they go to war and they come back, they still feel like the phantom limb, where like their arm or their leg got cut off, but they still feel that it's there.
Well, I mean, like,
I think the answer to your question is more of a temporary one, because you can't be in it, 24 hours a day. So much like sleeping and having a dream, people have heart attacks from what happens to them when they're sleeping, their dreams, the stress from being, whatever happens.
Yeah.
When they're asleep. But when you wake up, you're aware, the reality of that you've woken up, you've had a dream. With the way where the tech's going, you're not going to be, the batteries are going to die. You're not going to be able to be in the environment for, there's going to be legality around how long you're in it, whatever.
Sure.
But, once you step out of it, it's just like waking up from a dream and saying, man, I felt like I was really falling, or I felt like, I'd really been attacked. But in reality, you can still have a heart attack. The stress of your mind telling you that you've been shot, or that that a dog has bitten you in your sleep. People have had heart attacks. People have had heart attacks wearing VR. That's a temporary thing versus the phantom limb scenario where someone has lost a limb in war and they feel like it's still there. It hurts.
Well, I bring this up because, so going back to the Sword Art Online thing, is in the most recent arc in the anime, they're in a virtual world, right? But they've set the rules that this virtual world, the pain you feel is twice what you would feel in the real world. So if like your arm gets cut off, it's twice what the pain would be in if you actually lost your arm physically. And so the villain gets like basically just like bodied by the main hero at the end, and he actually ends up dying in the real world. They don't give an actual in-universe, like in the real world reason, like what happened to his physical body. All we know is that he died genuinely believing that he died because of what happened. And I was just wondering, is that is that a real thing, or is that more of a theory that we can't fully test at this stage? Or is that due to what you were saying, Sundowners, with just the stroke, or like what would go into that? They didn't really break it down, so I would just love to know the science behind that and how real that could potentially be.
It's a good question. I mean, I think that all of this technology is going to lead us into places we haven't gone yet. So I don't think it's funny going back and thinking about Brainstorm, because I remember like for instance, if you were having sex, there's a sex tape in Brainstorm, and what ends up happening is this guy ends up he falls asleep, or it keeps playing over and over and over and over, and it turns out to be horrifying, because the male body can only climax so many times, and they find him and he's like a vegetable, because he's having this physiological reaction to it all, and the body's not built to take it, and it really turns something into it's horrifying. And I think that we are the real question is, what are the moral and ethical implications of all of this? Right. And we're not good at that. The problem with, and I wish we were a much more enlightened people, but we're really not. And until and it's because most people are worrying about how they're going to pay their bills and how they're going to eat, get their next meal, and pay for their kids' college and all that. So we don't have time to deal. But most people don't give a fuck about any of these moral implications and ethical implications, and certainly the companies that are making this technology don't either, because they just want to make the money.
Exactly.
And so it's unfortunate, but the further out that this technology becomes, I mean, it demands some kind of the moral implications of what AI is going to allow us to be able to do are something that we're not even equipped to deal with. We can't even have moral conversations with each other. And now we're going to create this technology where, like, what if you could force people to like you want to get rid of a certain section of the population by giving them whatever fantasy they want just to get them off the streets. If you can create virtual environments that allow the baser desires of humanity, like, would we do it? And if we could do it, should we do it? Like, what if you wanted to go to Jeffrey Epstein's private island? And should we provide for whatever virtual flesh that you want to peddle? Is that something that we should make available to people?
When you say go, do you mean actually go? Or?
No. Like a virtual, like if you could go, let's say you were a real degenerate. And let's say you were a serial killer, or you wanted to be a serial killer, or you wanted to go shoot up a school.
Oh, wow.
And somebody
man.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. And somebody said, okay, we're going to be able to.
Dark.
Yeah, what Rob, what you're saying is you take the tech, and that person gets access to a code or something that's been written that is off the grid, right? Like black market, and they basically the dark web, and they say, hey, there's a code where you can go to Jeffrey Epstein's island virtually, and you can do whatever you want. That absolutely.
So they can still feed that urge, like Rob was saying, with like the school shooting. Like you can actually.
Yeah, you can do. I mean, it's going to go. It talks about dark, but it's going to go that way.
Oh man.
But the thing is, but if it's happening virtually, and it's not happening in the real world, people might say, well, isn't that better? No one's really getting hurt.
Rob, you mentioned Black Mirror.
Well, I believe
Black
You
Mirror
could virtually do the aristocrats.
There'll still be
in
laws.
The second episode of season 2, they had Wyatt Russell, and he had that thing on his back.
Yeah.
And he was in the VR experience thing where the lady was putting like the stuff into his head.
Yep.
Like, sorry.
No.
And Elon Musk. You also mentioned Elon Musk. He has that Neuralink thing that he was working on.
Yeah, well, from what I understand, and that's what they're talking about. And the real question is, like, if we live in a society that it's not all going to be kumbaya and people can indulge. I mean, that's what Strange Days and Brainstorm was about, like a bank or a hold up, the adrenaline pumping through your body. You look at that, and that's what people are going to gravitate towards. Yeah. But the thing is, let's say you're a complete degenerate, or you are, let's say you're Hannibal Lecter. You have fantasies of Army Hammer. You want to eat people, whatever. The most horrible shit you can imagine. If we could prevent that from happening in real life by allowing people to live out their most depraved, awful fantasies in virtual reality, should we allow that to happen? And is that something
you hold it against them in the real world?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, but because they're
as a prison, perhaps.
I don't know. I mean, and I don't have an answer.
Think about like Mongol and Alan Moore's The Man Who Has Everything.
Yeah, The Man Who Has Everything. When Mongol believes he's conquering, destroying. I mean, should we allow that to happen? And
it's not a question that we ask in this society anymore. Should we do it?
I mean, to me, I think that different countries, there'll be international laws around content. There'll be individual nations will have different laws, just like we do with children and things that you may get access to, physical media or imagery.
And if it's not available legally, it'll be on the black market.
Yeah, so. it'll be out there, but it will be illegal. There will be, you'll be prosecutable. So I think that as technology changes, the individuals, the communities, the states, the countries, there'll be international and also national laws around,
But how are you going? How do you regulate?
Here's the reality. There's always going to be a provider especially in this country when it's all about profit. So even if it's not legal, there's always going to be a provider. What it's up to us, the audience.
Yeah.
What are we willing to do? I'm sitting here and I'm listening to Israel talk about twice the pain, and I'm going, who wants that?
Hey man,
who
I didn't write
is-
the anime.
It doesn't matter who's the consumer for that.
But there will be somebody. You know, there's people
of course there will be.
Masochists, yeah.
I mean, and
Rob,
that's
Rob, I'm sorry, because I'm sitting here patiently listening to this. I'm almost 70 years old. When I drive into New York City, I walk around, and Israel, believe me, I am not picking on you, just people your age.
No, it's good. It's good. My generation's garbage.
I walk into the city, and Rob, you've been to New York City. It's
I love
a
New York.
crowded place.
Yeah.
You know, there's traffic lights on every block. People are not walking around looking at each other, looking at what's in front of them. They're looking at their phones.
Yes. No, I know.
Yep. So this entire, I'm glad I'm almost dead. Really.
We need you. We're stronger with you than without you.
You know, if this is the brave new
We
world,
still need you,
I don't
though.
want a part of it. And let me tell you something. I'm a former IT guy. I embrace
ain't brave.
technology. If I didn't embrace technology, I wouldn't be on the screen right now. This is nuts. This is absolutely nuts.
But it's going to get. But it is, as you know, it's going to get even nuttier.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
and I'll tell you what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be the guy watching you guys walk around with the helmets on, walking all around doing your stuff, and I'm going, hey, look at that guy.
I only have a landline. I've never owned a smartphone.
Wow.
All right,
Really?
I'm done.
Yeah.
But now, where where in the UK do you
You're a
live?
sexy monkey.
Specifically?
Well, like what part of the UK? Do you live close to London? Do you live close to Manchester? Do you live like where?
I'm 3 hours outside of London.
Okay, so you probably live in a nice place, someplace J.R.R. Tolkien would have liked to live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, but so here's the thing that I'm curious about. How come you don't have a smartphone?
Well, it's a choice. I just I don't over. There's based on everything you just said about everyone in New York on the phone. I recommend you watch a video called "Look Up." I think it's amazing. There's a video on YouTube called "Look Up." It's extremely true. It's about everything you just said, basically, and how it doesn't have to be that way. But I don't own a smartphone because I haven't needed one.
Right.
I've made it this far without one.
But you have technology because you're with us right now.
Yeah, not much technology, but I suppose the bare minimum that's required.
Yeah, that's smart. That's good.
I mean, but that's good. You can still reach out. I mean, I love the fact that you're in the UK right now talking to us, and we're from all over the United States, and we're broadcasting live on a platform that's been given to us by, Google, and it's a pretty, on one hand, it's a pretty amazing.
We got one guy here born in Thailand.
That's right. That the Ultraman expert of the planet right here. But I think it's pretty. I mean, on one hand, what we're doing right now is
imagination connoisseur.
Yes, and it's amazing that we're here right now talking around the world all at once. I mean, this to me is peak modern technology.
Yeah.
And what I would hope, unfortunately, is that the human animal is still it's still the animal. We're animals. We haven't figured out. We're not enlightened, particularly enlightened people, but we have the possibility to be. I mean, what we could do together collectively could be amazing, and yet it's so difficult to get to that point, and it's frustrating. Like I'm kind of bummed out, to be honest, about overall my own life, because I thought I was going to be living in a land of flying cars where people would be traveling on a space elevator to the waiting spaceship, and I could go to the moon, And we could be doing all this, but instead I'm reading about how the Wagner Group leader is pissed at the defense director of the Soviet Union or Russia, and is declaring, war against the people that he's working for. And it's like, why are we doing this? Why is there war in Ukraine? Why? You've spent a year killing hundreds of thousands of people. For what purpose? There's nothing. There's nothing that you've done that, and yet we could imagine all those people in 100 years, how many people that we lost in Russia and Ukraine. What if their ancestors were able to survive and create greatness? We'll never know.
So, Rob, you're a Star Trek guy.
Yes.
So Star Trek for you was like a utopian society.
Well, you know what?
What you hope that we would gravitate to. I have a question following this.
Well, but here's the thing about Star Trek. We never really saw the utopian society. We saw the fact that it created people that were willing to go out into the universe and explore and go find things that they didn't know about.
But when they were on Earth, like I'm in San Francisco and I can like beam over to New Orleans and go to Cisco's restaurant.
Yes.
And have a good night out and what have you. So now here we are in 2023 and we're migrating toward this society, and our concern is about robots taking over people's jobs so that they don't have to work anymore, without thinking about what these people are actually going to be doing since they can't work anymore.
Yeah, well, and this is the problem. That's the real ramification, is what are all these people that are going to, like, what are in 10 years, what are truck drivers going to do? We have we have tens of thousands of truck drivers traveling the country that are bringing goods and services all over the place. And we need good truck drivers. But when you have trucks that are completely automated, what are the truck drivers going to do?
On a smaller scale, supermarkets are hiring less and less people because now you can pay for your food at a machine. So they hire less staff.
That happens at my even grocery store. In California, self-checkout exists unless you're buying liquor. Which is so funny. You can't self-checkout liquor. You can, tonight I went to the grocery store and I had to buy some dog food for the dogs. I didn't buy any liquor, so I could just go through the self-checkout. But if I want to buy if I wanted to buy one bottle of wine or a sixer of beer, I can't check out myself.
And the worker at that cash register, by the way, has to be legal age.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I mean, it's gonna be a weird. But here's the thing. If humanity doesn't have to do menial labor because of AI, then shouldn't we as human beings create a whole new strata of things, whether it's like, let's make more artists. Can we figure out a way to incentivize people? I mean, unfortunately, AI is going to, like, why learn to play an instrument, or why learn to paint if you've got AI that can instantaneously create whatever music you want and create whatever artwork you need.
This is why I'm hated on this channel. Does that pay? Does that pay?
Rob,
what you're talking about, does that pay money?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, people playing the symphony make money. I mean,
but when everybody's in the symphony, is the pay scale going to be the same?
Well, that's the question. No, I mean, we're going to eliminate. There's going to be no incentive for anyone to pick up a guitar. I mean, I
do think I understand what you're saying, but as a music guy, and as someone whose dad was friends with Elvis, let me chime in on this. So, artists all throughout time, when especially around music, but we could talk about painters and the Da Vinci's, but let's talk about 20th century musicians that changed the world, and we could talk about every genre and pick one or two of the three top artists that they were lightning in a bottle. They were not conventional. You couldn't create them before they arrived on the scene. You couldn't envision what they looked like, what they sounded like, and who they were. And so when they came, when they came on the scene in whatever genre of music, they were originals. Even if they said, well, they were influenced by this, or they were influenced by that, or they copied that, but the total package was uniquely original. And I don't think AI could ever create a Muddy Waters, an Elvis Presley, a John Lennon, a Prince. I mean,
James Brown.
Pick your genre of music.
But
punk scene, the country.
But here's the thing: when a computer has all the music that's ever been recorded that exists, whether it's CDs or whatever, you feed it all into a database, and you have all of it that came before. What's going to happen is someone can be like, okay, I want Dizzy Gillespie to play with George Schulte conducting the London Symphony Orchestra in 1963. No one's done that before. Why would Dizzy Gillespie why would he be playing with the London Symphony Orchestra being conducted by George Schulte in 1963? And they're recording the planets. Holtz's The Planets. All you have to do is be like, and then you're going to get AI is going to take.
Does the AI get it right away?
Do you remember do you remember that line from Jurassic Park? He says, your scientists got so fixated on the idea that they could. They didn't stop to think if they should.
Right. Well, I mean, I agree with that, but that is already here. I mean, it's just a question of, so what's going to happen is, again, if you have every permutation of human musical endeavor, and the thing is, here's the problem. Human beings, we like going to concerts. Teenage girls would swoon over Elvis Presley. Some people I love smoky jazz clubs in Paris. I want to see like Dexter Gordon in Round Midnight playing, or I would love to have seen Miles Davis, in the late 50s or something. And all of that, because we want those experiences. But here's the thing. If you have music as an art form, if you have everything you can figure out whatever you want at a keystroke, how are you going to convince some kid who's 4 years old or something to pick up a violin and learn to play it when every permutation of music you can get it?
That has to be learned.
But why learn it?
As a skill.
But why learn it when you can ask AI to provide you any single interesting? You can get any, like, I want to hear the 10 greatest violinists of all time play my favorite, play Claire de Lune or something, whatever the music is you want. And then they can even Beethoven, you can say, you know what, the 9 symphonies aren't enough. You have everything that's Beethoven's written, AI. Give me Beethoven's 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th symphonies for me. And it'll give them to you.
Do you have the knowledge there that it's AI, or is it not? In your mind, is it?
But you can have,
and also
you can't have the artist.
Is the AI even able to make a perfect replica right away? Does it have to be taught, and how often does it have to be retaught? How often does it have to be perfectly done?
Well, that's
at that point. If you have to keep redoing,
but there will be a provider
just
there.
Be like you're kind of.
There will be a provider there to manipulate
it.
Yeah,
it won't be original, and it won't be the artist that is created by their life circumstances and the desperation
But see, that's you, and look, I'm right there with you 100%. But here's the thing: that's us as human beings imposing meaning. Like, we want to believe that the spark of humanity is what brings Elvis Presley to being Elvis Presley. The problem is when Elvis Presley was growing up and hearing like gospel music in a black church or something and feeling there's not even going to be black choirs singing anymore. You're going to be listening to something coming out of computer generated. They'll take all the great choirs or all the great Southern Baptist churches that blew the roof off the house when you had some great preacher. It'll all be digitized. They'll have instantaneous access to all this, like Muddy Waters. Everything gonna be all right this morning. They'll have all of his vocal stylings digitized, and you'll be like, I want Muddy Waters to sing with Madonna, and it'll spit out a song of Muddy Waters and Madonna singing using every single data point of everything Madonna recorded and everything that Muddy Waters recorded, and it will give you, you'll be able to make them, I want them to sing As Time Goes By from Casablanca, as if Sam was playing the piano and Muddy Waters and Madonna are going to sing with Sam. And
Well, but Rob, the fundamental problem with all of that is you're saying is everything has to be recreated. It's, I want to hear this person do this. It'll never innovate ever again.
Right. It won't.
That's the problem.
The real question is, will we innovate?
Right.
That's
how
the
can
question.
we innovate something that's just basing off of things
Well,
that
that's
come before?
But
It doesn't
why-
have its
why-
own perspective like humans do. So
I
it can't
understand, but
innovate.
the question is, are we going to learn? Like,
Well, I
how
think
are,
humans eventually would get bored of something that doesn't innovate if it's just the same forever. Just
but
based
if
on
you can
something
mix
else.
and match, you have infinite combinations of stuff.
I think people would get tired of the
The
lack
track
of
record
originality.
doesn't show that, but yeah, the repetition.
Maybe I have blind hope in humanity, but
What
I don't
about
know.
Netflix? You know, you
Yes,
get all the
you do.
movies you want and you don't watch them.
But I
Hey,
mean,
have you guys
Well, you
heard
know,
of-
they.
Have
Yeah,
you guys heard of
that's-
Robert Johnson? You know, the blues man Robert Johnson.
yeah, he went to the Crossroads.
Yeah. So I could take you. The Crossroads is real. It's in North Mississippi.
Yep.
It's Highway 61. Bob Dylan's album, Highway 61 Revisited. There's a little lunch place that when I would go down and meet with one of the casinos for work, I would always go to this lunch place. And right across the street, there's a few small churches. There's a little neighborhood of shacks and small homes. There's kids playing music. And you can hear the sounds. You could walk into a joint that would make you feel like you're in 1940, and you can see a 10-year-old kid playing something that is completely original. You'd say, well, what song is he playing? Is that Muddy Waters? Is that Robert Johnson? They go, no, that's an original song that this kid wrote. He's 11 years old, and his dad works behind the bar. He's been playing here, and the kid, I mean, you know, that's where Eric Gales came from, a blues guitar player. He's probably 40 now. I saw him when he was 13 years old on Beale Street. He was playing original music.
I agree. I'm with you 100%, but that's because they didn't grow up in a world with AI.
That's true. That's true.
And
the desperation, genius comes from all the things in your environment, the world around you, but it also comes from a desperation, right? There's a desperation in greatness that I don't think AI could ever capture the originality of that individual.
I'm with you
But
100%.
What percentage of the population do you think will be interested in that? Rob
Majority.
might go down with you. I don't agree with that at all. I don't.
I mean,
I don't like it, but I think it'll
Big
be the majority.
cities, at least.
You think the majority will be the AI?
That'll be interested in it. How long they stay after that? Like
If
I said,
I'm
I
a
think they'll get bored
teenager
of-
sitting in Winnipeg, Manitoba, I'm not going to know about the kid doing original music in Memphis, Tennessee.
Sure.
Right.
But also this, I mean, okay, Israel, let me ask you this. So you access on AI has every single anime that's ever been made.
Yes.
And you like whatever your favorite, like whether it's Howl's Moving Castle or Castle Cagliostro or My Neighbor Totoro or whatever. And you go, I want to see an anime about a baseball player. Let's say whatever you want. And I want it to be in the style of this. I want it to be 93 minutes long. I want it to have a music score from such and such. And you're going to give it all these parameters. And in an hour, you're going to have a finished, brand new, never before seen anime that you've prompted. And you're going to, by the way, this is going to happen in 2 or 3 years. You're going to be able to do this. And you'll get it. And the question is, will that be a good thing or a bad thing? And you'll watch it and it'll probably be good and it'll be enjoyable. A human being didn't make it. I mean, the AI used all of what human beings had done for 50 years with anime. Once you can do something like that, and then you're going to think to yourself, I made this because it was my idea. Why spend the time drawing? When I heard a thing on NPR today about legal AI, how AI is being used for the legal profession. And they were talking about the Innocence Project. and the innocence. Did you hear this? Did you listen to this? So the Innocence Project freeing people that whether they imprisoned for wrongfully imprisoned. So you have lawyers at the Innocence Project that are feeding in hundreds of pages of court transcripts from 50 years ago or whatever to see if people are actually, and AI can analyze 10 minutes. You feed AI hundreds, if not thousands of pages of, and it reads all the testimony and everything, and AI can sit there and go, this person's probably innocent based on all the, and it's right. And it took 10 minutes to do it. It would take months for a human being to analyze this data.
Rob, did you hear about the lawyer that went to ChatGPT to research?
Oh, this was not part of the story, and it gave back and it made up a bunch of shit.
Right.
Yeah. So ChatGPT made up a bunch of citations and all this bullshit. It wasn't even real. So you have to have people, that are.
And the lawyer went to court with it.
He went, yeah, and it was not good. That was how the story began.
There are times when the technology does work, and it is a positive thing. I mean, how the Golden State Killer got caught. I mean, without the reverse genealogy, we wouldn't have caught the guy. And we know 100% he's the guy.
Yeah.
And so there are times when, you talk about the legal aspect of that, of AI. There are times when we could all say, you know what, that there's times when the technology advances society, but as a society, we have to.
Here's the thing, Sundowners. It's a tool.
It's
a tool. Right? You can't replace everything with the tool. You use the tool.
I mean,
and
here's
they're only as smart as the people who made them. These are man-made tools as well.
Right. But the thing that I fear, just so Warner Brothers has now signed on this week. They signed on to this new service. Other companies have been using it to decide what movies they should make. So what they do is you give they'll have a list of should we make these movies based on demographics or what's worked in the past. So the movies that the studio is going to make and invest money in is going to be AI. They're going to consult with an AI and go, should we make this film? And based on all kinds of worldwide demographics and whatever. So the only movies that are now going to get made at Warner Brothers are going to be movies that are basically pre-screened, which doesn't allow for like inspiration. Like this, is someone going to be able to make the Shawshank Redemption? Oh, God, will that get made? I mean, and now everyone's going to be like, if I asked AI, should I make Tango Shalom? Should I spend 5 years of my life making this fakakta little movie? It would have said no. And I would not have had.
Do you tell them who you want to star in the movie, though, or is it just you just telling them the story?
Well, it'll probably be the story. It'll have all these. It'll say
cast it.
Yeah,
it'll cast the movie.
Yeah, it'll cast the movie, and it'll tell you who should be in this movie based on worldwide demographics. It'll figure out how much can this movie make based on region and what the subject matter is all about. And the problem with all of that ultimately, and by the way, Warner Brothers signed on for this. This is not theoretical. This is now a reality. So if you go to Warner Brothers and you pitch a movie to them, and I did, I made a horror movie with Warner Brothers in 2008, they probably would say, the AI would say, well, no. Because especially if the movie hasn't been made, there's nothing analogous to it. Why would they let you make it? I mean, it's so, and you're dealing with what's really interesting is
Don't they do that already?
Yeah, they do. But now it's a thing. Now Warner Brothers is not going to make the shareholders, whatever, they're like, well, you can't make a movie unless because a movie like The Flash is going to end up losing $150 million, and they're going to be like, if we had AI tell us not to make The Flash, well, we wouldn't have made it. And the first thing they're going to do is, should we have made The Flash? No, you shouldn't have made The Flash. And then that's it.
Wow.
It's the death of fucking cinema.
But it's the death of all art.
Dude,
because
you know what the AI would have said no to? It would have said no to making Titanic. $2 billion movie.
Maybe it'd be
there's
only
probably
the
not
death.
that much interest in that.
Maybe it'd only be the death of
that
art to
happened
Warner
almost a
Brothers.
century ago. When the movie was made, no interest. Don't make it.
Well,
No
but
one cares.
the problem is AI is going to answer. It's going to give you there's going to be what do you want to hear? All, like you say, all AI knows is AI is going to analyze. Here's every movie about a lawyer that made money. Like for instance, I bought The Firm, Sidney Pollack's adaptation of John Grisham's novel The Firm, starring Tom Cruise. I love The Firm. I love that movie.
I was on the set for that movie. They filmed it.
Yeah, everything's done by statistics.
Yeah, I mean, I love that movie. Would anybody make?
You know what it's gonna do? It's gonna find, like you said, those movies that made money, and then it's gonna find the
But see,
common
haven't they
story
been doing
beats and
that
say,
already
"Here's
with,
the
like,
outline
the
of your
focus
script.
groups?
Here's the story beats you need to follow."
But here's the thing: focus groups are fallible. Now they're going to have AI that's going to be infallible. They're not going to, and the problem is, at the end of the day, it's still got to be art. It still has to be. And the thing is, it's a crapshoot. But now they're trying to, unfortunately, at the end of the day, when you have companies like BlackRock or Vanguard, these giant investment firms that have money in every place, they want growth. And they're like, they talk about streaming. There's only a finite amount of households in the world. On the planet Earth, there's a finite number of households that can subscribe to a streaming service. And we're already there. Everybody that wants the Disney Channel already has it. So all they can do is lose subscribers. And then they don't understand why. There's no more people that want to subscribe. Everybody that wants Netflix already subscribes to Netflix. And then you have these investment companies that are demanding growth. There is no growth to be had. That's
why you cut down on password sharing, Rob.
Well, yeah, but even after that's done, but there is no growth. There's no growth to be had. And these companies want growth. Everybody who wants HBO already has it. You're not going to get people that don't have HBO to subscribe to HBO. No matter how you mix and match, it's such a weird, and yet that's why we're in this huge problem, this huge conundrum that we're in now.
The consumer cut the cord and left cable and satellite services to go to some of these streaming providers, thinking that they were going to go from paying $250 a month or $200 a month to $30 a month, and then they ended up with 5 or 6 or 7 streaming providers that all raised their prices. And so that was okay during the pandemic when people said, look, I'm at home, I'm going to watch a lot of content. And now they're looking at it and evaluating their monthly bills, and they're saying, you know what, I'm going to get rid of Hulu, I'm going to get rid of Disney Plus, I'm going to keep Netflix, I have Amazon because I don't pay for that because I do shipping through that.
Right.
I'm going to keep 3 and I'm going to get rid of these 3. So now people are cutting back on the number of streaming providers, and it's going to consolidate. Because people don't want.
Well, and what's even something that look, every company was looking at this separately. They weren't thinking that okay, there's only so many hours in the day. There's only so much content. There's only so much of your day. How much time? People are always asking me, Rob, how do you I literally, when I've got in the bathroom, I have books stacked on a table. So when I go do my business, I'm reading. There's something going on, or then I'll pick up. I'll be watching dinner, watching a YouTube video. Then I'm gonna go watch a disc, and I'm managing all this time, and there's only so much time in a day, and yet these streaming services all have to exist in their own little continuum. Like we're spending this much money, and they're all competing. I mean, the fact of the matter is, no one's going to be like, no one has brand loyalty to Netflix. They just want to watch what they want to watch. Whatever show they're going to watch, whether it's a cooking show or documentary, people are going to watch what they're going to watch, and they're going to go wherever someone's putting that show on. And so now we're in a huge, the entertainment business is in the toilet because everyone's in debt because they were trying to outperform every other streaming service when really there's no winning. There's nothing to win.
And the companies are doing it for their stockholders and for the analysts on Wall Street, not for the audience.
Wall Street told them 3 years ago, subscribers. And then they got the subscribers and they said, oh, you lost $1 billion this quarter?
Exactly.
To Disney, that's like walking into the boardroom and telling the executives, you know what we did this quarter? We sunk a cruise ship. And then the next quarter you walk in and you go, you know, I got bad news. We sunk another cruise ship. That's how much their losses are in streaming. So now Wall Street says, look, you've got to cut these losses. So, you know, they're doing things like pulling shows from Disney Plus because it's a tax write-off and they don't have to pay people. And they're reducing the content. So someone said in the very beginning when we first jumped on here that, you know, announcing movies. I don't buy for 1 second that, like, for example, Lucasfilm is going to do 3 movies in the next year and a half. Like, I don't buy it.
What? No, I'm just kidding.
You can announce all day long, we're going to do this series. They announced Rogue Squadron. Where'd that movie go? They announced the Lando series. Where'd that series go? I mean, people can announce things, but these studios are cutting back. And they're gonna pick things that they think are gonna hopefully make them money. They're still gonna make bad decisions here and there, but you know, at the end of the day, you know, they're looking now at profitability because they're forced to, because the losses are staggering. All of them are losing on streaming as far as
and it affects the content.
Yeah, and the thing about the whole Wall Street mentality of growth and all that, it doesn't exist. You can only go so far, and it doesn't work. And, you know, it used to be like you make a movie or a TV show, you put it out, you have advertising dollars that pay for it. You have box office people go and they go see the movie. But now what I'm astonished by is why do movies all cost $150 to $200 million? How is it? It's 2 hours of time. I can watch a YouTube, this show right now, this show has been going on, what is it, 255?
Almost 6 hours.
Almost 6 hours. Now, the question is, almost 6 hours. How much would this be worth? This is 3 $200 million superhero movies.
This conversation has been interesting. I'd say it's very worthy.
Yeah, and right now there's 256 people watching this. So for everybody who's watched this channel and enjoyed this conversation, I thought tonight's been great. And it's like, is this 6 hours? If you have 6 hours of time, would you rather watch this conversation or watch 3 $200 million movies that are unsatisfying?
Wasn't Fast X $340 million?
Yeah.
I didn't see the movie. Did you see the money on screen, or did it look like $100 million movie?
No, I mean, well,
the rest of that just went into the ether.
Well, no, it's the fees. It's everybody. When you've made 11 movies in a franchise, like Vin Diesel gets paid $100 million, and it's like, why? Like and the funny thing is, they would pay. Well, you'd pay him because you'd make that Fast X is a monstrously huge bomb. It's from if you spend $350 million on a movie, to break even, you're looking at $1.4 billion to break even, because the studio only gets half of what the box office is. And remember, they don't just have to cover the cost of the film, they have to cover the cost of studio overhead. So what people don't understand is part of studio accounting is, say a movie, this for the sake of argument, $100 million movie. Okay? So a studio makes a $100 million movie. They're going to spend, say, $50 million marketing it. So you're looking at $150 million spend. You then have to make $450 million to break even, because cut that in half. So half of $450 million is what the studio gets back. But not only do they have to pay for the movie, they have to pay the studio itself for its operating costs. They also have to, for everybody that works at the studio, all the lights, all the internet, all the power, whatever, that all is part of that money. So when you make a $350 million movie, unless, because it's Fast and Furious and one of them made $1.5 billion, that movie should never have been made. A 350.
Before the movie opened, Vin Diesel only wanted to do 10 and 11, a 2-part closing out of the series. Before the movie opened, Universal went to him and said, no, we want 3 parts. We want 3.
Yeah, because they thought it was going to be a monster hit.
Dude, that is over $1 billion for those 3 movies, just in cost. Not even counting marketing. Because if you 340 times 3, bro.
Okay, look at this right now. Okay, this is why the entertainment business is in turmoil. So Fast X has grossed right now, as of according to Box Office Mojo, $678,339,064. Okay, of that money, of that gross, Universal gets half of that. So they haven't even, the money that's come back has not even paid for the cost of making Fast X. That doesn't even include advertising or marketing, and it's never going to get there. It's a monster bomb. Even though it grossed $678 million on that kind of a spend, they've lost hundreds of millions of dollars on this movie that they're never going to get back.
When you
And
said
Rob,
bomb, I
I
thought you
don't know
meant
if
that
you
in a
got
good way.
criticized, but like, on my channel, we've covered Indiana Jones 5, as you can see. I'm a huge original trilogy Indiana Jones fan. But I think it's part of having a YouTube channel, and you're going to get people make comments, and they're going to be some that are crazy and some that are just critical, and so you just take it all with a grain of salt. But people get confused when they hear us talk about, the fact that you're spending over $300 million to make an Indiana Jones movie with an 80-year-old Harrison Ford and a Phoebe Waller-Bridge that, that's a bad model to say that you're going to spend over $300 million on a movie and then turn around and spend at least $150 marketing it. Then you debut it at the Cannes Film Festival, and I don't care. People go, well, you're just hating on the movie. It hadn't even come out yet. No, the movie could be fine, and it's still going to lose a lot of money because you spent $500 million, including marketing, and you've got to make over $1 billion on a movie with an 80-year-old man, and Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Like that formula is not set up for success. So you're starting out in a losing position. If we were in the casino and we were saying, hey, what are your odds? Your odds are very poor. It's a poor investment.
Well, too many people listen to other people's opinions.
I heard an interview.
Yeah, we got to
with
listen to the AI opinions.
Sure.
guys.
I heard an interview with the producer of the Transformers film. He was actually talking about the one you were talking about, Age of Extinction. I think, was it Don Murphy? I think his name is.
Yeah.
And he was saying it doesn't matter if the film's weaker, if the script is bad. People just want louder, faster, bigger. They'll pay their money regardless of the quality. People are going to show up regardless.
Well, thankfully, the quality of that movie was amazing.
Well, but here's okay. Here's the thing.
Speaking.
But that makes
You've
sense.
seen it 30 times, so.
but that makes sense when the movies are now we're way beyond. We're way beyond. If you're talking about, I remember when Terminator 2 was made. It was the first $100 million movie, and it was made in a very accelerated pace, which is why it was so expensive at the time. The original Terminator was $4 million. But because it became a big hit on home video and cable, everyone loved it. So that movie came out in 1984. Terminator 2 was 91. And so it had become a big hit. But somebody thought, oh yeah, James Cameron made Aliens. And Aliens, it's so funny. I always say to people, do you know how many alien suits they had when they made Aliens? 6. That's it. Because Gail Ann Hurd was a taskmaster, and she wouldn't allow, they weren't profligate spending. But now the idea of who thought in any, I don't know what wait, let me look at the budget. So,
well, it was done, low scale.
Right, but for
not probably little to no CGI.
But that's the thing. The movies are way too expensive, and so the budget for Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was $185 million.
What year did that come out?
2008. Yeah, I mean, $185 million for Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. It made 750, so that was a success. But that was easily by far the most expensive Indiana Jones movie. Why would anyone believe that spending $300 million on this franchise when the last movie only made $750 million, why would anybody believe that it's okay to spend $300 million on an Indiana Jones movie.
The year after COVID.
Yeah,
The year
I mean,
after we-
why would anyone? And this kind of thinking is insane. It's and they don't even know. Hollywood doesn't even know how to make. There's no reason that these movies. I mean, hell, if you shot it all practically and had no CGI, you could make it way cheaper.
I think they genuinely are expecting, because it's Lucasfilm, I think they're genuinely expecting a Force Awakens box office, or at least they were when they were making it, a $2 billion film. That's why they made it for that much.
But there's no look. The Indiana Jones. Here's the thing about that.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
But that to me, it's just incredibly. The people that are making these decisions are, even I would say, and I'm no expert, but I'm like, that's just. Between Fast X, it doesn't matter. No movie should be made for $300 million, period. Ever. It should never happen. I mean, maybe a Mission Impossible, but even then, $300 million, no way.
We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I mean, but even if it's great, the profit margin it has to make. I mean, Top Gun Maverick was made for like $200 million, and it was a risk. And it ended up making like 1.5 billion, which is fantastic. It made money. But even then, why would any movie? Why are you spending $200 million for 2 hours worth of time? It's insane. It's
and what's
insane.
going to happen is it's going to lose so much money in a couple weeks because it's got 2 weeks, and then Mission Impossible comes out, and that's death to Indiana Jones 5. It's going to lose so much money that the people like Terry Matalas, who are now was supposed to be going to do Witch Mountain, right?
Well, he did. They shot the pilot.
Yeah, they shot that. So what they're going to do is, I'm not saying they're going to do this explicitly to Terry, but people like Terry that are doing projects for Disney, that is the umbrella over Lucasfilm, they're going to say, you know what? We've lost so much money this year. We're going to cut this. We're going to cut this. We're going to cut this. And they're going to be good filmmakers, showrunners, that have good content that are going to pay the price for the $350 million bomb at the box office, because you saw what happened with Quantumania. You see, with some of the movies that have come out, Elemental, Little Mermaid. We can talk about whether a movie's good or not, like with The Flash. Several of us enjoyed The Flash. But what happens is when these movies lose $100 million, $200 million, people get fired. Whole divisions of companies get rolled into another division, and it limits the creative individuals that had nothing to do with those films that are trying to make something for $60 million or for less, right? And so that's the unfortunate thing about it is that
but what do you
it
do?
impacts individuals and storytellers that you
I
don't
just
even see
remembered,
on the surface.
Do you remember Kevin Smith's films Red State?
Yeah.
He promoted that all himself. He avoided everything was hands-on, and he saved so much money with that approach.
Yeah, I went and saw it. He took it on like a dog and pony show. He took it around. You could buy tickets and see an evening with him. I went and saw it. I went and saw the movie at the downtown at the theater, and it was like $100, and he spoke and had everybody. It was great. And like for working in that venue, like it's fantastic. I'm working on a project now. I'm looking to raise between $3 and $4 million on something that would absolutely give a great. It's so hard to raise $3 to $4 million. It's so hard to do that for a project that I could guarantee you will make money, and it's a perennial favorite. It'll get played every year.
But Mr. Burnett, it's only $4 million. How could it possibly be profitable?
Yeah, well, that's the question. How do you make money on a $4 million? And people ask, because a $4 million movie is never going to get the screens. It's never going to get how do you make it back? And I think in this case, I mean, a streaming service would pay for this movie. Anyone. I mean, Netflix would buy it for $8 million, at a festival, and then you give your investors their money back plus 30%, and you're done. Which is what I would love to do, but we have to make the whole thing is insane. We live in an insane world where, especially movies, like I feel terrible that we are now going. I'm so tired of listening to people rip on Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy and all this. I'm so tired of it because Kathleen Kennedy was one of the people that produced our childhoods for almost 40 years. I mean,
but she doesn't get the credit for it, Rob, because everybody, the people that you're talking about, everybody thinks it wasn't her, it was Steven Spielberg.
Oh, yeah.
That did it.
Well, they don't understand what a producer does. You know, they don't. They think that like a producer is facilitating the director's vision, and Steven Spielberg has even said that Kathleen Kennedy was one of the greatest producers he's ever worked with because she is a nuts and bolts producer. You know, and look at her track record. I mean, it's insane what she produced.
See, but E.T. brings me to tears today.
See, we don't do any Kathy Kennedy videos. So we talked about that when we were covering Star Wars. We mainly we're known primarily for covering Game of Thrones content.
Right.
But as far as Kathy Kennedy, we talked about it in regards to some of the shows and movies and what's going on. And I think the problem is that she's in the wrong position. She's set up to fail. So she follows George Lucas, and she's a studio head, and she's front and center. She's out there, and so she becomes symbolic. So when something goes bad, she's like a head coach. She's going to get blamed, and so producer had, you know, when I hear the criticism of her, or I hear the, you know, people talk about her, they seldom say Kathy is a producer anymore because she's running Lucasfilm. And I think if Lucasfilm, if they had rolled Lucasfilm up to Disney, and they had creatives basically running these projects, and Kathy was a producer, and then basically everybody else just rolled up to the guy that runs ESPN or someone within Disney, the umbrella, and that person was not as well known. We didn't know their name as well. Then I think you would hear more criticism where it really lies, which is who wrote that script for that episode?
Does Kathleen Kennedy?
So she's an easy target. And
does Kathleen Kennedy get credit for Andor?
No. Well, you know, the fan base doesn't love Andor. You know, but she should get credit for Andor.
Does she get credit for Mandalorian? Fan base loves that.
Well, she does, but not.
She probably doesn't want. She probably doesn't want credit for season 3.
Yeah, the fan base doesn't love it anymore. I mean, the real problem with a lot of these, I would say that the real problem with Hollywood, especially, is nobody knows how to write anymore, and the stories that people are telling, they're underqualified. They're not qualified to be spending the kind of money they're spending. I mean, if you look at what I know about Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, and I love James Mangold, who's not going to change, but that story, the story that they're telling, the story of that movie, is not worthy. I mean, I can tell you right now.
Have you seen it, Rob?
No, I haven't seen the movie, but
I've seen it.
Oh, you've seen it. So I don't even know. I'm talking out of my ass. But when you looked at that story, was that of all the stories in the world to tell? You know, was that the story? Was that the Indiana Jones story? The funny thing about Indiana Jones is, it's such a simple. Raiders of the Lost Ark is a perfect movie. And you look at Raiders of the Lost Ark and you're like, okay, this is not very difficult to understand. And even knowing what Dial of Destiny is about, time travel. What the fuck? Like, I mean, I understand. It's like, okay, you know, if you look at you already are dealing with something that does not belong in Indiana Jones. And I understand, well, the other one was about aliens but the Ark of the Covenant, biblical epics, archaeology, it all really worked. And the Thuggee in Temple of Doom and the Holy Grail, all that works. Because but the Dial of Destiny, fucking time travel, that alone, and same with Aliens, a 50s sci-fi film, you've moved away from what Indiana Jones was all about. Yeah. But by having it like, I'm going to go back in time and let the Nazis win World War II, that in itself, you've lost me. And somebody should have said, you can't do that. You can't, that's not what Indiana Jones is all about. It's not about time travel. You know, I mean, antiquities and the power of religion and all that works. But when you've now stepped over into time travel, that's a whole different genre. You know, and it's like that alone. I would say, why are you doing that? That is not a story that you should do. But they did.
Hey, Rob, do you want like my 2 cents on that?
Sure.
It's
Lay it
like,
on us.
It starts off with the early mythologies. It starts off with the Jewish myth. Then it moves on to the, you know, Aztecs. And then it goes on to Knights. This is different century mythologies. And then Lucas, based on some interviews I've heard, he was only thinking of like, what's the new modern myth? Aliens. That's the new religion for some people. And then time travel, because that's the new fascination. That's the sci-fi imagination now. You're talking about multiverse, string theory, time travel. Is any of that possible? He's thinking.
I understand that, but the thing is, it's like Indiana Jones is looking for antiquities. He's looking, and I get it when they're talking about 50s. Well, in the 50s,
yeah, he's an archaeologist.
He's an archaeologist. You know, he's an archaeologist, and there's so many things, whether it's megaliths or there, but to deal with time travel, suddenly you're now going into a realm where it doesn't. I mean, why do that story?
It feels like it doesn't belong.
I'm canceling my tickets.
We're thinking of ancient civilizations.
I'm not.
To me, the Last Crusade was the last crusade.
But what if ancient civilizations had higher technology than we think? So
right,
what if ancient civilizations did have time travel? What if ancient gods were alien?
But the thing about that is that's not Indiana Jones. You know, Indiana Jones was set forth in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Right. That's not what the audience fell in love with.
I mean, yeah, and it's like the Ark of the Covenant, and the idea of power of God, fire, whatever. But the when you're dealing with the problem at the end of the day is like once you penetrate the veil of time travel, you're out. You're out. I mean, and it's like
you've never done it before. Like Back to the Future is a breezy film.
Yeah,
it's fun,
but
it's not based in really science. It's based in fantasy.
Well, yeah.
I have two questions. Question one is: would you rather that he look for the Kurlan Nazgûs?
Well,
and question two is: we just got a different theory of time travel in the Flash. It's completely different than anything that we've seen before.
Yeah, but the Flash. I mean, okay, I would say this. Yeah. The Flash, the cosmic treadmill, the Flash of two worlds, you already have that is built into the DNA of the character of the Flash. Especially the DC multiverse began with the Flash.
Well, for you, because, and this is the one disagreement I have with you and Lael, you read the books. I didn't read the books. So everything that I know about the Flash, I saw in that movie.
Right. Well, yeah. But I mean, but at least it comes from a place of like with Indiana Jones. Here's my problem with the whole the idea that like the Ark of the Covenant, it was the power of God. It was God. God exists in the Indiana Jones movies. The Judeo-Christian God of the Old Testament and the New Testament is real.
Amen.
Is real. And so whether you want to watch Moses, you know, parting the Red Sea, there is a history within human civilization, human culture, human understanding. And when Indiana Jones says, "Don't look at it, Marion," you know, it's and the whole idea of Indiana Jones in terms of scripture, looking in, you have evil people that are full of hubris. You know, if you were pious, even all the way to Last Crusade, you know, he chose poorly. The idea that you're drinking from the cup of the cup of Christ, right? That's the Holy Grail, or and the idea, the penitent man,
yeah,
and all that.
This is why that whole.
But I understand you went into Hindu, you went into the with
moral force, judging anybody.
Yeah, and that's all part of it. The whole part of Indiana Jones really is to be Indiana Jones. While he's not a believer. I don't think Indiana Jones believes in he's probably doesn't believe in God, but he knows that God exists and he lives by his rules. He might not believe in God, but he knows, he's seen enough to know that. And by switching over to science fiction, you're moving away from scripture, you're moving away from belief, and you're moving Indiana Jones into a place where that wasn't the DNA of the character that was created. And time travel is has nothing to do with.
Would that mean then?
Well, and so, you know, where do you go? Where Indiana Jones
imaginative.
Yeah, well, where Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny goes is a place where you are forced to go. I haven't seen the movie, but knowing there's time travel involved, that means you have to show some time travel. And by doing that, you ruin the movie.
I'm waiting for Rob's 30-minute rant of what is the cosmology of the Indiana Jones universe.
but that you laugh, but it's true though.
No,
like,
I mean, yeah.
Like once you have a device that can potentially travel through time, you are forced to travel through time in the movie. You have to.
Right.
Because it's a time travel movie, but the problem is, and that's what, what's his face? Mads Mikkelsen, I'm going to use this device to go make the fatherland so Nazis can win World War II. But we know that they don't. So you're not going to travel through time and change the future. You're not going to do that. We know that because Indiana Jones exists in 1969, so he's never going to win. If he changed the past, then the Nazis would have won World War II, and it would have been. So the whole premise of that movie is faulty because you know he's never going to win.
Well, unless they make it the Avengers Endgame time travel, where when you go into the past actually becomes your future, and you can't change your past because your past is now your future.
Well,
and then you would just go on to a different timeline. But hey, it's 5:20. I need to go to bed. But I do want to ask this question, and then I'll get off and watch y'all answer.
You have to answer a question also.
Oh, but
you have to answer Rob's question about the anime AI movie. I didn't miss it. I'm waiting for the answer.
I would not do that. I have no interest in doing that personally, but people in my generation are idiots. They'll do it. Okay, there's the answer. Here's the question.
Let me think of something.
Rob and the panel, by the way, I've had a great time talking to all of y'all. I look forward to talking to some of y'all again. How would y'all implement limiting film budgets going forward? Because I mean, you look at certain films like Avatar: The Way of Water, there's an estimated budget between $350 to $450. We don't know exactly where it is in there, but that's really expensive to make that versus we're talking about Fast X, we're talking about Justice League, Indiana Jones being $300, and those are probably going to all lose money. How do y'all affect that? It was great talking to y'all. I'll watch y'all answer it on the stream. I got to go to bed. So thanks, guys.
Well, thank you.
Interesting topic. I look forward to hearing it.
Well, but I think the answer to that is obvious. James Cameron's never lost.
Yeah, that's true. Okay,
you know, he's the only person in Hollywood that has never lost. You never bet against James Cameron. Avatar 2 proved it. You know, there's a lot of people that don't. He's doing the R&D for the entire industry, and you know, I would say that
start, Rob. When James Cameron started, what did you say the budget was for Terminator? The first
$4 million, $4.5 million.
He earned his way into being James Cameron, and so the answer to the question is: if you're a studio and Rob Burnett, we're sitting in a room, and you want to bring in aspiring filmmakers and individuals that can take a budget and say, you just said you wanted to raise $4 million for a movie. I want filmmakers that can come in and say, I'll tell you what, give me a shot. You know, give me second AD on this. Give me an opportunity. And then I'm going to come back to you. I want $5 million, and I'm going to make you money. And then you come back, and I gave you $5 million, and just like an investor, you bring me back 20. Then the next time you come to me and you go, listen, I need 15. But here's what I'm going to do. You earn your way into getting the budget.
Well, yeah, and he did that with Aliens. You know, he did that. They made Aliens when he was married to Gail Ann Hurd. They made Aliens. You know what James Cameron famously, how he pitched his idea for Alien, or the Alien sequel? I don't know if this is apocryphal or not, but he walked into the room at Fox. He walked up to the whiteboard and he wrote Alien on the whiteboard. Oh, yeah. And then he wrote an S on the end of it and made the S a $sign. That was his pitch, you know, and he made one of the great sequels of all time. and it was even the laser that comes into the Narcissus, the shuttle at the beginning, and scans. Galen Hurd made him pay for that out of his own pocket. He's like, I want this laser in the scene. And they made that movie for a price because James Cameron is a genius and he knows what he's doing. I mean, hell, the guy and his brother built a fucking submersible that went to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. All the people that died, all the people that were running that sub needed to do was call James Cameron and be like, you want to go down to the Titanic? James Cameron went down like 30 times to the Titanic. And he built the ultimate submersible. And he went in.
He never would again. So
those documentaries, when he was doing the submersibles and they were doing the dives, how involved James Cameron was in every aspect of that.
Because because he's a genius. You know, he doesn't leave anything up to, like, even on The Abyss, when they were making The Abyss, his brother, who's passed away, designed all the dive helmets so you could see people's faces. So when people are, you knew who everybody was. And it's the reason that James Cameron is who he is. I mean, there's only one of him. But if you look at the fact that he's made, Avatar 1 and 2 and Titanic, I mean, everybody always bet against him. And it's like, when do you learn? And the reason Avatar delivered, it's crazy to me that but there's very few people. I mean, Louis Leterrier, no dissing on Louis Leterrier, but he gets hired because Justin Lin left making Fast X. He realized, I mean, he's like, there's no fucking way. I'm not gonna do this to myself. I'm not gonna make this movie at $350 million with Vin Diesel, who shows up when he wants to. I mean,
8 other actors who you have to pay big money to. You have 10 actors in it. You got to pay big money to all of them.
Yeah, and it's
Makes
like
no sense.
No. Well, listen, gentlemen, I too am going to go to bed.
Thank you, Rob. Hey, Rob, you still owe me an appearance on one of my shows. I got to get you on.
Whenever you want. Count me in.
You want me too, Rob?
I will be on your show soon too as well. All I'm doing is I'm just here. So unless I can get this new movie off the ground.
But in honor of Terry Matalas and the job he did on Picard season 3, I've been giving away. I've probably given away 4 or 5 of them. The Star Trek Next Generation. They have these autographed card sets.
Oh yeah.
And so they're worth about. I mean, the card you pay like $150, but I've been giving away, and people that are Star Trek fans have been loving them. So, I've been every time I've covered something or we've talked about it on the stream, I've given those away. But so I was gonna have you on where we do a giveaway to some Star Trek fans.
I'd love that. Give it away to me. No, I'd love that. Let's do that. But I think that what's so crazy is our business. I really don't think that people know what they're doing. I just don't. And there's less institutional knowledge than ever before. And making movies is not rocket science. We've been making movies for 100 years. But now it's gotten to the point where, you have to have 1,000 different effects artists around the world working 24/7. I am not convinced that shooting everything on green screen is necessarily the way to go. And
This is
Indiana
why-
Jones, for me, I understand,
Hollywood
like,
will die and the filmmakers will rise up.
This is why I prefer films to movies.
yeah. I mean, I got a Zed, Peter Greenaway's movie, a Zed and 2 Knots today on disc. I'm like, fuck yeah, man. Tina Lorber. I'm like, I don't even watch modern movies. I barely buy anything new anymore.
Before you go, have they put out Excalibur on 4K?
No. Dying to get it. And, that's another thing. Warner Brothers, it's their 100th anniversary. Why isn't they should license that to Criterion. Criterion should put it out. But why is there no Excalibur? Why can't you? They should have done all the Warner Brothers, all the science fiction movies. Why is there no 4K of Altered States? What I want to do is I want Warner Brothers to do a box set, like the Columbia box set stuff, of all of their, like, Forbidden Planet, which is an MGM movie, but Warner Brothers owns it. They should make a 4K of like multiple volumes of 10 or like 12, or if you have to go Columbia, do 6 sci-fi fantasy films that Warner Brothers owns. I mean, you could do the Omega Man, you could do Soylent Green, you could do You could do Forbidden Planet and do all these classic sci-fi movies in 4K. Where's 2010? Where's Contact? Where's Altered States? Where's all these great movies that Warner Brothers owns that aren't on 4K? And they should put them out in box sets. But they never will.
I'd buy all of it.
I know. So would I.
Rob, you have two super chats left.
Oh, yes, there are two. That's true. So we have, Jermaine King says, another epic stream. Actually, there's three because Glenn Mark says, you see everything in Jackie Chan fighting scenes. Love it. And that's why Jackie Chan's great. They don't cut away. Jackie Chan shot his fighting scenes like Fred Astaire wanted his dancing scenes shot, uncut. No cuts.
And that's why he didn't like working in Hollywood and Russia, because it was the opposite of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Norwegian Kryptonian says, do you think the multiverse belongs in cartoons and animation? It does to me. You see, I believe Wile E. Coyote getting run over by a train and shakes it off, but it wouldn't work in live action. Well, I mean, that's true, but animation's always been different than... I mean, I think the multiverse can work well because we've seen multiple, like in Star Trek, like Yesterday's Enterprise is a multiverse story, and it works really, really well. When the Enterprise C comes through and the Federation, the world has changed. I mean, next week's Strange New Worlds is their version of it's fucking so bad. It's their version of Yesterday's Enterprise and City on the Edge of Forever, and it's fucking dumb. I'll just say it right now. So
episode 2 is pretty good.
It's my favorite. Episode 2, this week's episode of Strange New Worlds, is my favorite single episode of Star Trek in 20 years. Just a standalone episode, even though I still thought it's still didactic. That woman, I can't... But Badeki, the Nigerian actress who played that lawyer, she was fucking great. I loved her. And they should make a Samuel Cogley series with her and him, and they should do a Star Trek Jag Corps show. But it was good. I thought that episode was really good. It was moving. Although, why is it that Starfleet is so... Why have they made Starfleet such a racist, horrible organization that is so anti... I don't get it. It's bizarre, but
I don't know about you, Rob, but I would like to go with you to Star Trek: The Captain's Table.
I'm going. Let's go.
And have Christopher Pike cook for us.
Yeah, I mean, and that he has no command staff. Why does he fraternize with just the main character? It's such a weird. The show drives me crazy.
So I would just like to remind everybody that's still watching on YouTube and in the chat that if you like the last 3 hours of this stream, there's a member call tomorrow at 11 a.m.
11 a.m.
time, 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. See, Tom, very easy.
Yeah, it's true. There's a member call. So what is it? I'll get to bed by 4. So yeah, 11 o'clock, 7 hours. For all of you. They're fun too.
And how come you're not, I put this on Twitter, but you didn't respond to it. So now I will ask you live on the stream. Are you with Elizabeth Gwendolyn Bell, like the former president? I don't want you looking in my boxes.
You mean which boxes?
So many.
No. As a matter of fact, I think Elizabeth and I have equal amounts of boxes.
Okay.
But yeah, it's no, things are good on that front. We're gonna start doing whining about movies and everything slowly but surely. It's all coming together and
happening.
It's all happening. But this has been great. I didn't think that doing some randos, having this has been good. It's definitely been it's been good.
And he'll be changing the software immediately after this is over.
I mean,
it looks good on my TV. The outline, the way it looks, it really does look good with all the people on it and stuff.
I just wish I had. I gotta get now that I know that I can have like 8 people. I gotta get a cool thing that I can put everybody's boxes and set everyone with names and stuff. You know, it's been great having you guys, and all the way from the UK too. That was so cool that you came on board.
When I came into your stream, you were talking about having sex with some kind of a spider, octopus, jellyfish. I thought, okay, I like you.
Oh, you mean you've never watched the show before?
No. I saw you were live. This is my first time seeing you, and that's the conversation I hear.
Hey, no, the best part was he was talking to Lael, and he was talking about what you're talking about, and Lael just started laughing, and Rob's response was, "Come on, dude."
Well, I mean, I mean, so since this is your first time, the idea of because in science fiction movies, when humanity moves out into the stars, and you have like Spock's father married a human mother, so it's been an ongoing debate on this channel for the last couple of years. Would you have sex with an alien? And the question is, okay, if you have a humanoid alien, fine, but like, would you have sex with a xenomorph from the movie Aliens? You know, would you do that if an alien could speak with you, looking the way it looks? If you could interact with it intellectually, like, where do you draw the line? like
they don't have that angry. They don't want to kill you.
Yeah, they don't want to kill you, and like the whole idea of the predator. And Lael, it was so funny because I was telling him that spider creature is in a Star Trek novel called The Wounded Sky, and that character is really great. It's a very sassy female character. She just happens to be this crystalline spider creature, and I was explaining that I love this character. I mean, I could fall in love with that character as written, as Diane Duane wrote her. I mean, and if you know, and could you do that? And I think it's an interesting thought experiment. Like, how far can you go? Like, what do you do? And because I have an alien bust, a 1-to-1 scale alien head that was named by the audience Pearl. Yeah, Pearl. And Pearl's going to be right here. I have a stand for Pearl, and you know, she will be back.
You need to pick up Pearl's Instagram again.
Yes, I know. Pearl the Xenomorph. I do, because I haven't done anything with that. But it's great that you're a new viewer and you got to jump in on a I just love the fact that some gentleman from the UK jumped into this live stream randomly, and we're talking about having sex with alien crystal spiders, and that's what made you stay.
Absolutely, yeah.
And here you are now.
Yeah,
that's
literally
when you were talking about or sort of pitching the idea of an anime, which it could be whatever you want. My mind went somewhere, but it wasn't anime. I've always been thinking that I like the film Black Swan, but I think Zoe Saldana would have been a much better casting than Natalie Portman. Could I put Zoe Saldana in place?
Yes.
I'd watch.
Yes.
She's a trained ballerina. I think she's a superior actress, and I like her too. I mean, I like her.
I love that she came out this week and she said, when they talked about moving Avatar 5 is coming out in 2031, she was like, I'm going to be 51 when Avatar 3 or 5 comes out. I love Zoe Saldana, you know, and I mean, if you think about it, how many actresses have played blue people, green people? You know, she's very diverse in terms of, she might be the most diverse actress in terms of different ethnicities in the history of Hollywood.
Not too many.
Yeah, I mean,
all in one body.
All in one.
Maybe it's just her.
I'll be 56.
She's great though. That's actually interesting casting. I in terms of Black Swan, I'd watch that.
I always thought that was just the perfect marriage of actress and material, and it didn't happen.
No, and she's every time I've ever seen her interviewed, you know, she was in, I don't remember what the movie was where she was in Italy and her boyfriend died. It was maybe it was a series.
Oh, that was the remake.
I forgot what it's called.
Baby.
No, she was in she wasn't the remake of Rose. She was in that though, but this was recent. It was on like Netflix, and it was really good. And she married this Italian chef, and he died, and then she was there and picked up the pieces after. It was really good. She was really good in it.
Oh.
She's really good. But listen, I can't believe there's still 256 people here.
Wow,
it's crazy.
Wow.
Well, this has
proving
been
once again that people will watch almost anything.
Well, gentlemen, it has been a great time. Tom, thanks for being here. Thanks for everybody who supports the channel. I can't believe we've been now going for over 6.5 hours, which is crazy.
It's not your longest stream yet.
No.
Longest I've ever gone.
No, his longest stream went till about 8 a.m. Eastern.
do you all
once.
have your own
And that
channel?
was the one where he fell asleep.
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, but I think I did a Robservation, like an anniversary show that was 11 hours.
Yeah.
I've done a little over 2 hours as long as I've gone.
Wow. Yeah, well, I think it was the 400th show that might have gone, because when I used to get to my milestones for the 900th show, I might have to go 900 minutes. How much is 900 minutes?
I don't even know.
Ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, tell me.
That's well over. I mean, 240 is 4 hours, so that's 8 hours. No, I don't know. It's probably
900 minutes is 15 hours.
I've done 31 hours and 8 minutes.
Wow. Broadcasting?
With constant conversation as well.
Wow. That's insane.
I got my wife would kill me. You know, we've I looked today. We've done 82 videos, so we've been around for about 8 months. So
that's good.
Yeah.
Oh.
But it's been good. Most of our videos, our non-streaming videos, our last 6 or 7 are like getting 4, 5, 6,000 views on average. So we've done pretty good. If we focus on the content that we're kind of known for, that's where we find success.
Yeah, totally. Well, listen, gentlemen, I'm going to get off this stream. I'm going to go to bed, and I'll see all you members at 11 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. I have to
Thanks, Rob.
set that up. It was great. It was great to meet you all. Good to see you all again. Rob. Some of you have been here before. And it was great to meet new friends in the UK. Always a good thing. So, all right, gentlemen, I'm going to this is great because I've never had this many people on the show virtually. This is pretty neat. And on that note, I will say, as always, remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And on that note, I guess say have a better night, have a better day.
Have a better morning.
Have a better morning.